This woman covered in blood is giving birth, but behind her there's a horde of walkers. But she had to give birth to the baby right there. At this point, she shed tears of despair, because the zombie bit her on the arm during the escape. It won't be long before she too becomes a bloodthirsty monster. In order for the child in her womb to grow up healthy like a normal human being, she had to fight to have it. Just see her tear off a piece of clothing on her body into her mouth and bite down firmly. Not only can you avoid making a sound for the walkers to find, she can also relieve yourself of some pain. How she wished for Lady Luck at this point, but her hands and feet had begun to slowly mutate, and her pupils slowly became dull. Even the teeth grew into the face, and the outside was already occupied by zombies. The rest of the people were running away or being torn apart by them. The zombies have gradually become monsters due to the mutation of the virus. Most of the world has been taken over by them. Almost every day is spent in killing and bloodshed. This life went on for 7 years. The baby that was born in the zombie pile did not die, nor was the mother bitten and turned into a zombie. Instead, they grew up healthy as normal people. But she spent every day in fear, because she was often chased by her zombie mother. So often hide in the corner shivering. Even so, my mother, who had a good sense of smell, found me. And then she held me tightly with her hands and wouldn't let go. See her open a bloody mouth towards me to bite. I could only shed tears of pain and helplessness. My mouth kept screaming for my mother not to do this to me. She was actually just playing hide and seek with me, because even though my mother turned into a zombie, but because of her family, she has 1/3 of her humanity. And she loved me even more. For example, I want to go out with her before every outing. But no matter how much I pleaded with my mother, she wouldn't. But even if I pampered her, she wouldn't say yes. Because the outside world is still occupied by zombies. To keep me at home, my mother would look at me with sharp fangs and murderous eyes. In fact, she wouldn't take me out because it was too dangerous outside and she was worried about my safety. Unable to speak, she could only write with her hand on my palm. And this time, the mother went out to look for a little bear. I had no choice but to ask her to come back as soon as possible. I didn't expect her to meet a long-necked monster right after she left the house. The next second, his long tongue came directly at the woman. Seeing this, she used her nimble body to dodge it perfectly. And a spike slowly sticks out from the back of her head. And then quickly attacked the monster. In the blink of an eye, she pierced the thick-skinned monster. He shuddered as she didn't react. Just felt a paralysis coming on. The next second, he passed out heavily. Looking at the food on the floor, woman can't help but drool. But this monster tastes worse than shit. In order to fill her stomach, she could only barely eat. Just as the woman was eating, several shots suddenly rang out behind her. 2 humans are shooting at an oncoming group of monsters. They seem to be afraid of the light. When the man shone his flashlight on them, they were instantly petrified. But more and more monsters came, but the 2 of them simply could not last the morning. The woman on the side looked at them and thought, how could there be survivors out there at this hour? And don't they know that this low damage light and the sound of bullets will irritate them more instead? Forget it, it's none of her business if they live or die. Suddenly, she noticed something familiar about the long-haired man's backpack. She quickly rushed towards him. Sensing danger, the long-haired man immediately turned on his flashlight and shone it at the woman, who came in front of them in the blink of an eye, followed by a heavy whip kick on the man in red. The next second he fell to the ground and made a painful sound. The companions saw this and told her to get out of the way, holding up a pistol and shivering. He did not know that this would completely anger the woman. But she didn't hurt the man, just took the bag off his back, leaving the long-haired man to fend for himself in the face of the walkers. At this point, the man felt completely devastated. But the next second, they stopped in their tracks. Seeing this scene, the man instantly revealed a long-lost smile. He thought to himself, could it be that he has some kind of immunity? And just when he thought he was saved, but felt a few drops of water fall on his head. And then he saw a monster standing behind him. 7 years ago, the woman struggled hard to give birth to her child. But by now the outside was surrounded by layers of zombies. She could only hold her baby tightly and hide in the corner. As long as there are zombie monsters approaching, they will be wiped out by the woman. This day a living person came here by mistake. The man saw the corpses all over the floor and tried to turn away. But then a child's cry suddenly came from behind. In his curiosity, he slowly walked towards the house. But the next second, there was a sharp needle against the front of his throat. A closer look reveals a monster covered in blood. It looks like she's breastfeeding. This is the scene where the woman first meets her husband Cub. Looking at the school bag on the back of the long-haired man, the woman remembered a scene from the past. She quickly grabbed the school bag from the back of the other party and left, and then rushed around to look for the bear. At this point, the bear were all robbed of their weapons. Even more unlucky is that the school bag was also stolen. Relying on a broken stone in his hands alone, he did not know how long he could hold out. Just when he was at his wit's end and ready to die, Suddenly he heard rustling footsteps. In the next second, a sharp needle suddenly appeared in the neck. A closer look revealed that it was his wife. But after the mutation, she couldn't remember who the man in front of her was. And then she roared at him. The woman looked at the familiar and unfamiliar face in front of her. Seems to remember something. Just when the man thought he was going to be killed by his wife. Instead, his wife gave him a big hug. The man looks at his mutated wife who has risked her life to find herself. And she found his stolen backpack. After a moment's rest, the two were ready to go home. The road was full of zombies. However, these little pieces of garbage are no match for a woman. The spikes on the back of her head kill a walker with each attack. To escape the zombie hordes, the couple had to run towards the narrow hallway. Weak fighting power of the bear can only use the torch to shine so that the zombies temporarily stop attacking. Suddenly the two of them seemed to see something horrible. Both eyes stared straight up. In front of them was the fractured skyscraper. Looking at the 100-meter-high floor man sighed, this is completely finished. Coincidentally, the flashlight also ran out of power at this point. The two men looked at the monsters that kept coming towards them. They both wanted to stay behind and let the other go first. In their respective hearts, they both wanted to keep each other alive. The man raised his gun and shouted, "Come here, monsters." The next second he was grabbed by an unknown object. The woman who saw the scene ignored the zombies in front of her. One hand held the bear in a death grip. The other hand grabbed the steel bars on the tall building. But the tentacles that pulled him were too strong. This will not last long at all. When the man saw the huge thing below him, he instantly broke into a cold sweat. A giant monster was pulling on his foot with its tentacles and wouldn't let go. It can't help but salivate at the food in front of it. However, the bear above, let out a hysterical scream, because the tentacles that were wrapped around his feet were getting tighter and tighter. The number of zombie monsters on the woman's side was also increasing. The hands of the two people holding each other also began to tremble. If this continues, they will surely be buried here. Without thinking, she immediately let go of her grip on the steel bar. The monster below quickly pulls the two downward. The bear who saw the scene was puzzled. But the woman showed a creepy smile. The monster below is still licking its tongue. At this point the two were getting closer and closer to each other's mouths. Just when we thought the couple was going to become its delicacy, the woman immediately swung sharp needle at the monster above, and immediately pulls one of them downward. And then quickly threw it at the gargoyle's head below. Smoothly pierce each other's tongue tied to the husband's feet with a sharp needle. The monster felt the pain coming on and let go. The woman who saw the scene felt very relieved. Just wait until you land and get rid of the surrounding monsters. This will protect the bear well. At that moment she was suddenly held tightly by the other side. She feels very happy to smell her husband's sweat. A few moments later the two fell heavily on the head of the monster. The crowd of zombies who saw the scene was stunned. Due to inertia, two people were bounced away. Then they fell heavily to the ground and tumbled for tens of meters. But the man didn't have time to catch his breath before he immediately got up. Carrying his wife, he fled quickly. Troll's look at the mouth of the food fled. He showed his horrible face in anger. Can the couple really escape from his clutches? Along the way they kept asking each other about their injuries. They were relieved to know that neither of them was hurt. Just as the woman was thinking about why her husband was so good to her, the body was suddenly pierced by the monster's sharp horns. The bear who saw the scene shouted out to the other side, looking back to find out. The person who came is the monster just now. He was licking his tongue like he was ready for a feast. It didn't know that the mutated woman was physically unusually strong. This little wound doesn't do anything for her. But the zombies behind her were like shadows that could not be shaken off, while the man was rummaging in his backpack. When the zombies were about to jump on the two men, the woman held back the pain from her wounds and quickly swung the needle at several of the monsters in front of her. They were obliterated in an instant. But then the zombies that were coming seemed to see something deadly and they were shouting nervously. The next second, a hand grenade appears in front of them. Before they could react, they were blown to pieces. Seeing the effects of expired grenades, Bear threw all the grenades out of the bag. In an instant, the zombies that came after them were blown to pieces. Only the one with the broken hands is still struggling to hold on, but the gargoyle standing behind him was unharmed. However, there was only one grenade left in his hand. The woman saw this and hurriedly asked the bear to hand it to her. The woman who had taken the grenade was surprisingly quick to run towards the front. The gargoyle who saw this had a disdainful expression, and then immediately reached out towards the two of them. Sensing danger, the man told his wife to get out of the way while he quickly fell to the ground. However, the woman not only does not dodge, instead, she turned around and faced the troll. Seeing this scene, the bear was furious and yelled out, "Silly wife, what are you doing? You're too far away from him, you know that?" However, the woman had already pulled the safety off. With the bear looking on in horror, woman tosses grenade in midair, and then kicked hard with his feet towards the gargoyle. But the gargoyle looked at the grenade coming towards him with a question mark on his face. However, the next second he caught it with his mouth. He didn't react, his head was instantly exploded. The woman landed with ease and comfort, and not forgetting to give the dead troll a friendly gesture. The man saw such a smart and powerful wife, and rushing towards her with a smile, the two of them ran away before the zombies arrived in the distance. The bear, worried about his wife's injury, hurriedly asked the other side to lift his clothes to check. The wound that was pierced by the gargoyle just now had healed. The man smiled with relief when he found that his wife was no longer in danger. To keep his daughter from worrying, they rushed towards home. With no walkers in the way, the two soon arrived at the house. Hearing the father's voice, the daughter rushed towards them, randomly giving him a big hug, randomly rubbing his rough cheek over and over, and not forgetting to show her father her finished homework. Seeing such a good and understanding daughter, he lifted her up high with joy, and to reward his daughter, he brought gifts from outside. The father pulled out what turned out to be a chocolate bar. She stopped calling him bear when she got her favorite snack. The woman on the sidelines was so happy to see her family. Even when she's tired, she feels full of strength. She thought to herself, no matter what happens in the future, I will be by their side for the rest of my life. While the family was happy and jumping for joy, there was a stranger standing outside the door. Is this icy man an enemy or a friend? Mother and daughter in the process of avoiding the zombies, stumbling upon a normal man. After a long time of helping each other, not only did the man become the wife of the woman, but also the father of a child. That's it. A family of 3 forms a happy family in a world full of blood and gore. We don't just have 3 meals a day together, even sleeping in the same bed. But every time I ate, my mother was watching. And I never saw her eat. She could not speak, but she always wrote down the words she wanted to express in my hand, always telling me to eat more and grow up faster. But I always wondered what my mother ate. To find out, I then took out my precious snacks and handed them to my mother, and told her the cookies were super good. But she said with a helpless face that she couldn't eat such things. When she saw my innocent and cute expression, she had to reach out carefully to take it. I saw this and I took it back, and then reluctantly broke off a small piece, reluctantly handed it to my mother with a smile. I didn't expect her to look at me with a helpless face, and then my father came over and asked me to give him a bite. I rushed to put the cookie in my mouth, thinking that my mother could eat other things, so I brought her a noodle and handed it to her, and the sugar that I always eat. My mother saw that I was bothering her a lot. In an instant she actually let out a hysterical roar. Never seen such a horrible scene of my mother. My eyes were wet with tears at once. She was very sorry to see my aggrieved face. Just when my mother was about to stop hiding it from me, when she was about to tell me the truth, her pupils suddenly became dull. I kept calling out to try to get her to wake up. However, seeing the nosebleed I left behind, she turned into a bloodthirsty monster. Just when we thought the woman would eat her own child, she had quickly opened the door and ran out. My father, who heard the sound, rushed to check on me. By now the woman had come outside, just in time to bump into another horrible woman. Just as she was smiling and facing the woman, her opponent's arm had penetrated her body, followed by a long-awaited excited laugh, followed by the use of sharp fingernails to dismember the opponent, and then shoving her flesh into her mouth one by one, while eating a delicious meal, and thinking about protecting her daughter in her head. I can't eat my own family. I have to wake up now. But the sweet taste is so fragrant and so tempting. Children's skin and flesh, think about it, will be drooling, thinking about it. And the woman threw her head back and let out a hissing sound that rang through the sky. It didn't take long. Mother came home and lay with us in the same bed. And she looked at me sleeping and she thought to herself, I never thought the smell of a child's blood would be so appealing to me. Something almost went wrong just now. I must concentrate. I have to be careful, especially in front of monsters, so that I can protect my family around me. Early the next morning my father was going out to look for supplies and kept reminding me not to wake up my mother, or he would punish me. And then he walked out with his backpack. Looking at his father who had left the house, I smiled a strange and happy smile, because I could sneak out while my mother was asleep, and soon I was ready to go out. I was humming a little song as I walked down the street full of walkers, and I was looking for something useful in the ruins. This is when a man and a woman came into my sight, but I didn't care. I was painting smiling faces on the rocks with watercolors. And then I rushed off to find food and things that I could use. And as I shoveled down a piece of dirt, I felt a chill come over me. What would I see in this ruin of bodies? A 7-year-old girl is looking for supplies in a place full of zombies. And not only is she not afraid, but she is happily drawing on the ground, because her mother was a powerful zombie queen, able to kill thousands of zombies by herself. But there are still guys who are not afraid of death, have bad thoughts about her. Looking at the girl so clean, her parents must be with her, thinking that if we catch her we'll be able to get a fortune in supplies. Without much time to think, the 2 men went after the girl. It didn't take long to find her walking around a corner, and one of the women saw this and immediately swung a baseball bat at her. But she didn't know that danger was coming towards them. At that moment a man suddenly appeared behind the male companion and swung his axe at him. The woman stopped immediately after hearing the sound. When she looked back, her companion had fallen to the ground. Behind him stood a white-haired woman with an axe. The companion, lying in a pool of blood, tried to tell her to run, but could not make a sound. The woman who saw this scene was puzzled. Just as she was asking who the other person was, the white-haired man strides towards her. But the woman laughed without a care. "Your disdainful eyes are scary. I'll look like you're going to kill someone. Are you the parents of that child? But I haven't done anything yet." After saying that, she swung her baseball bat at her opponent. And that's when the white-haired woman felt something was wrong. But when she turned around, she realized that the man who had just fallen to the ground had disappeared. Apparently when the woman was talking to him just now, the man had gone after the little girl. By now the woman had swung her baseball bat in front of him, but in the next second, her neck was cut off by his opponent. In an instant, the head and the body were separated, without seeing how the other side struck. On the other side, I was hiding in the corner, shivering, not even knowing that danger is slowly approaching me. In the blink of an eye, the white-haired woman was behind me. And when I turned my head to look, I found that it was my missing sister Hela. Just as she asked me how I got here, neither of us knew that a hand was slowly approaching me. The next second, the monster fiercely opened its bloody mouth towards me. However, he was hit with an axe on his skull by Hela, and then he landed heavily on the ground. And even then, he was still looking at me. After struggling for a while, he retracted his head into his arm. I was in disbelief when I saw this scene. But Sister Hela was used to it. She kept asking me why I was out there alone. "Where are your parents? Why are they not with you?" But my mind is all in that creepy hand. I didn't even pay attention to what she was saying. As a result, my head was knocked out by her a big bag. I had to agree to all of her demands in silence. Never go alone without your parents in the future. And yet she continues to chatter, saying that I don't take her words to heart. Seeing this, I had to retort, "I've grown up. I can now go outside and look for supplies. This will take the pressure off my father. You can't forbid me to go out." I didn't expect to get that murderous look in her eyes. I was in a cold sweat for a moment. She changed her mind after seeing me moping, but only let me go to places where there were adults later. I didn't know what she meant. However, the next moment, she was going to take me out. I was so happy to hear this. Holding her hand towards the adults where they should go, and soon we saw where Sister Hela had said. But not only was it dark all around, but there was a foul smell coming from it. I felt so warm at home at that moment. I hurriedly called out to Sister Hela, but there was nothing but an echo. "Don't be ridiculous, I really know I'm wrong." Who knew that her voice would come from the darkness to scold me? "Aren't you the one who wants to come to this place? And you're a grown-up, why are you scared so soon? You know, monsters love dark places like this, but the adults know that the necessities of life are available here, which is why they come here. So there was a lot of bloodshed here." Seeing this, I hurriedly looked for the place where her voice was coming from and went. But I slipped and fell to the ground. And I think I touched something sticky and gooey. A closer look reveals that it is disgusting blood. I was so scared that I ran ahead on all fours, and kept shouting, "I'm sorry for being wrong. I don't want to be an adult anymore. Good sister, please take me home." But even though I was crying, she was still just watching in the dark, looking ahead into the darkness. I couldn't stop the tears from flowing down my face. At that moment, I was in a daze, as if I saw my parents in front of me, thinking that they often risked their lives to come to places like this to find supplies. At this point, I seemed to understand something, and Sister Hela came to me and said, "It's dark and smelly and want to go home. This is where we, as adults, often come." Hearing this, I cried and said, "Actually, adults can be afraid too. But I had to come to this kind of place in order to live. So from now on I won't sneak out anymore." As I was speaking, Sister Hela was reaching out to let me go home. But just now I clearly saw the monster's blood. Why didn't I even see any of them all the way down? And yet, Sister Hela just replied coldly, "They're all asleep." Actually, I don't know. Those monsters were wiped out by Sister Hela before they even came into my sight, and their heads were chopped off and piled up into a mountain. 35 degrees below zero on a snowy day. But there was a 6-year-old girl rummaging through the garbage cans for food, and all around her are walkers. But she wasn't a bit cold or scared. Instead, she hummed a children's song while looking for supplies, just because her parents were in the neighborhood. Her mother is also the queen of the zombies in this 10-mile radius. That's when she saw a strange thing. And when she got close enough to see it, she realized that it was a person. Young and ignorant, I thought I had found something good. Although she had white hair, her face was dirty. Driven by curiosity, I went up to her and asked how she was doing. But the white-haired woman whispered to me to get out of the way. Seeing her fierce look, I instantly broke into a cold sweat. She saw that I was still standing in front of her and didn't move. She scolded in a stern voice, "Little brat, don't you understand human language? I'll tell you to get as far away as you can." But at only 6 years old, I had no idea what she was saying. Seeing my innocent and cute face, she turned her head and whispered to me to leave her alone. Let me go to my parents. When I saw her frozen hands, I rushed to massage her with my little hands. Shufu helps you huff and puff to warm you up, but my good intentions were taken for an ass. Keep telling me to let go and not to touch her. Suddenly, her other hand came at me violently. The next second, she found herself rubbing her hand back and forth on my warm face. The woman who saw this scene instantly stopped attacking the naive child. This is actually the scene where Sister Hela and I first met last year. Whenever I think of this scene, I wake up from my dream. Yesterday, she saved me from the bad guys and took me home after educating me. I didn't expect that the moment I opened the door to go home, I found that my index finger was slightly purple. I looked at the situation with a puzzled face and wondered what was going on. When my parents found out about my situation, they rushed to the hospital ruins to look for medicine. Because my fingers had been poisoned by a zombie. If don't find the drug in time to control it, I will become a zombie. But at this point, even in broad daylight, the number of zombies outside hadn't decreased at all. However, the couple, who were worried about their daughter, still risked their lives to look around. The woman was so anxious that her hands were shaking uncontrollably. The cold sweat on her forehead kept flowing down, but in her heart she kept blaming herself. If it wasn't for her sleeping in, daughter wouldn't have sneaked out. What if there's something wrong with her body? The bear looked at his wife, who was in a state of collapse, and shouted, "Enough! If you blame yourself like this, Jufu won't get better. It doesn't make any sense at all, you know? There's no medicine or anything else here either. We've been looking at hospitals and pharmacies for days, but nothing came up. We were just doing something stupid to begin with." And then the man thought of Hope Village. I heard there was a doctor there. The wife on the sidelines was instantly awake when she heard her husband's words, and hurriedly inquired, "Is there really a doctor there?" But in the next second, the bear doused the woman's ignited hopes with a pot of cold water. Because you have to pay a toll to get into that village, or you have to give something of value. But where can we come up with something of value at this point in time when we are penniless? The woman listened and came up with a bold idea. She plans to go to the underground village alone. There must be something valuable there. The husband gulped as he listened. Just because it's a monster's lair. Even if you're a zombie queen, it's still 9 deaths. But the woman's determined eyes had put the danger out of her mind. And I'm agile. Once danger is detected, there's no problem escaping. Plus I've been there before and probably know the way. The man listened and could only helplessly say that he could not participate. He could only wait at home with his daughter for the safe return of his wife. After that he went to his backpack to look for a flashlight and necessities. However, after opening the backpack, the couple was full of questions. Because the daughter was sleeping inside, and making intermittent snoring sounds. At this point, they couldn't bear to look at the little kid in front of them. What's even more annoying is that she woke up at this point, and acting like you haven't slept enough. The woman who saw this scene was instantly angry and wanted to eat her daughter in front of her. I was puzzled to find my mother suddenly like this. I thought she was messing with me and hurriedly raised my hand in response, and I got a scolding from my father. "You don't know what you're doing. Didn't I tell you to stay home properly? I told you it's cloudy these days. There's gonna be a lot of zombie monsters out there." After that, he knocked a big bag on my head. The angry woman on the side rushed to stop it. Immediately afterwards, with her hand, she wrote on her husband's hand, "It just so happens that the daughter is outside. You take her home with you." After that she got up and went to the underground village. I hurriedly went after my mother. "Where are you going? Why don't you take me with you?" And with that, tears of sadness flowed. Seeing her daughter so pampered, she hurriedly let out a roar, and then she shook off her hand and walked forward with great strides. Can a woman get something of value to Hope Village in a zombie lair full of monsters? As she walks through the monsters, a familiar voice comes from behind her. Turning her head, she found a cardboard box on the ground. There were all kinds of zombie monsters around, and they're drooling with their tongues. The box seems to be filled with delicious food. At this point, the carton suddenly emitted an intermittent scream. The woman felt a little uneasy hearing the familiar voice. At this point the group of zombies have opened their claws and pounced on the box, but they couldn't see anything after they tore the cardboard box apart. But with a keen sense of smell, they instantly noticed something strange overhead, and only when they looked closely did they find a little girl hanging in midair. It turned out that the woman heard the child's voice and quickly brought it over. However, the mother and daughter were already surrounded by the zombies, and just when we thought they were dead for sure, the agile woman leapt from above them. How could the hungry zombies let the duck in their mouths fly away? They rushed to attack the mother and daughter. The woman who sensed the danger coming let out a roar. The spike at the back of the head was swung out in a smooth motion to cut it off. Then she carried me to the ground steadily. But some of the zombies wouldn't stop coming at us. As a result, they were pierced through half of the body by the mother's claw. The rest of the head and limbs instantly flew all over the sky. A few moments later the mother was already panting. If this goes on, the mother and her son will be consumed alive when the woman is ready to use the trick. At this point I noticed that the dark clouds in the sky had suddenly cleared. After hearing my shout, the zombies looked up. But it was too late. The sun's burns made them howl in pain. The mother who saw this scene also sweated. And then I ran towards the underground village with my arms, because that's the only place to completely escape from the zombies. But just 2 steps, the mother's back was suddenly attacked by a walker. The mother cried out with the pain that came instantly. I shed tears of remorse when I saw the scene. If it weren't for me, my mother wouldn't have been hurt and bled. But the zombie who drank the blood was laughing, while also attacking the mother's back. But my mother let him slash at her back in order for me to get out of here as soon as possible. While I was crying and shouting for my mother to dodge, suddenly an axe hit the zombie on the head. The next second, it fell straight to the ground. The mother, who didn't know where the axe came from, rushed back to check. But when she saw the bloodthirsty horde of zombies behind her, she immediately made a mad dash for the underground village. At that moment, Bear arrived sweating and panting. But when he saw the scene in front of him, he froze in his tracks, because the entrance to the underground village was blocked by the zombies. Seeing this, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. In an instant, he fell directly to his knees, feeling very sorry for himself. If it wasn't for the sudden stomachache, he went to the bathroom after his wife left, and the daughter wouldn't have sneaked out. This would not have happened if I had held back a little. And while he was regretting, he didn't know that danger was slowly approaching him. It was not until the other side came behind him that he realized. He slowly glanced back at the other man. He realized it was a woman with white hair, just as Bear was shouting out who she was, and the axe had smashed into his face. The other side. My mother, who had found a safe place, was reprimanding me incessantly. Knowing that I am worried about you, you still follow me. What would you have me do if something happened to you? After hearing that, I hurriedly wrote on her hand. In fact, I was worried that you were in danger, so I came with. Even my father doesn't say it. I know that you want me to grow up healthy and happy. You all go home injured every day. Both of you are obviously in pain, but you are gritting your teeth to endure. I don't want my mother to be hurt for me anymore. After I said that, I had a snotty nose and a tear running down my face. The woman looked at her daughter, who was so worried about her, and instantly choked up. Deep breaths. Immediately afterwards, she hugged her loving daughter tightly. At this moment, a group of zombies were staring at the mother and daughter in front of them. Can they escape from this disaster? This is a huge hand as big as a mountain. One slap can kill hundreds of monsters. But there was one human girl she didn't dare hurt, because her mother was a powerful zombie queen. But this time, the mother and the mother underestimated each other's strength. Just now, the woman had to break into the underground village with her daughter to escape the bloodthirsty monster. I didn't expect to escape from the monsters outside for a while. But inside, there were zombies all over the place. The woman who saw this rushed to wrap her daughter in her clothes, and then carefully walked out. Just when the woman thought she could make it to the exit without any problems, a hairy monster suddenly appeared behind her. The woman, who felt a chill down her back, instantly broke out in a cold sweat. But she had to calm down for the sake of her daughter. As long as they don't move, the other side doesn't know there's a living thing. Even if his hair wraps itself around me, I can't counterattack. Otherwise, a careless daughter would be in danger. But that monster was unusually nasty. Licked the woman's whole body with the tongue continuously, even though the other side treated her so badly. But the woman wouldn't even let go of the daughter she was holding in her hands. Just when we thought she was giving up, the monster behind her actually released the binding hair. However, the next second, the other side actually revealed its true face and laughed. "Beauty, it's hard for you to hold on for so long." The woman heard the words and immediately looked back. But there was no long-haired monster behind her. It's all just some silly zombies, she thought. Where did the other side run to in such a short time? Suddenly, there was a violent shaking at the exit, only to find that a giant hand was reaching out from the ground. Not yet reacted to. The other side has been heavily smashed down. The good thing is that the woman is very agile, so she escaped a robbery. Seeing a giant hand crush dozens of monsters alive. As the woman guessed that the other man was the owner of the underground village, the other hand was already rapidly coming towards them. Coincidentally, the exit was blocked by a swarm of monsters. Seeing that the situation was not good, my mother hurriedly threw me out. But she and the monsters were pinned down by giant hands. The next second, the other side had them dead in their hands. 7 years old, I saw the scene instantly frozen in place. When I saw my mother's pained expression, I couldn't help but bawl my eyes out. This huge hand was so strong that my mother screamed out in pain. Seeing this, I rushed to find help with hot tears. At that moment, the eyes of the owner of the giant hand instantly lit up. The strength of the hand was slowly increasing. And instantly the woman felt a little breathless. And while gasping for air, she was in a hurry to figure out what to do. The only way to do it now is to concentrate on the power in your hands. The woman who feels enough power to attack immediately raises her sharp right hand and grabbed it violently towards her opponent's index finger. The gargoyle, who felt the stinging pain, let out a roar that rang through the sky, while rushing to let go of a few monsters in his hands. The woman who landed on the ground had an instant burst of pain in her fingers. In order to find her daughter as soon as possible, she rushed ahead and ran wildly. But the owner of the zombie was walking slowly from the shadows. A closer look reveals it's a beautiful woman with white hair and red clothes, and shouting, "My child, where are you?" On the other side, I was crying and running away fast, because there was a group of monsters behind me. I just cared about running for my life. A careless right foot, a fracture. I fell heavily to the ground. The monster behind me immediately opened its bloody mouth and came at me, just as I thought I was about to die. but the monster's head was held down by a hand, only to discover that it was another, larger monster that had stopped. A large amount of blood instantly dripped all over my body. Just as I thought I was about to be eaten by him, he picked me up slowly, and then steadily put me on the ground. Under the eyes of the monsters full of doubts, the monster actually poked me in the back with his finger. In a flash I was crying and shouting, "Mom!" I peed myself in fear. How I wished my mother would suddenly appear to save me. Just as the monster opened its mouth to devour me alive, suddenly I smelled a horrible scent approaching this way, and the little trash on the side broke out in a cold sweat. The monsters didn't have time to think about it and rushed towards the exit. Seeing them do this, I was standing there with a question mark on my face. At that moment a foul smell suddenly rushed into my nose, and then a tentacle came out of the dark and hit me in the back. And then I fell to the ground heavily. At that moment a footstep came from the corner. I saw a little red-eyed, black-clad zombie walking towards me, and he kept chanting, "Come and play." Am I really going to die today at the hands of this little kid? A young boy of 7 years old is looking for a playmate in a lair full of zombies. But the monsters fled when they saw him. Even the powerful chiefs didn't dare to mess with him, just because his mother was the dominant power in the area. With just one palm, she could slap hundreds of walkers to death. But the little girl in front of him had the courage to punch and kick him. In an instant, the two children began to attack each other. The difference in strength between them is not much, and the battle is fought back and forth. Maybe men are naturally afraid of female tigers. After the boy was bitten hard by the girl, he cried and shouted for his mother. Beaten and bruised, he ran away. The little girl standing in the same place is still furious, after seeing the other side run out of his sight, wiping the sweat off his face while laughing. "Damn you little brats, how dare you mess with me?" In fact, it was because the other guy not only knocked her to the ground with one punch, and ate the candy she had managed to find. Not to mention that the girl's mother is also a powerful zombie queen. As I turned towards the group of spectators, they were surprised by my sneeze and fell away. That's when I smelled the stench coming from my body. I think it was the smell of the little boy who hadn't bathed in 10 years when I fought with him. I felt invincible at this moment. I didn't have time to think about it, so I rushed to my mother, and something caught me just a few steps away, and at the same time there was a voice. She gave off a foul stench and must be the child of the underground master. Hearing this, I slowly turned back to look. I saw two tall monsters with red eyes standing behind me. I was shocked to see this scene and shouted out loud. When they found out I was human, they tried to eat me, but after smelling my body, decided to give up, because I had contact with the child of the underground master. Must have known the direction he left, but when one of them saw my baby face, then the idea of eating me as a snack came up. See the situation. I could only cry and ask them to let go of me to find my mother. But the female monster actually laughed and said, "Son, how about I be your mother?" Younger me didn't know that the other person was taking advantage of me. I could only whisper my refusal, but the other person thought it was a yes and she pouted at it. At this point, the male monster on the side was trying to sacrifice me to their father, because their purpose was for their father to improve his strength to eat the underground master. If the girl is offered as a sacrifice to the father, his power must have been greatly increased. Hearing this, the male monster replied ignorantly, "I caught it. Let me eat at least one of her arms." After saying I saw the male monster full of saliva, I was instantly scared by this scene and my whole body trembled. I thought, this is the end. If they take me away or eat me, I'll never see my beloved mother again in my life. I clenched my little fist and made a decision that scared them. I turned my head and shouted, "Mom, you're here." And then he ran quickly towards the exit. The two monsters who saw the scene looked at me with question marks on their faces, but they laughed unhurriedly. This weak and powerless little cutie runs really fast. After that, they immediately went after the girl in front of them. At this point, I was still running hard towards the exit. The people in front of me watching them rush towards them. Their jaws dropped in shock instantly. I had to go through them to stay alive, and I kept looking back to see how far the two monsters were from me. By this time, they had already started the massacre of the monsters. Seeing this scene, I thought, I have to find my mother quickly, or I will be there dead too. With that in mind, I ran faster in the direction I was going, but as a child, I couldn't outrun them. Not to mention that the other side was a powerful monster. Soon the tentacles of the female monster were behind me. Fortunately, I happened to have a fall, perfectly dodged the attack she sent at me. I got up and quickly ran ahead. Soon I was panting and found a corner to hide in. How I wished my parents and sister Hela were around at that moment. Thinking of this, I once again left tears of missing and regret. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind me. "My good girl, Daddy's coming, don't cry." Just when I thought it was my father who found me, only to see that it was the male monster from earlier, and he was reaching out to me with his horrible claws. Looking at the black palm, I trembled and said I wanted to go home, but the hand that was bitten by the zombie was trembling, In the next second, the finger actually attacked the male monster on its own. The spikes instantly cut into the palm of the opponent's hand, yet he looked at the small wound with a careless face, but blinked and a stabbing pain suddenly came. The veins in his hands were bleeding like they were bursting. At this point he felt his hands were burning, and kept asking me what I had done to him. At this point I was looking at my index finger with a question mark on my face and sharp black nails. The infected finger underwent a horrible mutation, but the young me was no match for the monster in front of me, not to mention the fact that after losing his arm, he became even more insane. At this moment, he wanted to cut this little one into pieces, and then eat she all up, without even a scrap. Seeing that horrible look in the other side, I was so scared that I was shaking all over and backing up, but the male monster's hand had turned into a big knife and was coming at me. Just as the blade was 0.01 centimeters from my head, something suddenly flew out of the dark and hit him hard. The unsuspecting male monster was sent flying for tens of meters before hitting the ground. I was shocked to see this scene. That's when I realized that the thing that just flew by looked familiar, and when I looked closely, it was my father's backpack. I couldn't stop the tears from flowing down my face. I saw my father walking quickly and angrily towards me. "What are you trying to do to my daughter, you monster?" And he took me in his arms and said, "Good girl. Are you okay? It's my fault." He smelled my stench, and also saw my fingers mutate. But I was more worried about my mother. I cried and told my father that my mother had been caught by a large hand. Seeing my sad face, he took me into his arms again and shed tears of sadness himself. At this point, the male monster has risen to his feet. The mouth also kept cursing angrily. "Who the hell is it?" Suddenly came out to interfere with my work. "Do I look so bullyable? I'm gonna eat you all up." After that, his arm, which was cut off, grew out slowly. Seeing his opponent's fierce and vicious appearance, my father rushed me to hide behind him. "We'll go to mother when we've finished with the monster in front of us, and then we'll go home together and eat your favorite cookies." Found ignored by the monster gritted his teeth in anger. "Next thing you know, it's swearing at us, 'You fucking human. How dare you look down on me?'" And before he finished his words, and a brick hit him on the head. I saw father pick up a brick in his hand and say, "No swearing in front of children." The male monster came at us in a rage after hearing that. The father who saw the scene struggled to swing the brick in his hand, and then he quickly smashed it hard at the other side, but was slashed to pieces by the male monster. But the next second he felt a deadly danger approaching. He saw thousands of bricks flying towards his face. The attack rained down on his body instantly, and the bear kept picking up bricks from his backpack. And then he fires at the monsters in front of him. I must try to target his weaknesses. Dense brick smashed on the body of the monster, but instantly shattered, and the bricks in the backpack have been used up. The bear froze instantly when he found the empty backpack. Before he could react, the limbs and neck were then bound by the male monster's tentacles. I was worried and helpless when I saw my father suffocating. The male monster in front of me was still taunting, "Brat, no more bricks now, right? Even if you throw more, it's useless. My body will repair itself. Did you have a good time just now? I will taste your body slowly." At this point the father was dying and said, "Kill me if you can." Hearing this, the male monster laughed and said, "I'll send you to Jesus right away." At that moment, a sudden chill came over him. In the blink of an eye, his arm had been cut off by a white-haired woman. Looking at the blood is spurting out of the male monster, still do not know what happened. It turns out that the person who cut off the other's arm was Hela. At this point, her bloodshot eyes were staring at the male monster and saying, "You monster. Now you're finished." Saying that, she has quickly launched a fierce attack on the monster. The badly wounded male monster could only keep dodging. Occasionally found the other side of the breakthrough. He only stretched out his tentacles to counterattack. However, before it could touch her, it was cut off. And the father on the other side was constantly sighing, "She's actually so good. All this way, she killed monsters when she saw them. Now she actually has so much energy. Such a powerful woman. Who is she?" At this point, the male monster's strength has been depleted. The next second, he seems to remember something. The female monster on the other side was happily eating the fresh flesh of the zombie. She inquires to herself, where did her teammate go? After that she thought, has the other team already eaten the little girl? She drooled and laughed at the thought of it. And now I can still smell her flesh. At that moment, something seemed to have tapped her on the shoulder, only to see a woman gazing coldly at herself. What sparks will these two powerful zombies spark? Looking at the woman in front of her, she instantly felt a little uneasy. The next second the two were fighting quickly. This is when the female monster realized that her opponent's eyes were the same as her own father's. It felt like she was one of her own kind. Who the hell is she? By this time, the other man's fist was smashing into his own face. She's such a strong fighter. The female monster intends to see how strong she really is. I saw her reach out her sharp tentacles towards the zombie queen. She looked at the attack that was coming at her so fast. She was still thinking about her daughter. The next second, sharp nails emerged instantly, and then she grabbed at the incoming tentacles with a vengeance. In the blink of an eye, the female monster's tentacle was split in half. Feeling the pain hit her cold sweat straight. But before she could catch her breath, the other side came at her again. The female monster rushes to attack quickly with her tentacles. But it was easily and perfectly dodged by the opponent. She instantly felt disbelief when she saw this scene. At that moment, the sharp needle of the zombie queen had come to her. She had to use her palm to block it in a panic. The zombie queen looked at the female monster in front of her and thought, I have to kill each other quickly so I can find my daughter. At this point, the female monster realized that she could not beat the woman in front of her. Suddenly, she felt like she couldn't move her frozen through hands. She couldn't even regenerate, not even the slightest sensation. Only then did she remember that she had not noticed that the other side kept attacking the same place. Is she paralyzing me? At this point, the female monster's whole body kept shaking. She thought, this guy is too strong. I'm no match for her. I can't even touch each other's bodies. Now there's only one last resort. Only she used her tentacle to cut off the split tentacle. Then she bit down hard on her wrist. A few moments later a severed hand fell to the ground. Next second, the female monster has gritted her teeth and rushed towards the zombie queen. The zombie queen looked at his opponent who was attacking him at all costs and thought, there's no time, I have to finish her off and get to my daughter. The female monster has come to her at this point. Just when we thought she was going to deliver the killing blow, she actually sprinkled the woman's eyes with blood from her arm. Unable to see, she rushed to rub her eyes with both hands. The female monster took this opportunity to escape quickly. I can't really win against that horrible monster. Right now, I have to find the male monster and then take revenge. But what she doesn't know is, the male monster was struggling to fight Hela. Whether it is speed or strength, both are similar. But the male monster's body can repair itself. I'm going to kill all three of you humans today. The more you talk, the more irritable the male monster quickly attacked towards Hela, facing the elephant-like monster. She could only hold the axe tightly in her hand, staring at each other with a murderous stare. A few moments later the ground was covered with blood. The ground was strewn with severed arms and legs. A closer look reveals that the male monster that was screaming just now has had his limbs chopped off, but he's still muttering under his breath. Who the hell are you? You are obviously just an insignificant human, but why am I so miserable? On the side, Hela looks at the puzzled monster in front of her, as if she understood what he was thinking. You didn't think how the soft human is stronger than yourself as a monster. Why do you need to think so complicated? It's really just that you're too weak. And then she swung her axe at her opponent. But the next second, Hela suddenly stopped attacking, because the other side has killed itself. It's a more honorable way to die than at the hands of a human. Father, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Hearing what the other person said before he died, the three people thought, who is the person behind him? The female monster on the other side was still running wildly, and she kept shouting her brother's name, but behind her came the roar of the zombie queen. At this moment she is behind the other side, quickly chasing. You stinking kidnapper, give me back my daughter. The fleeing female monster just happened to run into her brother's suicide, randomly cursing loudly and angrily, you bastards. What the hell did you do to my brother? Meanwhile, the zombie queen arrived panting. Finally, we got you. Where's my daughter? Hearing my mother's voice I rushed back to look. I was so happy to find out that it was really her. But Sister Hela, who didn't know her mother, was already rushing towards her. Just as the two were about to fight, the bear holds Hela's arm in time. My mother was relieved to see that the three of us were safe and sound. She laughed and said, it's dangerous here. Why did you come here? The bear on the other side replied happily after hearing, my family is in danger. Of course I'm coming to save you. But the other side ignored him. Just kept asking where her daughter was. Apparently, the mother hadn't realized that I was right behind the father, and kept blaming herself for not protecting me. When I saw her like that, I rushed towards her with a smile. Seeing me unharmed, she shed tears of relief. I then gave her a loving hug. As a mother, don't you notice the changes in your own daughter? The father who was standing by immediately stood up and retorted, you saved my daughter. I'm grateful to you, but what you said was just too much. It was my fault to begin with. Why take it out on my wife? At this point, the mother rushed to her feet. Just when we all thought she was going to fight with Hela, but the zombie queen wrote what she wanted to say in the palm of the bear's hand. Thank you for saving my daughter. It's my fault that she's like this. We have to find the necessary supplies here as soon as possible, and then go to Hope Village and get her medical treatment. I have nothing now. I will repay your kindness in the future. Then she asked for Hela's name. Hearing this, Hela realized what she had done, and she told my parents her name and her relationship with me. After telling the whole story, and they went on a journey together to find supplies. Looking at the axe that Hela was holding, the zombie queen suddenly remembered that just now, when entering the lair, it was this axe that flew over the monster's head. Apparently, this woman saved her own life. Our journey to find supplies was anything but quiet. Every now and then a monster zombie would pop up, but before they could touch us, they were killed by two women. Soon we found the underground warehouse. when my father and I opened a package. It was stuffed with all kinds of supplies. Seeing this, we were so happy that we rushed to stuff things into our bags. My hands are holding the snacks that I love. I let out a long-lost laugh, and a light smile came on the faces of my mother and sister Hela. But when my mother behind me saw Hela, who was laughing and talking with me, she thought to herself, she came here just because she was a friend of Jufu's, even killing powerful monsters with ease. She's definitely not an ordinary person. But what can be determined is, thanks to her, Jufu was safe and sound. But why do I still feel so uneasy when I see her? Soon we filled our packs and headed for the exit. My father, who prevented me from running around, actually stuffed me into his clothes. Just when we thought we were going to make it to the exit, Mother suddenly felt an aura of danger approaching us, and there was a constant rumbling in the dark. Suddenly a pair of giant hands instantly reached out from inside. Seeing this, my mother hurriedly pushed my father and told us to go. In the blink of an eye, those giant hands are already very close to us, but the road ahead was blocked by a horde of zombie monsters. Seeing the giant hand, they were instantly scared and quickly ran towards the exit. But before we could get very far, there were two forks in the road ahead. Just as the father was asking which one to take, the giant hand suddenly reached ahead and blocked the intersection on the right. The father, who saw this scene, instantly dropped his jaw. It feels like we're going to be buried here today. But a side of Sister Hela can see that the other side is deliberately blocking the road. The zombie queen saw at once that the underground master was playing a trick on us. Now we must hurry and escape. And then suddenly there was an ominous laugh in the dark. 3 red eyes slowly light up at the same time. The crowd didn't have time to think about it and rushed towards the left fork in the road, running and praying that the intersection ahead was the right one. But the giant hand behind us is getting closer and closer. Just when we thought the exit was just ahead, what appeared before us was a wall that towered into the sky, and there was a group of monsters standing below. And the mother immediately came out in front of us. By this time, the giant hand had come to the front. Overhead stood the creepy woman in red. Clearly the other side is the powerful master of the underground village. Eyes constantly surveyed us below. When she saw the zombie queen with a mouth full of fangs and yellow eyes, suddenly laughed. Finally, you found the bastard. The bear on the other side heard and immediately asked his wife if she knew her. At this time, the corpse king's mind is all about the other side of the scene. I never thought this monster could talk. If you talk about what makes her different from the other monsters, I think it's the lump of flesh that grows on the front of the chest. But why does she have the same color eyes as me? It always felt like she was strange and very familiar at the same time. Who the hell is she? Suddenly, the other man's foot hit the ground heavily and said, I have suffered for you. But at this time you are by my side. You took my flesh, and I must have it back. The husband behind her listened and hurriedly asked her if she had taken something from someone else. If so, hurry up and give it back to her and run for your life. However, the zombie queen kept shaking his head to say she didn't take it. The overlord at the front smiled and said, It's not surprising that you don't know me. After all, with my current appearance it is difficult to be recognized. Anyway, all I have to do is kill you and get the body back. Next, will they be able to defeat the master of the powerful underground village? Will they be able to find the exit and go home without any problems? 7-year-old girl dares to point at zombie overlords and swear at them, and beat her son's head bloody. Because in her mind the mother is the most precious in the world. Yet in the face of the overlord, she realized how small she was. With just one hand, she could slap them to pieces. But in order to protect the family can safely leave, Zombie Queen still rushed towards the other side regardless of life and death. However, the overlord who saw the scene let out a creepy laugh. The hands under the feet fiercely towards each other quickly grabbed. At this time Zombie Queen with sharp claws in the attack to its. In an instant, blood was spurting out. The overlord who saw this scene was incredulous. It was so hard to find this body that was invulnerable to swords and spears. The opponent could easily pierce it with a sharp claw. A stab of pain came over her and she didn't dare to move, only in place to let out a heartbreaking roar. Zombie Queen saw this and rushed to attack her opponent. She must be disposed of as soon as possible she can get her family out safely. But in the next second, one foot was actually tied by something. Bear and Hela, who were fighting the zombie monster, saw the scene and were instantly dumbfounded, because the head at the feet of the overlord stretched out a long tongue to trap the zombie queen's feet. At this point she was only a hair's breadth away from her opponent. However, the overlord's next words shocked her. How was my acting? Did it fool you? Now that you've come forward, I'll be polite. Zombie Queen listened and a feeling of death instantly came over her, but it was too late to escape the control of the other side, because the long tongue of the overlord had thrown her high into the air. The bear below suddenly felt bad when he saw the scene, and then the father and daughter shouted no. But it was already too late. A white light was seen along with a rumbling sound. Zombie Queen has been thrown from a height by the other side. Seeing this scene, I rushed to call out Mom. After a few moments, the giant hand of the overlord was recovering at a rate visible to the naked eye, and she keeps taunting the Zombie Queen below. You are so disappointing to me. You want to kill me even with a little character like you? What a fool. Blame it on the fact that you are too weak. Hearing her mocking words, I gritted my teeth in anger. Then I broke away from my father's embrace and jumped to the ground, then desperately rushed towards the overlord, and shouting at the top of her lungs, "Don't bully my mother." Seeing this scene, Hela rushed to ask the bear to catch me. Seeing this, he quickly went after his daughter, but every now and then a walker would come along and block the way. He can only kill this monster first in order to chase his daughter, but by this time I had already rushed to my mother's side. I found that her pupils had become black. The zombie queen's mind remembered when she was human. The back of her head was inexplicably filled with spikes. It feels like it's life-threatening to myself and my child. Immediately yanked it outward with both hands and tried to pull it out. The mouth also kept yelling for it to get away. In the moment of crisis, she put all her strength into her hands. In an instant, countless spikes were pulled out by her. Overworked, she sat down on the ground. Just as she was gasping for breath and saying, "I'm okay," she saw a horrible sight, because the other end of those spikes had grown claws, and it was arrogantly approaching itself slowly. Just as she was staring unblinkingly at the other side, the spikes suddenly opened their claws and came at her. The woman who saw the scene was at her wit's end. I could only cover my ears with my hands and shout, "Don't come over here." In an instant, Zombie Queen woke up from the shouting, and it seemed she just heard her daughter's voice. Seeing this, she could only slowly get up with her shattered body. Only when she looked closely did she realize that her daughter was protecting herself in front of her. Even though she was afraid, she trembled and pointed her mutated finger at the overlord in anger. Seeing this, Zombie Queen trembled and told her daughter to run in a low voice. On the side, Hela and Bear were also shouting. She looked at the overlord who could poke her daughter with one finger. The Zombie Queen was feeling overwhelmed at this point. Zombie Queen was unable to move because of the severe impact on her body. If this goes on, my daughter will really be killed. But at this point the overlord had the patience to ask the little one questions. Who the hell are you? Are you a human or a monster? If it's human, how come it has my flesh? At this point I don't even want to answer this big devil. And then yelled, "You idiot, don't hit my mother." The zombie queen, sitting on the ground, saw the scene and was distraught. But the overlord was already laughing and walking towards them. Will the mother and daughter be killed by her? And when the giant hand of the other side comes above us, I was really scared to death because I didn't want my mother to die for me. I couldn't pull her even with all my strength. When she saw this, she immediately scolded me and told me to go. However, at this time, I could not bear to leave my mother behind. Hearing this, the zombie queen's eyes were filled with love. Thinking, I'm really useless, I can't even protect my daughter. She wouldn't give up, so why couldn't I hold on a little longer? I'm such a disappointment as a mother. With that, she couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. I had to pull myself together for my daughter and my family. Then she took her daughter in her arms. She didn't know that the spikes on the back of her head were rapidly mutating. In the next second, her whole body suddenly blackened completely. But the overlord standing on the sidelines was oblivious. Instead, she was still laughing crazily and evil, saying, I'm back at last. But Bear and Hela looked at her with a puzzled face when they heard that. A closer look reveals that the overlord's giant hand is melting away at a rate visible to the naked eye. Before she could react, an explosion suddenly sounded behind her. Immediately afterwards, the flesh underneath the feet was breaking apart rapidly. The giant hand also expands and explodes like a balloon. Even her own body began to shatter. It was then that she realized that Zombie Queen was awakening. Only when she looked closely did she realize that her opponent was already several meters away from her, and the body had split open. The two men stood looking at each other's decaying flesh and instantly froze in place. They don't know what the hell just happened. Only I know what happened in that short time. At that moment, my mother had an extra spike on the back of her head. Seeing the other side's combat power instantly increased several times, the overlord's face became gloomy down. She looked at the arm that had been decayed to nothing and said, I admit that you are very strong. Although I would like to end this mercifully. But you're getting worse and worse. Said a pair of giant hands had quickly grabbed towards several people. In an instant it came above their heads. Just when we thought she was going to crush them to a pulp. But the overlord grabbed dozens of walkers off the ground. Immediately after, it opened its huge mouth that can devour everything. And the next second, she threw the corpse into his mouth and swallowed it. Below, we were filled with shock at the sight that appeared before us. For by now the overlord had become as tall as a mountain. The slightest stomp of the foot shook like an earthquake. The saliva dripped from her mouth like a waterfall. It is as if we had become her food. And then giggling and striding towards us. The only word I could use to describe this scene was big. However, the cold sweat on the father's head was rising. He thought, it's impossible to kill her. Even hiding or running away was nonsense. She killed us as easy as squashing an ant. At that moment, my mother suddenly handed me to my father. Her eyes were as if she was praying to her husband to take care of her daughter. Looking at the mother's face, we already know what she's going to do next. No matter how much father tried to stop her, it was useless. If you're going to leave, you're going to die this time. Before the words were finished, his wife's hands were on his cheeks. Then she laughed and said, "Darling, wait for me to come back. I will end this and bring you home." Bear listened and clenched his fists tightly. He actually wanted to help, but as a human he was too weak. And he promised his wife that he would take care of his daughter, for not to worry her as a wife and mother. Father and daughter smiling and saying goodbye to her. Zombie Queen also smiles and turns towards the massive overlord. But in the next second, the crowd was looking ahead with frightened eyes. It turned out that the overlord had come to them at that moment. Seeing this, my father hastily hugged me and left quickly. The overlord looked down at them like ants and laughed. "I really can't understand. How could someone make a reckless choice to protect his family? Even though I have a family. But this sacrifice is too strange. Children must obey their parents and put us first, to repay us for the kindness we have given them. This is the real family." By now Zombie Queen had flown up behind her and replied, "What kind of family is that? That's treating them like slaves. People like you are not worthy to be parents." And with that, the spikes on the back of her head were swinging towards her opponent. Just when we thought the fatal blow would pierce the opponent's body. But suddenly a wall of flesh appears to block her attack. Then mocked, "You're really annoying, you cheeky, shameless guy." The words are not finished. The giant hand has swung heavily at Zombie Queen. But instead of dodging, she blocked it with her side. So she did it just to get close to the other person, followed by a quick scratch on her arm with a sharp nail. Just when she thought her plan would work, both feet were suddenly tied up by each other's tentacles. Even with all her efforts, she could not get out. Before she could react, and she was yanked in the other giant hand of the overlord. "How dare you scratch my arm, you fucking bitch. I'll crush your whole body to pieces." Can the Zombie Queen, who is in the hands of the opponent, struggle to escape? At this point, the Zombie Queen is starting to feel a little dizzy. Just when she thought she was going to be squeezed to a pulp by the giant baby, the overlord's body suddenly and inexplicably tilted. The next second, she fell directly to the ground with a heavy knee. Zombie Queen also took the opportunity to break free from her grasp. A closer look reveals it turned out to be a bloody hole that had been gouged out of her right foot. It turned out that it was the mighty Hela who had seriously injured her opponent. The Zombie Queen is seen escaping from the giant baby. She hurriedly shouted, "I'll buy you time. You take out the overlord as soon as possible." Hearing this, Zombie Queen quickly stood up. With that, he shouted and flew towards the other side. On the other side, Hela also rushed towards the giant baby, not to be outdone. In order to protect the family, Zombie Queen completely blackened. "Even if I die, I have to find a way to get my husband and daughter out of here." Hearing this, Hela, who was fighting, said, "Bear, you take Jufu away just fine. The two of us stayed behind to block. You should be able to hold her and get out of here safely." Apparently, the other person was Hela herself. Neither of them wants to lose a loved one. To make sure that everyone gets out in one piece, we have to kill the giant baby that's as tall as a mountain. Saying that, the two instantly exploded into unprecedented combat power. Facing the Berserk 2, a giant baby is not a sheep. In an instant, the arms and legs became twice as big as they were a moment ago. And then she roared at them with a roar that rang through the sky. But the overlord at the head of the giant baby didn't care. "A bunch of insignificant little pieces of crap. This fearless choice will only get you killed for nothing." The two of them, in concert with each other, have created a fierce wind. Hiding on the sidelines, I took in the amazing battle. At that moment both my father and I heard a voice suddenly coming from the shadows. With puzzled faces, we turned our heads to look. It was a black child. I looked closely and remembered that it was the same kid that I had beaten up and fled. When my father saw him, he asked me with a puzzled face, "Who is this dark little friend? And he smells so bad." Hearing this, I hurriedly replied, "He bullied me. He hit me with the hand that could reach out so far." And before I could finish, my father laughed and said he would teach the other man a lesson. But when he saw the creepy little monster, he had an uneasy feeling. He didn't know that when the black kid saw the girl who had beaten him to death, he wanted to swallow his opponent alive with his hands clenched in fists. I found that the other side looked at me with that murderous look. At this point, I was bold enough to make a face at him. The boy who saw this scene ran towards us while shouting, "Come and play." The father kicked and cursed, "Get out of here, you little brat." The child found the big shoe in front of him, momentarily stopped and stood still hesitating. The father thought when he found that the other side was weaker than he thought. How could such a weak monster boy be here? Usually when a monster feels danger, it runs away. Why would he come alone to such a dangerous place? By now the boy's attention had been drawn to the battle nearby. He looked at the massive monsters towering over, and on top of the gargoyle's head stood a woman with white hair. He instantly became dumbfounded and muttered under his breath, "Come and play." The bear, who was standing on the sidelines watching the other side, was full of questions. Don't even know what the little kid just said. At this point, the battle there had reached a white-hot stage. As a human, Hela has been beaten with blood and sat on the ground motionless. Zombie Queen was also covered in blood and gasping for breath, because at that moment she was once again in the hands of the giant baby. And the overlord from above said with a face full of disdain, "This is the reality. Whether you're sacrificing for your family, or reveal the hidden mighty power, are useless. You now have only despair. But what's with that look in your eyes? It makes me look really nasty." The Zombie Queen is staring coldly at the overlord. If her eyes could kill, she would have killed him hundreds of times. The giant baby saw the other side looking at her mother like that, and then he opened his bloody mouth. The long tongue even reached the Zombie Queen's face, as if she was going to be eaten in the next second. Just as Zombie Queen was about to fight to the death, there was a sudden shout from behind. The two women quickly turned their heads in the direction of the sound, only to find that the bear was holding up the boy, shouting, "Put my wife down, or I will kill your child." The bold me also screamed at the sight for her to let go of my mother. Looking at the boy who had some resemblance to himself, the overlord said, "Isn't this the master's child? What do you rubes want to do with him?" Zombie Queen saw this and told them to run. "Do you even have to ask? Take him as a hostage, of course." Hearing this, the boy was instantly frightened and shouted, "I didn't expect the overlord to say coldly, 'You want to threaten me with affection?' It doesn't make any sense at all. It's just superfluous." Then she wanted the giant baby to slap the people below to death. However, in the next second, she felt a sudden stinging pain in her fingers. The bear below listened and held up the boy and shouted sternly, "So I let him sunbathe without fear?" The boy kept crying, "Come and play ah." At this point the overlord's eyes were filled with wonder, because her hands were shaking uncontrollably. Unexpectedly, the boy below suddenly shouted "Mom" with tears streaming down his face. Hearing the familiar voice coming from the overlord's pupils instantly light up. She remembered the scene once. At that time she was happy with her son every day, feeding him his favorite meat, stroking his cute baby cheeks with both hands. And by now she was trembling all over with tears. The black eyes on her chest felt that she was emotionally affected, trying to get out of its grip. With the sound of crunching, the overlord instantly felt the heartbreaking pain and kept screaming. Obviously Black Eye understood that she had been shaken when she saw the child. Is this the most powerful thing about a mother's love? It has no choice but to take the body first, then control the giant hand to release the Zombie Queen in her hands. Will she be able to defeat the overlord and save her family and leave? 7-year-old boy runs to a lair full of zombie monsters in order to find his mother, but none of them dared to provoke or stop him. They saw him and fled as if they had run into the devil, not only because of the foul odor emanating from it's more because his mother is a horrible overlord. But he finally saw his mother after a lot of difficulties. At this time his mother was fighting a man and a zombie, but controlled by the back eye, she didn't recognize him anymore. Even if he was used by the enemy as a captive, mother didn't care. Well, when the little boy cried out for his mother, the mother's love of the overlord's heart made her a little shaken. Seeing this scene, Back Eye hurriedly took control of her body, intending to pull itself out of this body with its hands. But in the next second, an axe suddenly slashed at her wrist. A closer look reveals that this is a seriously wounded Hela using her last ounce of strength to launch the attack. Back Eye's just reacted. Zombie Queen's claws have swung to the overlord's chest. At this point the Back Eye instantly flew out of her body. The crowd below saw this scene and exclaimed, "Is it going to work?" The Zombie Queen saw this and immediately reached out to kill him. But when the claws were just a hair's breadth away, the Back Eye whipped out a spike and pierced her palm. Feeling the sting, Zombie Queen hurriedly withdrew her arm. She found that the Back Eye had placed a small tentacle on her hand, and it was wriggling and squirming. The black-eyed floater who had succeeded in his plan was smirking. The Zombie Queen saw this and quickly swung at it with her other hand. A figure suddenly flew by in the dark. A hand snatched away the Back Eye that had almost been killed. A closer look reveals that the visitor is actually female monster who was beaten by Zombie Queen with only one breath left. Zombie Queen found that she was still alive. She immediately rushed towards the female monster. As she was about to attack, a stab of pain came from the spikes. Unable to control her body, she quickly fell downward. Unwillingly, she sighed, "What a nightmare." Can only watch the female monster holding the black eyes from above to escape. At this point, the father and daughter below suddenly shouted for Zombie Queen to get up and hide. It turned out that the giant baby who had lost its back eye could not control its body and was smashing towards her. But at this point she didn't have a single ounce of strength left. She couldn't move at all. She could only watch as the mountainous baby smashed into her. Yet my father and I saw the scene but didn't panic and went looking for, because we knew that with my mother's physical strength she would not be killed. But after searching for a long time, we only found a seriously injured sister Hela. I gave her a big hug, but she was still worried about my health. Just as my father was about to ask her where my mother was, we then saw a familiar figure slowly rise from the rubble. The Zombie Queen regains consciousness and rushes to look into her own hand. She found that the tentacles had disappeared. She looked at the overlord lying on the corpse of the giant baby and thought about it. And although she didn't catch that back eye, it was finally over. Now, if kill the overlord, we can easily take the supplies here. This is a rare opportunity. With this in mind, sharp claws emerged from her fingers. Just as she reached out to kill the overlord, suddenly her arm was grabbed by a pair of hands tightly. Turning his head, she found that the other man was the son of the overlord. And he kept saying under his breath, "Mommy, come play." The overlord, who heard the child's voice, was dying and reached out to answer him. Seeing this touching scene, everyone's emotions instantly felt very sad. Hearing his mother call himself, the child was in tears. But the zombie queen still looked at him with those cold eyes. The next second, she heaved a long sigh, and then she used the spikes at the back of her head to quickly lash out at the overlord's chest. Then the corpse poison was poured into her body in a continuous stream. The helpless little boy could only cry on the sidelines, banging the zombie queen's ass with both hands. Seeing this scene, I rushed back and begged my father. But he smiled at me and said, "Don't worry, your mother is helping to heal her wounds." As a little girl, I didn't know what my father was saying. I can only with a face full of questions, looking at him who was giggling. It didn't take long for the zombie queen to pull out the spikes, and then scolded the little boy, "Stop fighting, it hurts so much." Frightened, he then sobbed and withdrew his arm. At that moment a familiar voice suddenly came. Only then did he realize that his mother had gotten up and called out to him. In an instant his tears came out like a flood. And then they both held out their hands. The next moment they were already holding each other tightly together. They were crying tears of joy. Zombie Queen, who was standing by and watching the scene, exclaimed, "Mother and son look so much alike. No matter how scary the monster is, it's the same as me. We're all parents who love our children, and that's enough." At this point, the daughter also threw herself into her arms. And with that she said to mother, "Let's go home." And then they went on their journey home. I waved goodbye to the little boy as I was leaving. Seeing this strange action of mine, he thought for a moment and then waved at me like I did. On the other hand, the black-eyed female monster said to her father, "Don't we have to absorb the blood of the underground overlord?" The father in the front replied, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm fully nourished." However, the female monster who had fought with Zombie Queen was a little worried, because it was harder for them to find the mother and the daughter. I don't know where they are at this time, but her father told her not to worry about it. He already knew where they were. Once he gets his body back, he can become a very powerful zombie. There is no need to absorb the perfect whole. He then asked the female monster to tell the cannibal church friends, tell them to bring the mother and daughter to him. What exactly did he want to do next? After a difficult battle, we were able to get our supplies and leave. On the way home, we had to fight as few walkers as possible. Once the encounter is not long-eyed will be Sheila's sister and axe to kill. After all the fighting we did, we arrived home safely. And just when I was happy about that, father realized that sister Hela had disappeared behind him. Only a bloody axe was left on the ground, only to find that she had fainted in the corner from exhaustion. When she woke up again, it was 3 days later. The first moment she woke up, she saw me with a worried face, but she kept saying Xiaoya's name. Seeing this I rushed to shake her and cried, "Sister Hela, have you lost your memory? Who is Xiaoya?" "I'm Zhufu." Feeling pain, she hurriedly asked me to let go of her hand. And then she got up and stroked my head and asked, "Where is this?" I cried with joy at the sound of her familiar voice. "Sister, you fainted. My parents helped you with a simple treatment." Before I could finish, a voice came from outside the door. I looked and saw that my parents were standing outside the door calling us to dinner. Hearing this I hurriedly smiled and pulled Sister Hela forward. When I arrived in the living room, I saw a steaming pot of noodles. The father was eating it with tears and snot. I rushed to pick up the bowl and join him. But behind me, my mother was thinking about something with a serious face. And yet my father was talking and eating without a care. Hela was looking at her pink clothes with a puzzled face and asked me, "How did such an ugly dress get on her?" After hearing that I replied while laughing, "This is my mother's dress." The bear who was eating didn't forget to look at Hela's muscular body. Seeing the scars on her body, she is definitely not an ordinary person. Thinking of the image of her being able to work with her wife to fight the giant baby before, the bear gulped in fear. Soon, bored after eating, I asked Sister Hela to rush to play with herself after she finished eating. But even though she said yes, but her eyes were fixed on my infected finger. The father on the sideline saw that the situation was not right. Rushing me back to the room to count, from 1 to 100 they came to play with me. The innocent me ran back inside happily immediately after hearing, slamming the door heavily in the process. Seeing this, Hela hurriedly asked the father, the child's nails had become shorter. "Did you help cut them?" The bear took a long sigh before he slowly said, "Her nails look like this every 2 days. The doctor in Hope Village should know why. But on the way there, those cannibals don't know if they're going to do anything to my wife and daughter. I don't know if it's safe to arrive at the village yet, so I'd like you to come with me." Of course we'll compensate you as much as we can. You just have to escort me back from Hope Village. He also handed her a large bowl of noodles. I didn't expect Hela to put down the bowl she had finished eating and replied coldly, "You don't let your wife protect you, but you come to me? Do you think I would not hesitate to say yes to you?" And he took the noodles from the bear. "But you seem to have forgotten what happened in the underground village. At that time you have some emotional illusions about me. Don't be ridiculous. I don't give a shit about you guys. Why should I bet my life to help you guys?" And just when we thought Hela would refuse, she said again, "I'm not going to help you, but we'll go together. I'll just protect Jufu like I always do. The rest is up to you." Hearing this, the bear immediately agreed, but a zombie queen aside said, "What are you talking about? What if you're in danger all by yourself?" The bear, helpless, can only force a smile. "I'll protect myself. You don't have to worry." By now the zombie queen was staring coldly at Hela on the sidelines. She thought, what a woman who doesn't know how to be flexible. It was the same in the underground village. Why are you so desperate to protect someone else's daughter? This always feels like she's Jufu's mother. At this point I suddenly ran out of the room and shouted, "You guys are too much. Why isn't anyone coming to me?" Seeing this, Sister Hela hastily agreed to accompany me to play. Suddenly a hand grabbed my arm tightly, just as I was feeling confused. The other hand was also caught. Looking closely, I realized that they were my mother and Sister Hela, who loved me. The zombie queen was thinking, "Stinky bitch, if you want to be a mother, you can have one yourself. Why are you looking for my sweet daughter? This woman is really no good." In the blink of an eye, the two were about to explode in anger at each other. The bear next to him is eating the noodles in fear. As he ate, he thought, since Hela is willing to go along, it really put my mind at ease. Now it would be nice to just get a car that I can drive. Early the next morning, Hela and Bear set out on a journey to Hope Village. And while they were looking for a car they could drive, an ear-splitting cry for help suddenly rang out from the tall building above. The two men with question marks on their faces instantly stopped in their tracks. Then they looked up to the source of the sound. The nosy bear turned around and tried to rush up, but he was grabbed by Hela and scolded angrily. "You stay out of other things, you brat. Don't forget what we came out for this time. You don't even have the ability to defend yourself and you want to help others. I advise you to put your mind on your daughter, or I'll kill you right now." Looking into Hela's eyes, full of anger, the bear stammered in a cold sweat and replied, "I have a good idea. How about you listen to it first?" But Hela's face instantly became very grave when she heard it. It turns out that there was a girl up there who was being chased by three men. At this point she was cornered and had nowhere to go. The three people behind her were still telling her to give up her resistance. Soon the girl was already tied up by them. She sat on the ground shivering. The three men were talking recklessly on the sidelines. "It's a shame. It's so hard to catch a girl. We should enjoy it before we make plans." But was stopped by an associate on the sidelines. "If this is done, then she won't be worth anything in Hope Village. But what if the people there don't need her?" By now the girl was trembling all over with tears on her face, but her mouth kept whispering teacher. At that moment they said with a bad smile on their face, "If they don't want it, of course is to use her remaining value clean before throwing away." By now one of them was drooling and stroking her cheek. "Honestly, I hope Hope Village doesn't want you. In that case, you're mine." The sound of a weapon hitting the ground behind him before he could finish his sentence. He rushed back and cursed, "What the hell?" He saw a strong man was firmly strangling his accomplice. He just reacted to a heavy kick to the face. The two accomplices who had broken free rushed towards the exit, but they just ran 2 steps. A fist had smashed into the face of the man in front of him, and then he fell to the ground with a bloodied face. The accomplice behind him immediately chided, "Who are you?" But in return for Hela's murderous stare and cold words, "Hand over everything if you don't want to die." Hearing this, the two men swung their weapons and rushed towards Hela. "You're the one who should hand over the stuff, you crazy bitch." But before he could touch Hela, she dented his face. At this time has been untied. The girl sobbed and thanked the bear. The girl's name is Gowingshi. Also know that she came from Hope Village. The bear laughed with a smug face after hearing this. "Hela, look, we've come to the right place. We were lucky enough to save the people of Hope Village. Don't be angry anymore." She laughed when she learned that the two were preparing to go to Hope Village. "Our village is very welcoming to people as strong as uncle and sister. Today is my first time out to promote the village." Two people listened to the moment, froze long time speechless. But in his heart he was secretly happy that he had not expected to meet the people of the village, and so reliable. This is simply destiny, right? At this point the girl handed the two a poster saying, "If you come, the dean and the teachers will be very happy." Just as the bear took the poster and was puzzled, the two men suddenly felt a dangerous aura coming on. Next, Hera instantly blocks a strong man's attack with her axe. He then said coldly, "Are you all in this together? Release my family immediately, or I will cut you down." At these words, Bear and Hela were full of questions. Don't know who his family is. It was then that she stepped forward and explained. Teacher, they saved me. I'm sorry, I should have followed you. The man listened to the cold face before squeezing out an ugly smile and said, I apologize to you for my unreasonable behavior. After all, it happened suddenly, and the bear on the other side felt a little uneasy in his heart, because he found that Inshi's legs were shaking constantly, and her voice was trembling. They did not know that the hand of her teacher on her shoulder was slowly forced, but with an ugly smile on his face that said, next time you must follow me well. You know I don't like to say the same thing over and over again. By this time, Inshi was in pain, but the teacher was too strong and she didn't dare to resist. Just when we thought she would beg for mercy, the smile on the man's face suddenly disappeared. A closer look reveals that the hand on Inshi's shoulder has been grabbed by the bear and lifted up. See, the man coldly said to him, really bothered. I don't like to hold hands with men. He said that his hand with the weapon is slowly forced. Hela and Inshi, who were standing by, suddenly felt a little uneasy. Just when we thought two big men would fight. But the bear suddenly grinned and said, you are the teacher of Hope Village, right? Nice to meet you. And with his other hand, he pushed aside Inshi. She was not only good at introducing Hope Village, she was also very good at praising teachers. The man who heard this turned his head to look down at Inshi. Smartly, she immediately gave a hand signal to the other side. With eyes full of trusting eyes, the eyes of the man who saw this scene instantly glowed red. At this point, he introduced himself to the bear and said, he is none other than Bai Xiuming, the teacher of Hope Village. By simply knowing and understanding, and they were released from their wariness of each other. Little Bear asked, can our families go to Hope Village too? Then he introduced Hela, who was his wife, and a sick daughter waiting at home. After saying that, the bear felt a coldness coming on. Hearing this, Bai Xiuming then laughed and said, we have a doctor in our village. Of course there's no problem, but you have to pay your own expenses. Then I have to go and tell the village first. I'll meet you tomorrow at the same time under this building. And then take Inshi and walk towards the exit. Before she left, she even bowed to the two men to express her gratitude. When the bear turned his head to tell Hela to go home, only to be kicked hard in the leg by his opponent. Apparently, his presentation just now had annoyed Hela. So what's their next step? In order to get to Hope Village to find a doctor as soon as possible. When Bear and Hela got home, they rushed to pack their bags. And his wife bandaged his daughter's corpse poisoned finger. In the process, my mother was full of sadness for me, because I had never left home since I was a child, and not more than 5 meters away from her. But this time to Hope Village she couldn't follow. Not only was she being hunted by the cannibal cult outside, and as a zombie, she can't go to the human world. Just when she wanted to risk going with us, the next moment she was angrily reprimanded by her husband. What are you talking nonsense about with your daughter when you know you can't go? And then he calmly explained to his wife, no need to worry. We won't be there long. It's inevitable that we will be separated for so long for the first time as a family of 3. We'll be back as soon as our daughter's corpse poison is taken care of. And after that his palm was on his wife's cheek. But when he saw the sharp fangs of his wife, his cold sweat instantly emerged from his forehead. But even so he took she into his arms. He kissed his wife on the forehead. At this point the zombie queen thought to herself, why am I a zombie monster? If I were human, I could be with my family anytime, anywhere. Thinking of my daughter and husband walking out of the house. When she saw her good daughter waving goodbye to her, the zombie queen was unsettled for a moment. If it weren't for the fact that I'm a zombie, and wouldn't have to rely on a strange woman to accompany the family out. How nice it would be if I was just an ordinary mother. Thinking about it she let out a long sigh. I have to get my act together and do what I have to do. Looking at the palm of her hand that was lacerated by a black eye, as if she was ready to turn the other's nest upside down. On the other side, Inshi and the teacher Xiuming had come out of the building. When he saw his red and swollen wrist, he thought to himself, that man has a lot of strength. Although I'm very confident in my strength. But it was on a completely different level from him, and his wife's intuition is very sharp. Feels like she should be as good at close combat as I am. They are the talents that Hope Village needs. I have to keep them. In that case, the godfather must be very happy. Thinking about it, he inexplicably let out a weird, evil laugh. Behind him, Inshi, who was unaware of the seriousness of the situation, echoed the same sentiment. We must introduce them both to Hope Village. It didn't take long for them to meet up and drive to the village. Looking at the cramped car, Xiuming apologized to them with embarrassment. Because there is only such a car, they can only barely ride. With that, he laughed and said, I can guarantee your safe arrival, but the doctor you're looking for has a bit of a temper. The bear listened and replied in a cold sweat. It seems that I can safely leave my daughter to him. But in his mind, he was thinking, my baby is going to be fine. At least let the doctor diagnose it first, so that we know how to treat it. I hope my daughter's problem is not very serious. I had never been in a car before, and I looked out the window and kept exclaiming. They do not know that at this time, driving Xiuming heart very happy. Obviously he was thinking of the rich reward he would get after bringing several people to the Godfather. Will they make it to Hope Village safely? How scary is it when a zombie has autonomy? Not only did she start a happy family with a human man, and remembers everything before the mutation, and it's 100 times more powerful than any other zombie. She can take on thousands of monsters all by herself, but such a powerful zombie queen has infected her beloved daughter with zombie poison. While searching for her medicine, she offended the cannibalistic cult that ruled a 10-mile radius. At this point, she's being hunted by the other side. In order for my daughter to get rid of the zombie poison as soon as possible, she chooses to stay home alone and wait for the enemy. Have her husband and Sheila take their daughter to Hope Village to find a doctor. It's a good thing they met the village before they went. With their help, they're soon on their way to the village of Hope. On the surface, they seem to be very polite people, but they don't dare to slack off. I was the only one sucking on my finger without a care in the world. Seeing me like this, father hurriedly said, "Shufu, do you remember what I said to you just now?" At that I immediately took out the finger in my mouth and nodded my head. Then I turned around and hugged Sister Hela and shouted, "Mom." And he smiles and puts on an innocent and cute face. Seeing me like this, she blushed and didn't know what to say. A few moments later she stammered out a reply, "Don't be afraid, my daughter. I will protect you." The bear's face instantly pulled a crotch at the sight. This is so embarrassing. Is it that hard to pretend? Soon Xiuming's voice came from the cab, telling everyone to get out of the car. In the next moment, the trunk door has been opened. Then a welcome was heard. Turning around, I saw a bunch of people in front of us, greeting us. Cubby asked Xiuming what's going on. He smiled and replied, "You're scared, aren't you? We're a curious lot here. It's just a tradition. We're all good people. Don't worry about it." Suddenly, a loud voice came from the crowd. "Welcome, families, to Hope Village. I'm the man in charge here, Old Jean. It's a pleasure to meet your family." And with that, he led us towards the village. My father also praised the air and the people here, but Old Jean laughs, since the village was founded. This is the result of everyone's earnest hope. But in a time when humanity is worse than monsters, management is a very troublesome thing. Upon hearing this, the bear can only smile and say, "It's not going to be easy to run this place." But Old Jean laughed and said, "It's a lot of work. But they're family now." Seeing the way he talks and acts, Sheila seemed to sense a hint of something wrong. This scene may have also caught the eye of Old Jean, who was walking ahead of him. He then rushed to say that he talks too much. "I hope your daughter's illness is cured." And with that, he waved his hand and pointed to the hospital next door. Everyone turned to look and realized that there were handwritten words on the door. Seeing this, Old Jean hastens to say that while this place looks humble, but this is indeed Dr. Wu's clinic. You just stay here and enjoy yourselves. He'll help you. And with that, he turned and strutted off into the distance. Standing still, the bear asked Sheila, "It's so weird. What the hell is this place for?" Hela is not pleased to hear this. Not only is there no guard at the entrance, there's no headlights to keep the monsters out. Even the villagers aren't on guard. The whole village looks defenseless. Let's focus on Jufu first. With that, she opened the door to the hospital. But what she saw was a basement. As long as I can be cured of my disease, none of this will matter. With no time to think, we were soon below. Attentive bear noticed that there were no lights on. How did they build a hospital in the basement? That's when I think I kicked something. My center of gravity was unsteady, and I fell to the ground. I cried out instantly from the pain. The moment I opened my eyes, I saw a horrible sight. I saw a pair of red eyes staring at me, and it was covered with a quilt, and it seemed like a person. I instantly yelled out at the sight. My zombie-infested fingers were instantly engorged with blood, and then black fingernails emerged from the bandages. Frightened, I quickly stuck my finger out at the other guy and yelled, "Don't you come any closer." But the black fingernail was already poking into his body. On the other side at home, Zombie Queen is waiting for cannibalism. At this point, she removes her entire body. Her eyes are closed as if she's thinking about something. The next moment, she opens her golden eyes and says, "It's not obvious, but I can feel it." And then there's the crunching sound of her fingers. It turns out that the tentacles hidden in her palm are squirming. In fact, it's a call from the leader of a nearby cannibalistic cult. After a few moments of searching, they'll soon find the location of the Zombie Queen. He then told his men to hurry to the... Can they find the Zombie Queen and defeat her? Upon seeing the bloodshot eyes across the room, I was so shocked that I instantly yelled out. I poked him with my zombie-poisoned finger, but he grabbed me by the arm. And at the same time there was a weird voice. "Kid, who are you? You scared me. What are you doing here?" He let go of my hand just as he finished his sentence. Without reacting, he was picked up by a hand. Sheila lifted the covers off of him. She then raises her axe and asks who he is. "Why are you sneaking around and hiding under the bed?" When looked closer, he was a handsome boy. "The axe is about to fall," he replied with a hurried, trembling voice. He said it was he who was the doctor here, and asked who we were. "Why did you come in here all of a sudden?" Hera was puzzled at this, but Bear was already on both knees, sweating and apologizing to him. Bear said he didn't know he was sleeping under a dark bed, but when he saw our apology, he snapped and said, What do you care where I sleep? And the little girl attacked me in self-defense. You see, she pierced my elf over the body. The bear smiled awkwardly at this and said, sorry, I'll pay you back later. Please calm down. But the doctor saw how weak my father was and asked me and Hela to apologize to him. Seeing the other side being so unreasonable, we're stumped for a while. When I saw the doctor gnashing his teeth to get him to see me, we had to hold back our anger and apologize to him. But he saw that we were not sincere at all. He just told us to get the hell out of there. And he said he wouldn't treat me. Even when my father tried to explain it to him, he refused to. But just as he was about to curse again, he saw the zombie poison on my index finger. While asking what it was, and gently touching it with his hand, he put me on the bed to check me out. He said it was the first time he'd ever seen anything like it. Hela sniffs and rushes to ask him, what is this? He takes a long sigh and then wants to speak to Hela alone. But when he stepped aside, he said he didn't know. Sheila was so angry that she lifted the other man's collar and wanted to punch him. The doctor then rushed to explain. It's a fairly rare condition, infected only when bitten by a monster or when the blood of a monster sticks to the injured area. But your daughter shows no signs of injury or infection. It's the first time he's been in this situation. Luckily, she's in good health, but he can't guarantee what's going to happen next, so he told us to stay in the village for a few days and observe. Hearing this, Bear remembered the scene when he first met mother and daughter, the good old days of being family with them, the joy of victory over a powerful overlord. He felt helpless whenever he thought about it, and then asked the doctor not to tell anyone about my condition. Luckily, the other person was a reasonable person, and this was agreed to. Seeing his father's face become so grave, I pressed down on his big hand and said, Dad, are you worried about Jufu? Is my condition hopeless? He took my little hand away before I could finish. Soon the three of us left the hospital and went outside, looking at my daughter who was having fun playing with mud. The bear laughs to himself. I thought there would be a cure here. Instead, I ended up back at square one. It took a lot of effort to get to the doctor, but it's not the right news to tell my wife. He thought of his daughter looking at him with a worried look on her face. I couldn't tell her it's okay at that moment. I couldn't think of anything else I could do for her. Just when Bear didn't know what to do. On the sidelines, however, Hela said that being by her side was the greatest love for her. She came to me and played with me, because that's what parents do. Upon hearing this, the bear hastened to give himself 2 slaps on the face. Then he got up and said he had an idea. Then he lifted his daughter up high and told everyone to go eat first. This scene was seen by Inchi, who was hiding in the shadows. When she remembers what old Jean told her to do, she's at a loss for words. Soon the 3 of us arrived at the village cafeteria. The bear was very happy to see a good meal. On the sidelines, I just gobbled my food. I didn't notice the grim look on Hela's face. She thought to herself, even the doctors couldn't find the cause of the disease. But I can see that this is definitely not normal. Think of Jufu's monster mother. If something happens to a child, I would have killed him myself. At that moment a voice came from behind. Can I join you? I see that it's the dean, old Jean. Before the 3 of them could answer, he sat down next to the bear, watching us eat contentedly. He then asked us if we wanted to go out together for the night to look for supplies. After all, you can't eat and drink here for free. If you go out at night, all the zombies and monsters come out. It'll be easier to go inside the building and look for supplies. Bear and Sheila look puzzled at this, but old Jean is still being aggressive. Exasperated, Hela retorts sternly, Old man, you think you're so smart? But how do you get past those monsters out there without getting killed? After saying that, her face instantly became incredibly grim. The bear rushes to apologize to old Jean when he sees this, but old Jean said he wasn't kidding about what he said. And he patted himself on the back and swore, is going to show us the miracle of the food festival. Will they agree to go out with the villagers in search of supplies? The humans have traveled to a place full of zombies in search of supplies. Not only do they not feel the slightest bit of fear, instead, they all had happy smiles on their faces. It's because they're all wearing red cloaks. That's why the zombies don't come near them. The bold ones even run their hands over the zombies. But there are still a few without cloaks who are sweating from fear. Bear joined in for the sake of his daughter. Seeing this horrible group of zombie monsters close at hand, he's in complete disbelief that these filthy things aren't attacking them. But in the back of his mind he was thinking, old Jean must know something about monsters. On the other side, the group that had found the supplies were fighting over a small amount of supplies. Even if it's just a bottle of water, they want to kill each other. That's when Dean suddenly said to everyone, every one of you seems to be having a good time. But of course, after all, it's a perfect moment. With that, he snapped his fingers at a few zombies in front of him and smiled evilly. I'm going to let you witness a miracle. With the sound of snapping fingers, the hungry and thirsty zombies came at the crowd in a flash. Cubby breaks out in a cold sweat at the sight, because at this point, the crowd has been attacked by a horde of zombies. And old Jean is watching it all with a smile on his face. Apparently, this isn't the first time he's put his own kind in the jaws of the tiger. looking at the poor, helpless creatures known as humans, and those who beg for forgiveness in the face of fear. He let out a heartbreaking laugh, as the two of them are talking about how they haven't seen anyone who's new to the village. A murderous aura came to old Jean in an instant. A closer look reveals that the bear is battling a horde of zombies, and the monsters are getting their heads bashed in. Some of the female zombies are even crying from the beating. In fact, Bear had already struck out at the monsters when he saw them attack. With his experience in battle, he instantly sensed something was wrong, because he realizes the zombies aren't attacking old Jean and the others, and a few of them seem to be planning something. Facing the horde of zombies, he can only fight and figure out what to do, but there's just too many for Bear. It's too much for him to handle on his own. Suddenly his arm is bitten by a zombie. Feeling the pain, he fights to throw the walker a few meters away. Looking at the bite, only a teeth mark remains. He's very grateful. Luckily, he didn't bite through the skin, but suddenly a strange sound reaches his ears. It fucking hurts. You're a big, fat idiot. Realizing that it's a zombie talking to him, the bear looks puzzled. But another group of zombies is already coming at him. He swipes at them with his backpack. But there are a few smart ones who know how to sneak up from behind. But a back elbow to the head from the agile bear. He swung his heavy book bag in a smooth motion, shouting that he was going to slam it at his opponent. The old Jean crowd, standing by and listening to the fight, said, "We haven't seen anyone this interesting in a while." The old Jean smiles evilly at his teammate aside, "Teacher. Now I finally know why you like him. He drove those monsters away with just his backpack. This is really more than I expected." He was already drooling at the corners of his mouth. At this point, there's a walker biting into Bear's backpack, and he's surrounded by monsters. "Look at the bear about to die here today." Old Jean immediately clapped his hands. But suddenly his eyes widened, because the group of zombies that were on top of the bear had already been bloodied by his punches. Some of the zombies are still in pain from a bright light. A closer look reveals that Bear has an axe and a flashlight in his hand. Now he realizes how useful an axe can be. But even so, he can't get out of here without a problem, because there's just too many of them, and they're getting their strength back. He's already exhausted. He looks at the wounded walker who is laughing at himself, while hacking at his opponent with the axe, thinking, "If I can't stop them from healing, I won't be able to get out of here. Even when I'm tired, I have to concentrate. I'll find a way to escape." But by this time, he's all alone, surrounded by a horde of zombies. Just when he feels like there's really no way to escape, he remembered what Sheila had said to him before he left for the supplies. "Did you believe that crazy old man when he said, 'You're smart'? Why did my then self believe everything old Jean said?" And was constantly arguing against what Hela said was wrong, and remembering all the things the couple did before to protect their family. Sheila put her life on the line to protect her daughter. If only I had the fighting skills of those two, I might be able to protect Jufu from harm. But this is reality. Fantasies don't happen. Watching countless zombie arms claw at him, with old Jin's command, the horde of zombies instantly pounces on the bear. In the blink of an eye, he's surrounded by zombies. Can Bear escape alone? Just when we think he's about to be eaten alive by walkers, a loud clapping sound reaches the crowd's ears. Old Jean claps his hands and says, "You monsters have had your fun and you're out of here." The crowd that saw this scene was filled with confusion. They can't believe that the zombies that were so violent and bloodthirsty just a moment ago are now slowly retreating. No one knows what's going on. As the crowd was filled with questions, they saw old Jean hold out his hands and say, "This is the miracle that exists in our village of hope. None of you have been injured by this miraculous power." The people who heard this realized that they really hadn't been bitten. Suddenly old Jin's raspy voice resonates again. "Getting rid of the monster. You can have a future full of hope. You can realize your dreams in Hope Village. Anything you want is possible. If you trust me, I can guarantee your future." The crowd listens and kneels towards old Jean. They kept yelling, "We believe in you, we want to follow you. We'll do whatever we can for Hope Village." But the kneeling bear kept his mouth shut. And in the back of his mind, he's still thinking that this must be his plan. He uses fear to gain people's trust. He can even control monsters to attack humans. What happened to this village? He suddenly senses that these people in the red cloaks must be something else. Unbeknownst to him, one of the women had also noticed him. At the same time, in the hospital, I had no idea what was happening to my father out there. I'm happily talking and laughing with Sister Hela. Every now and then, they tease with the doctor who sleeps at the bottom of the bed. Seeing Hela's long-lost smile and love for me, I was reminded of my mother who loved me so much, as I speak my thoughts to her. But then I saw Hela's eyes grow heavy for a moment. On the other side, Zombie Queen at home is ready, because she knew the cannibals would come for her. They'll use the tentacles implanted in her body to locate her. And that's when a familiar but unfamiliar voice suddenly came into her head. "It's time to return the body you stole from me." then gradually remembered the tentacles growing out of the back of her head. And the way she herself looks now could be the result of what happened that day. Think about when I became human. Did I lose my memory when I became a monster? Come to think of it, she doesn't know who she is either. Suddenly, countless strands of hair slowly came through the door. The battle-hardened zombie queen instantly sensed this. As the hairs launched themselves at her, she's right behind her opponent with a quickness, and then she grabbed it by the neck with a vicious slap. In the blink of an eye, blood gushes from the aorta like a fountain. Zombie Queen seems to have remembered something when she saw this. Isn't this furry guy the one from the underground village? How did it know I was here? I can't even feel that it's there. Just as Zombie Queen was wondering, suddenly an eerie voice comes. I knew where you were from the beginning. But you disappoint me a little bit. You remember me as a furry monster. That's brutal. I'd really like to talk to you in person. Just as she was about to speak her mind, Zombie Queen's claws are on her neck, and then she slammed it down on the ground, and then asked her if she could read minds. If I'm not mistaken, you were sent by the cannibals, weren't you? Did you bring anyone else besides the tentacles? The monster is dumbfounded by the various inquiries. She can only laugh. Is that all the information you have for me? Zombie Queen looks puzzled at this statement. In this moment of confusion, her opponent has taken the opportunity to escape her control. Seeing the situation, Zombie Queen rushes to swing two sharp spikes at her. They pierce through the creature's body in an instant. Just when she thought she'd tackled her opponent again, the monster scoffs instead. Do you really think this is going to work? You know nothing about me. But I know everything about you. You have a charming husband and a lovely daughter, and they're in Hope Village at the moment with the woman with the axe. And on top of that, the cannibals are after you right now. Zombie Queen inquired with a puzzled look on her face. What are you doing here? If you're not a cannibal, then who are you? But she didn't finish her sentence. Her opponent's entire body is instantly covered in hair. She extends her hands towards Zombie Queen and bites her, all the while mouthing the words, "Let's talk face to face." Just as Zombie Queen is looking at the monster with a questioning look on her face, in the next second, the opponent had arrived in front of her, facing the monster's sudden attack. Can Zombie Queen defeat the monster again, and then head to Hope Village to save the father and daughter? She's the Zombie Queen who rules the party. She can slaughter 100,000 beasts with just 2 spikes. Now it can't control the tentacles inside. Not only does it turn it into an evil monster, it also beat her all over herself. But in order to get to Hope Village and rescue her daughter as quickly as possible, she had to fight with everything she had. It's a good thing Zombie Queen has a lot of experience in battle. Soon enough, one of her opponent's arms is chopped off. She kicks his opponent in the stomach. Just when she thinks she's killed the stuffed monster, the next second the monster slowly rises from the ground, and it scoffs at the Zombie Queen. She thinks to herself, paralysis is the only way to go now, because the severed arm has regrown by now. While Zombie Queen is trying to figure out what to do, the plush monster suddenly spoke up. Don't fool yourself. After all, you did your best. Now you have nothing, and I can even feel your emotions now. You're afraid to admit it, so I'm going to have to tell you everything. Look at the way it looks down from above. Zombie Queen thinks she can't beat this guy. She quickly dashes off toward the front of the room, but she's only taken 2 steps. Her body was pierced by the monster's hair. She couldn't believe it, even with the blood coming out of her mouth. According to her own strength, even if she can't beat her, escaping isn't a problem at all. She doesn't know why her opponent is so fast. At this point, the plush monster laughed at it. Take a good look at me. You're a loser. You're a coward. Until now, you've been afraid to acknowledge my existence. Then she pulls Zombie Queen back from the front, and in doing so, she pierces her body again with her hair. At this point, she's desperate. But her heart wouldn't let her close her eyes now. Not to mention being killed by someone she doesn't know. And yet, as the plush monster's hands flashed out, Zombie Queen's spikes and arms are instantly snapped off. In the blink of an eye, all that's left of her are her shoulders and head. But the stuffed monster's mouth is still chattering. Why are you pouring your heart out to those liars? Wake the fuck up, you little piece of shit. Just when Zombie Queen felt like her life was over, an image of the father-daughter duo leaving instantly popped into her head. Thinking of her husband's kiss on the forehead and his sweet words to herself, when thinking of her promise to protect them well, a loud, resounding shout suddenly enters her mind, only to see Zombie Queen holding that black eye in both hands. Tears of sadness flowed from her eyes as she threw her head back and shouted. Just when we thought Zombie Queen had really died at the hands of a stuffed monster, her eyes, glowing with gold, open up in an instant. The next thing she knew, she found herself lying on the floor of her house. Zombie Queen wakes up and thinks it was just a normal nightmare. But the pain in her head seemed so real. Just as she was feeling puzzled, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Sister, are you okay? You look so tired. Can I help you? Turning my head to look, she realized there's a couple of tall figures standing right behind her. Before she can react, Zombie Queen has been struck with a hard punch to the cheek. A closer look reveals it's none other than Big Eyes, the female monster of cannibalism. This time, she's brought with her 3 seemingly powerful helpers. One of the female monster things saw Zombie Queen get beaten up by Big Eyes. She even pretended to tell her to stop. And the bald-headed monster Aggie suddenly said, "It's a pity. She's my type." On the sidelines, Big Eyes hears this and chastises him in a fiery manner. "You like such an ugly woman? And she already has a husband and a child, you know?" Aggie gave a thumbs up and said, "A woman like that makes me like her even more." At this point, Zombie Queen has been so pissed off that she's gnashing her teeth. She then kicked Aggie in the crotch. He screamed as he felt the pain hit him. Seeing this scene, Big Eyes shouted, "Who gave you the courage?" However, before she could finish her sentence, Zombie Queen's other foot had kicked her hard against the wall. A few people still haven't reacted. She has escaped their sight. Big Eyes sees this and hastily yells out, "Ling, what are you doing? Why did you let her escape?" But Ling laughed indifferently and said, "There's no need to be so hasty. She won't run away from me." Apparently, she's relying on the tentacles inside Zombie Queen. Soon she's fleeing into the ruins of a zombie-infested city. But the next second, a few people from the cannibal cult found her. Big Eye sees this and immediately sneaks up on Zombie Queen from behind. Just when she thinks she's succeeded in her plan, she realized it wasn't Zombie Queen. When she reacted, it was too late. Zombie Queen is already clawing at her back. But what she didn't realize was that the mantis was catching the cicada and the yellow bird was behind her, because Aggie has attacked Zombie Queen's back. But how could this little trick escape her sharp eyes? Before Aggie could attack, his belly was torn apart by the Zombie Queen's grasp, but her body is still trapped by Aggie. Just as the enemy's wind-breaking fist came to her skull, she saw a figure cross over toward the big man. In the blink of an eye, Zombie Queen breaks free and dodges several meters away. Having taken out two monsters in an instant, she thinks to herself that there is only one left. But what she saw next took her breath away, because the two monsters she had just badly injured were being healed by Ray's tentacles. Facing such a terrifying enemy this time, can Zombie Queen still make it out of this one? She was once the Zombie Queen that the zombies feared, but now she's trapped by them. Not only because of their large numbers, but also their combat power is unimaginable. Tentacles alone can heal wounds quickly. She's like a lamb to the slaughter. Looking at the Zombie Queen who used to beat the crap out of her, Monstrous proudly compares her hand to a camera trying to record the moment. Just when we thought Zombie Queen was dead for sure, an aura of terror suddenly approaches the monsters. And with his guard down, Big Eyes doesn't even notice. When she reacts and looks towards her opponent, spotting accomplice being knocked away by the enemy, the bound Zombie Queen instantly smells something dangerous and familiar. A closer look reveals that it is the Dungeon Master. And the Matrix has her 7-year-old son with her. The boy who saw the Zombie Queen did not forget to say hello. When the monsters saw the woman who could control the giant hand, they froze in place in a cold sweat. Not sure why the Dungeon Master is here. The Zombie Queen is now free from the monsters. She's thinking about, why did that guy suddenly come out of the dungeon? I can't handle her now. The cannibals on the other side are helpless. They're all staring at each other, not knowing what to do. Suddenly Ray yells in a commanding tone, "Don't panic. We're not here to fight the Dungeon Master. Our target is the Zombie Queen that holds our father's body. If we catch her, we'll be out of here in no time." With that, she waved her hand and pointed to Zombie Queen for everyone to attack. Upon hearing this, the monsters immediately attacked her. Just when we thought Zombie Queen was really going to die this time, the little boy on the sidelines suddenly looks to his mother and whispers, "Let's play." The woman who found her son talking to her licked her tongue as if she wanted to eat it all up. And then a pair of giant hands reached out to the monsters. The mother and child were like tigers coming down from the mountain. The giant hand and the cannibalistic monsters are coming towards Zombie Queen at the same time. She felt a fear she had never felt before. Thinking of Baron Daughter, she kept motivating herself in her mind. Just as the two sides were about to crash into Zombie Queen, she shouted, "Come on, you assholes." But the next second, she saw giant hands surrounding her like a wall. It turned out that it wasn't her that the city's master was after, but the cult of cannibalism. A huge hand like a mountain is seen attacking the clan. Aggie thought she was being careless, but the not-so-smart Ray sensed something was wrong. But it's too late, for the two remaining companions have already taken up positions towards Zombie Queen, as she craned her head to look at the city lord, only to find the other side smiling at her. Her eyes were filled with confusion at the sight. The two monsters were already charging towards Zombie Queen, but it's hard to find her amongst the thousands of monsters. Just when Aji just discovered Zombie Queen, he was suddenly attacked in the back. In the next second, his head had fallen to the ground. The big man who has a panoramic view of this scene, it swings its weapon at her. But the other party has fled quickly. Stupidly, he's still yelling and asking where she is, because at this point he's blind in both eyes again. He thought to himself, if we attack at random, we'll hurt our people. But Zombie Queen was already behind him. On the sidelines, Xiaoling just told him to watch his back. But Zombie Queen's claws have already slashed through the troll's back. At this point, he feels like his flesh is melting. Seeing that his opponent was close, he swung his hand to attack, but the Zombie Queen's spikes are already on top of his head. At this point, Big Eyes, who had just passed out, has awakened. She's in a daze and doesn't know what's going on. Slowly she looks up as she looks up, and realizes that Zombie Queen and the city lord's mother and son are staring at her. But she panicked and chanted, "Where is my family?" When she saw the pile of bodies on the ground, her eyes grew dim for a moment. She couldn't believe that what she saw was real. but Zombie Queen's hand was already on her head, and then she was asked to tell her everything she knew, or I'll cut off her head and kick it in the balls. And then I'll eat your flesh in one bite. Upon hearing this, Big Eyes rushed to his knees and begged for mercy. She said, Hope Village is our second hideout. We saw your family there. Zombie Queen's eyes instantly light up at her. At the same time, on the other side, the cub crowd is heading home with the people of Hope Village. Listening to them talk together, Bear's mind was filled with doubt. How did those zombie monsters controlled by the headmaster also have the ability to speak? It's no use telling Sheila and the others about this. It would even increase their fear of this place. And now they don't know the condition of their daughter. Just when Bear was feeling at a loss for what to do, a woman's voice suddenly comes from the side. I'll see you at the hospital. He look over and realize it's the woman who's been staring at him the whole time. It wasn't long before she actually pushed open the door to the hospital. Seeing the visitor, Sheila rushes out of bed, then coldly motioned for her to come in and sit inside. After introduction, she is Ingxi's mother. It was from saying that she found out about Bear and his party coming to the village. Looked closer, they realized she only had one arm. Is this woman of unknown origin a friend or foe? As soon as the woman finishes her sentence, Sheila grabs her by the neck. The doctor under the bed rushes to tell her to stop, but Sheila's not giving him the time of day. He's still got a death grip on the woman. Seeing this, the woman said, the dean is a dangerous man. She also said that the dean has his eye on your daughter. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, the monsters will find you, because he's the one who created the cannibal tribe. The two of them dropped their jaws when they heard this. It's clear they've come here to throw themselves into a trap. After a brief exchange of words, we learned that the woman's name was Li Ying. Her daughter is also in the dean's sights. In order for Sheila and the others to help rescue, she's going to tell them everything she knows. 3 years ago, she and her family risked their lives to gather supplies, trying to avoid zombie monsters on the way. Husband proposes a plan to travel to Hope Village, but by then, not only was the daughter exhausted, even she, as an adult, had run out of steam. It's a good thing she had her husband to encourage her along the way. The three of them found their way to the village without a hitch. She was tired and hungry. In a daze, she saw Lao Jin leading the village, greet them like a welcoming bear. But the women weren't sure if this place would survive. She was shocked when she saw the village's facilities. It's full of happiness and warmth. It's like before the end of the world. In that moment, the woman put her worries behind her and felt a sense of relief. After settling in at Hope Village, the family resumed their happy routine, and the husband became the vice principal, because he helped the village prosper. And that's when the woman met the doctor. When he came to the village for the first time, it was the situation of the village that she introduced to him. But what changes a woman's mind is, Lao Jin took them outside the village to look for supplies. If you wear a red cloak, you won't be attacked by monsters. At that time, she looked at Jean as if he were a god. Listening to his words, women even shed tears of excitement. But the happiness didn't last long. That night her husband came home in a hurry to tell her, this is a dangerous place. We have to leave as soon as possible. Because he saw the monster in the basement and the bodies of the villagers who left the village. Seeing his horrified expression, the woman decisively refuses. Not only because they have nowhere to go when they leave here, and she doesn't want to risk her daughter's life again. There's no difference between the outside world and hell at this point. In an attempt to calm an agitated husband, the woman tells him to stay where he is and let her take care of it. Soon she finds the dean, Kim, and tells him the truth. She wants to live in Hope Village with her family. He didn't even think twice about it. And the woman was left with tears of gratitude. But they were soon approached with a problem. But I don't know if it's the fact that they run when they see a monster, or that time the women went to the basement without question. Could it be a lack of confidence in Dean? But neither of them had time to explain. He has maneuvered the monster to bite one of the woman's arms off, even killed her husband who was appointed vice president. She was helpless and confused. Watching her husband crawl towards her with only one breath left, the woman cries out in an instant. Why is this happening to us? She just wants her family to be happy here. Just as she was breaking her heart, suddenly, there's the sound of the dean's voice behind her, scolding her. I'll let you stay and live in the village. It's because I believe we're already a family. But you betrayed the good that I did for you. Your family no longer belongs in Hope Village. The woman who heard this felt like the sky was falling in half. She can only kneel on the ground and keep begging Lao Jin to give her another chance, and then swore that it would never happen again. It's my fault. I couldn't convince my husband. I'll do anything you want, whether as your servant or slave. If only you would save my husband. But before the woman could finish her sentence, a man rushed up to her and slapped her hard and said, You betrayed us once. Why do you still ask for our trust? You ungrateful rats. We're the ones who gave you a happy life. But the words were not finished. Behind him, Lao Jin came to stop it. It's not that I don't give you a chance. As long as you kill your husband, I'll let you mother and daughter stay. With that, he threw a knife at the woman. By then she was at her wit's end. To keep her daughter alive and healthy, a woman can only endure the pain. Raise the knife and approach the husband. Saying he's sorry, he stabs him in the heart. After all this, Lao Jin's voice suddenly came. I know this is hard for you, but you made a choice. We're family now. And with that, he took her in his arms. At that moment, the woman felt like she had lost everything. She could only ask Lao Jin to do her a favor. What favor would she ask this mean old man? Having dodged a bullet, she was devastated. She sees the sudden death of her father. Not knowing what had happened, she could only hug and cry. The dean on the sidelines also pretended to cry while stating, "This couple bravely fought the monster that broke into our village last night. It was my carelessness that threatened the safety of the people." And then he promised it wouldn't happen again. In fact, it was only done to appease the village. Even the man who severely injured the woman's husband pretended to offer a bouquet of flowers as a gesture of condolence. What's disgusting is that the woman herself planned all of this, and also to keep the crowd from knowing the truth of the matter. If not, they'll just use her daughter for all sorts of unspeakable things. Since then, the woman has vowed revenge. It doesn't matter how long it takes or how much it costs. Only by erasing Dean Lao Jin from this world, so that daughter can live a healthy and happy life. She had a plan when the bear came to the village. The doctors on the other side took my blood and did dozens of experiments, injecting mice with blood from their fingers. In a few seconds, the mouse will mutate into a zombie rat, but injecting it with blood from somewhere else is normal. And eventually he found that at the end of the mutation site there was a membrane. That membrane seems to prevent the virus from spreading to other parts of the body. So she has a gene that can stop infection or immunity. At that moment, Liang suddenly pushed the door in and said, "We're all set. Get out of here." Hearing this, I blankly inquire, "Where are we going? Where are my parents?" But Liang stroked my head and said, "They'll be back soon." Unbeknownst to me, Sheila and the others had followed the dean to a basement. As they walked, they chatted about all the good things that had happened in the village. When they hear this, they remember what Liang said. That made them believe more about the village. The two men's faces instantly turned somber at the thought. And now Lao Jin suddenly covered his mouth. And the next moment, he was laughing uncontrollably. The bear on the other side of the room asked him what he's laughing at. But upon seeing him say that the other guy made up such a funny story, Bear and Sheila say we're family now, so you shouldn't have lied like that. If you lose your credibility from the beginning. Yet the teacher who heard this laughed and said, "You're afraid I won't be able to resist killing you all, aren't you?" At this point old Jean, who was slowing down on the sidelines, suddenly stated, "To be honest, I have very little hope for you guys." Sheila listens and says, "In that case, we will no longer be part of your family. We're free to leave, right?" But Lao Jean laughed, "You don't have to go back. There's another way to make you part of our family." With that, he snapped his fingers at the two of them. In the next moment, drops of unknown liquid suddenly fall from above onto Sheila's head. The two of them don't even notice that there's a monster with a tongue spitting out of its mouth right above their heads, and it's roaring hysterically at them. The sound was instantly heard throughout the village. The villagers, believing it to be a monster attack, instantly panic. Liang, who is ready for the attack, rushes over with some men in red cloaks. "If you don't want to die, leave the village with us now." She looks at her mother with a puzzled look on her face. At the same time, on the other side, Bear and Sheila are fighting the monster. As the monster is too strong, the bear's pistol can't do a thing. He sees this and tries to get Sheila to step back. But before he can finish his sentence, he sees Sheila charging forward. The monster instantly retaliated by sticking its tongue out at her. She cuts it off in the next second. The monster's jaw drops when he realizes how powerful his opponent is. The clever Sheila knows to use her clothes as a distraction. While the monster's attention is on it, she has swung her axe in front of it. And with that, she has split its head in two. But the next moment a woman's voice came out. "What a shame. My face is here. You didn't expect that." A red-skinned woman is seen emerging immediately afterward. But in the blink of an eye, an axe is on her forehead. By this time Sheila has also landed handsomely and firmly. When a few men in red cloaks arrived to see this scene, they froze instantly. Because the creature's body was lying on the ground covered in blood, and the bears say they were almost eaten alive. At that moment, Sheila felt an aura of danger coming over her. Will they need a stronger monster? This woman, in order to keep her child alive, she had to sacrifice her husband's life. The young girl who survived not only didn't care for her mother. Instead, she holds the child and threatens her with a gun. The clueless girl thought it was her mother who betrayed the family. The father took the blame for her. While out searching for supplies, he was attacked by monster. At this time, she saw with her own eyes that her mother had someone kill the doctor. She is even more convinced that the other man is not a good person. Hearing her daughter think that way about herself, the heart of a woman who loves her daughter as much as her life is instantly broken. In order for Ingshi not to hurt me, the woman asked several men in red cloaks to follow her. She had no choice but to carry me into the basement. On the other side, the zombie queen is holding the female monster Diane hostage. She's been killing zombie monsters on her way to find her teammates. Diane turns her head to see zombie queen panting and thinks to herself, "I'm going to take advantage of her and run away." But she's no sooner caught the idea than she's caught the other side. See the situation. She has to pretend to be concerned about Zombie Queen. "Would you like to rest for a moment?" At that moment, there was a sudden, staccato sound coming from all around. "You are an admirable man, but you crossed the line. I'm going to have to kill you." Upon hearing this, the two monsters quickly looked up in the direction of the voice. In the next moment, they saw a pair of giant horns falling from above. It appears to be Xiaolin, the woman Diane called in to help her. She also said she was going to chop off Zombie Queen's head and give it to her father. Diane is overjoyed to see his savior. She didn't realize that not only was she alive, but that she was risking her life to save her. But she said, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." As she spoke, she controlled the giant monster behind her to attack the zombie queen. Diane saw his teammate take decisive action and ran away. Zombie queen thinks to herself, "My family is in danger. I am the only hope. They must be protected." And now the troll's hand is above her head. At the same time, Ingshi leads me to a dark basement. The woman who was worried about my safety followed me. Ingshi, who thought her mother was in her way, pointed her gun at her again. "Only the principal and the villagers are my family now." The woman's eyes are sad and confused. When I heard that, I shouted at her, "You're being mean. You shouldn't say that to your mom." At this point, Ingshi's hand is shaking with the gun. When the woman saw this, she quickly persuaded her not to do anything stupid. "She's doing everything for her own good. Although I was a terrible mother to you, not caring enough for you, no matter what you want to do, I'm stopping you. And don't you worry about the doctor. The blood he's shedding is fake. I swear I will never hurt my family," she said, walking slowly towards Ingshi. As she approaches, her hand gently grips the gun in Ingshi's hand. "One last time. Please believe me, this terrible mother." Listening to mother say such heartbreaking words, Ingshi shed tears of sadness and remorse. Unbeknownst to them, the monsters above them are already moving in on them. The next moment, it's directly behind us. A few of the people who felt the shaking subconsciously turned their heads to look, only to see an ugly monster letting out a creepy laugh at them. Before we could react, we've been bound by each other's tentacles. The woman who sees this tries to pounce and pull, but she haven't touched them yet. The monster has fled with the two of them. With no time to think, she rushes her men to radio for backup. She herself gritted her teeth and looked in the direction of the monster's escape and said, "I will kill you slowly and painfully to avenge my husband." When we both looked down, we saw something unbelievable. We saw a couple of red-clad men fighting off monsters. At this moment, I also saw two familiar faces. They were my beloved father and Sheila. Upon hearing my cries, the two of them look up in a hurry. But Sheila was breathing heavily and staring at the scene above, because a monster was coming at her with its bloody mouth open, but it was cut in half before it could touch Sheila. She then pulls the axe out of her opponent with a roar that reaches the heavens. And there's no telling where the monster is taking us. It makes a creepy laugh. "Stay, don't move. We're almost there." And with that, it landed heavily on the ground with both of us in tow. When we were safely on the ground, we breathed a sigh of relief. A familiar and unfamiliar voice came immediately afterward. "Welcome to our family. Glad you got rid of those traitors. It must have been hard for you to bring me the baby. But you did it. There's nothing to worry about. From now on your family will protect you." Upon closer inspection, I realized that this man was the principal of the school, an animal. When I found that the other party's terrifying giant hand was reaching out, my whole body trembled with fear. But in the next second, my tiny hand has been grabbed by Ingshi. She also bit her lip and stammered to the principal, "Mr. Principal, were all those people who loved the village and left without saying goodbye expelled because they were bad? But all the monsters I've seen along the way are people who left the village." Even though Ingshi had an answer in mind, she still asked, "They're not, are they? You said everyone in the village was family. They're all valuable assets." But she's not done talking. "Xiaoming has come to us, looking at us as if we were ants," he said. "How dare you doubt the principal? Have you forgotten who worked so hard to raise you? I never taught you to do that either." Ingshi, who didn't see the situation, and yelled at him, "I haven't forgotten. But how did my family become monsters?" Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaoming kicked her in the stomach. I looked at this moment with a question mark on my face. Ingshi has fallen to the ground with a heavy blow. Can these two little girls escape next? Who's going to slap this man? How dare he bully two weak girls? He even kicked one of them in the stomach. The girl's mouth watered and tears flowed from her eyes as she was hit. She falls to the ground, shaking in pain and unable to move. At that moment, she felt that the principal in front of her was more terrifying than the devil. But he said that humans were protected by monsters, because they sacrificed their families. When you grow up, you'll understand everything I'm saying. Seeing the scene, I pointed at the principal enraged. My mother said that people who make others cry are bad people. So don't be so mean to her. If you keep being mean, I'm going to tell my parents. The man and the monster on the other side of the room were filled with questions when they heard this. The monster couldn't help himself and even scoffed. I was furious at the jeers coming from all around me. But their verbal attacks were getting worse and worse. Some of them even said, "I'd marry your mother if she was beautiful." I clenched my fists in anger and took a deep breath. And then I screamed into the sky, "Mother, come and save me." Xiaoming was so angry that he wanted to beat me up. But the principal in front of him raised his hand and said, "Let her be, it's her last effort. Isn't she lovely and admirable? Seeking hope even in the most desperate situations." And then he smiled evilly and stretched out his horrible claws towards me. She was so cute, but I wanted to tear her to pieces. I lost my confidence instantly at this sight. A cold sweat broke out on my body and I shivered. Tears streamed from the corners of my eyes in fear. Then I clenched my fists again and shouted, "Mother!" At this point, the principal and Xiaoming felt a chill run down their backs. But before the principal could react, he was hit in the face by something. Upon closer inspection, discovered that what was flying towards him was the head of the monster Xiaoling. Xiaoming immediately shoots in the direction of the attack. But in the next moment his eyes are filled with fear. For an axe has hacked the gun out of his hand. All of the monsters are also terrified by what they see. For it was the murderous zombie queen and the warrior woman Hela who came. And both said in a furious voice, "What have you done with my daughter?" Turns out zombie queen had already dismembered Xiaoling before she got here. She's also killed all the monsters along the way. Only Diane, the female monster, was left sitting on the ground, shivering, muttering to herself, "How can I possibly defeat that monster? Father, there is nothing more I can do. Please forgive me. I was so happy to see my mother and Hela come to rescue me. The monsters around us are talking about the yellow-eyed zombie queen, because the female monster their father was looking for was right in front of them. None of them knew how she came to be here. Had the brothers at the entrance been decimated by each other? How did the female warrior with the axe get here too?" Seeing my loved ones, I hurriedly waved at the two and shouted, "Mother!" Zombie queen was relieved to see her daughter safe and sound. She thought to herself, if she gets hurt a little, I'm not going to let Hela and husband go. Hela, who was gasping for air, wondered. Zombie queen's appearance changed again in a short period of time. There are now 3 tentacles and something different growing out of them. When will she stop changing? She's a great threat to Zhu Fu. At this point, the principal is still holding his head in his hands in a pained manner. The monster next to him rushed to ask, "Mr. Headmaster, are you all right?" But he grinned, "Am I okay? Do you think I look okay the way I am?" And then he shouted in a rage, "Listen up, all of you. No matter what, we must capture that yellow-eyed guy alive. The rest of you join Instructor Xiaoming in killing the woman with the axe." On the other hand, my arm was suddenly grabbed by Yingxi. She said to me, "You must be very scared. We should get out of here together. I know what I've done wrong to you, but this is our only chance. If your mom sacrifices herself, we can get out of here alive." Meanwhile, Hela watched the enemy walking in front of her, breathing heavily, because Xiaoming is walking towards her with a pistol in his hand and a couple of monsters. And Zombie Queen is facing tens of thousands of tough monsters. Seeing this, Yingxi had to ask me to run away. But when she saw the look on my face, she had a question mark on her face. Because at that moment, I smiled at her and said, "It's okay, my mothers, they're really strong." As expected, Zombie Queen didn't panic at all in the face of the monsters rushing towards her, simply waving the 3 tentacles on her back. The body of the monster rushing forward is pierced by countless spikes. The pain makes them cry their hearts out. There were those who were pierced through the aorta, and they didn't even dare to move. Zombie Queen quickly swings the spikes from her back. "Quickly kill the monsters in front of you." The principal was sweating in fear when he saw this scene. With a look of disbelief on his face, he can only stagger back a few steps. Yingxi suddenly hears bullets coming this way. It turns out that one of the monsters has turned its hands into 2 gatlings. Suddenly a figure flew over Xiaoming's head. One of the monsters saw this and quickly attacked the other. But he's surprised by what he sees. Because what the tentacle pierced was just a piece of clothing. And the axe is already flying at its teammates. In the next second, the other team is at his feet. Before it can react, it is struck in the eye. Xiaoming tries to fire, but the gun is knocked out of his hand before he can pull the trigger. It's Hela who's been cleverly maneuvering her way out of trouble. "You've got nothing in your hand now, do you, asshole? Attack me if you can." Xiaoming is in a cold sweat as he hears this. In the next moment, Sheila's uppercut hits him in the face. Zombie Queen has also slaughtered the herd of monsters. Seeing the danger eradicated, I quickly ran towards my mother. And then I gave her a long overdue hug. "I knew you'd come to my rescue in the worst of times, Mother. I haven't cried once when you weren't with me, and I haven't gone hungry." The mother cried tears of joy at this statement. It's clear that both sides are thinking of each other. Yingxi, on the other side of the room, was frozen in place when she saw how much the mother and daughter loved each other. She was horrified that not only was the zombie the girl's mother, it's that she remembers what her mother said to her in tears. But she herself cursed her loving mother to death. Thinking about this, she felt so guilty that in an instant tears flowed from her eyes like a flood. On the other side of the room, the principal looked at the scene in disbelief. He couldn't believe that all the other members of the family had died in a short period of time. Just when he thinks he's dreaming, Hela comes up behind him. When he turns around, Hela says to him, "It's over. There's no one to protect you now. You can't escape. You're having a terrible nightmare." A cold sweat is pouring down the forehead of the terrified principal. Then he looked up and roared above, "Mr. Founder, we're in trouble. Please wake up or we'll all be killed." The crowd on the sidelines immediately looked toward the principal upon hearing this. Just as Hela swung his axe at him, an unfamiliar voice suddenly came out of his body. "Didn't I warn you not to wake me? I'm very tired." Just as Hela is filled with doubt, he found a figure coming out of the principal's body. Seeing this, Hela thought in a cold sweat. That stupid rat had been hiding that monster inside him all along. He called the filthy thing Mr. Founder. With that in mind, Hela swung his axe at the creature that emerged. But in the next moment she was dumbfounded by what she saw, because her own powerful attack was easily blocked by a single hand of the monster. Before Hela can react, the creature is already attacking her. Luckily, she was able to dodge it perfectly. She then rushes to distance herself from the monster. At this point a loud vomiting sound came from the principal. A spit-stained monster's leg is seen falling to the ground. Now I understand, yellow-eyed monsters and child in blue dress. They are definitely what my father was looking for. It's so good to see you guys. What a lucky day, those two prey are right in front of me. And then a one-eyed monster came into view. Seeing the savior coming, the principal smiled and said, Mr. Founder, I apologize for calling you out of the blue, as I just can't handle this situation on my own. The yellow-eyed monster and the axe woman are too powerful for me, so I humbly ask you to come out and help. But before the principal finished speaking, the other party actually attacked him. Only heard the monster say, how can you be so stupid? Immediately after that, one of the principal's ears was seen to be cut off. You fool, should have sought help before our family fell. The one-eyed monster's back sprouted a number of sharp spikes. Several people were surprised to see this, because the one-eyed monster's body is getting bigger and bigger. In a few moments, the spikes on his body have fully grown. Hela reacts by grabbing Inshi and running behind her, and then they falls to the ground. My mother, who was experienced in combat, also held me in her arms. In the next moment, we saw countless spikes coming out of the one-eyed monster's body. The power of the battle instantly shatters the light bulbs on the roof. The clever Hela realizes at once, the other side is trying to block their view. And then all the lights dimmed in an instant. Only one, under the protection of Zombie Queen, is still lit. My mother, who was afraid that I would be hurt, immediately comforted me. Just when I answered her, it's too dark and I can't see anything, my mother suddenly felt a dangerous aura coming from her side. The spikes on her back then attacked her opponent. Unexpectedly, her powerful tentacles were caught by her opponent. Upon closer inspection, she realized that her opponent was Inshi, who was shivering. The one who grabbed the spike was Hela, who was protecting her. You want to kill her? Get your tentacles out of the way, just as the mother asks who the girl is. In the next moment, she and Hela feel danger approaching. And then they rush to take a position to protect Inshi and me in the center. At this time, Zombie Queen secretly thought, what should I do? If I were alone, I could probably escape. But it's impossible to take my daughter safely, just when she didn't know what to do. Suddenly Hela, who was on the sidelines, said, listen Jufu's mother, we have to go straight to the exit to get out of here. If we run we might be able to catch up and then we can give the children to the bear to be taken out of here. Zombie Queen is relieved to hear that her husband is safe. But in the next moment, Hela turned around and realized something was wrong. Inshi and I also looked at our mother at the same time, because at that moment she was coughing up blood and saying, run while you can, the children's safety is the most important thing. Seeing the mother's hands tightly grasping the two spikes that pierced her body, I cried out in disbelief. But our mother yelled at us to run. Hela is gritting her teeth at the sight. And then she called out to Inshi to carry me and run with her toward the exit. Only the Zombie Queen was left shivering, holding back the one-eyed monster. In the next second, accompanied by a strong voice, a huge monster appears in front of the Zombie Queen. You make the wise decision to sacrifice yourself to save more people. But in the face of such a powerful monster, Zombie Queen doesn't have a trace of fear in her eyes. Instead, she stares at her opponent in anger. The one-eyed monster laughs at the sight. Are you sure you're making the right choice? Seeing my mother in so much pain, I could only keep crying. And then Hela saw the horror through the faintest of lights. She saw that where Xiaoming was lying just now, his figure was nowhere to be seen. Just when Hela thought he was still alive. Unbeknownst to Hela, he's quickly coming up behind her. Hela is caught off guard by Xiaoming's brutal beating. I saw her axe fall from her hand and tried to rescue her. But I, who was weak, was hugged tightly by Inshi and ran toward the exit. Hela, who was hit hard, fainted immediately. She was pinned to the ground by Xiaoming. The sheer force of it leaves Hela with no room to move, and she wakes up gasping for air. And above, Xiaoming continues to scoff. Are you familiar with this stance? It's a powerful martial art from a certain country. I learned it when I was a police officer there, and I was amazed at the quick and unique moves you made earlier. But everything is different now. What are you going to do next? Hela slowly opens her eyes at this point. She looks at the two little girls running away and thinks, get out of here. But Inshi was frozen in place by the scene in front of her, because the principal appeared in front of the two of them with his teeth and claws. In an instant, Inshi is trembling with tears in her eyes. Just when she didn't know what to do, a woman appeared behind the principal and knocked him out with a blow. Don't you touch my daughter, you dirty old man. Inshi saw her mother save her in the moment of crisis, and tears instantly poured out of her eyes like a dike. The woman who finally saw the child dropped the wooden stick in her hand. A woman who holds her daughter tightly in her arms and cries, Don't be afraid anymore. It's okay now. You're not hurt, are you? Seeing her mother after a long time, she replied with tears in her eyes, yes, I'm fine. Then she apologized, Mom, I'm so sorry. I will never say that again. Thank you for coming. What they don't know is that I almost suffocated in the middle of the crowd. At this point, Bear and a group of red cloaks came out of the shadows and asked Rongjuan, are the children all right? The children are fine, but I don't see your wife. When I heard this, I quickly said, my mother and Sheila are fighting the big monster, you guys go and support them, but she told us to get out of here. While they were arguing, there was a sudden pounding sound in front of us. Looked closer, they realized it was Zombie Queen with spikes all over her body. My father and I were stunned by what we saw, but the red-clad guards on the side instantly raised their hands to snatch. A few of the men who thought Zombie Queen was a monster yelled, and then they were about to pull the trigger. In the nick of time, Bear yells out to stop it, and it doesn't get any worse. Then he yelled, keep your guns away from my wife. He then quickly runs in the direction of Zombie Queen's fall, leaving Ingshi and her daughter in confusion. The bear pulls out all the spikes from his wife's body. He took her in his arms and asked, why are you here? What happened? Unbeknownst to them, the one-eyed monster had already arrived behind them and said, if you want to live, give her up. After hearing this, Little Bear turned his head and looked with question marks on his face. The people behind him also looked at the monster in front of them with surprise on their faces. Seeing that the situation is not right, I quickly pointed at the other side and told my parents to run. When I heard the sound, my father immediately hugged my mother and quickly left. The guard in red on the side saw this and quickly opened fire. But bullets that can pierce steel can't damage it. Just when a few people thought it was wearing body armor, the one-eyed monster has pierced one of them through the abdomen. The teammate next to him sees this and immediately tries to pull it out, but no matter how hard he tries, he can't rip the tentacles out of the other guy. In the blink of an eye, the blood of the person whose body was pierced has been drained by the other side. The crowd that saw this scene panicked and didn't even know what was going on as their teammate withered and died. At this time, the one-eyed monster was impatient. It wants to eat something, but it doesn't know which food to try first. With that, it quickly sends out countless tentacles towards the crowd. In the next second, the red-robed guard in front of it was pierced through. Sucked a few minor characters dry in a few short seconds. Rongjuan was able to escape by crouching on the ground with the woman in his arms. The one-eyed monster lets out a contented laugh as he eats his fill. The one-eyed monster looks at the corpse on the ground and laughs, that was a good meal. After he finished speaking, he took a closer look and realized that something was wrong, because the ones it didn't kill have disappeared. But he smiled smugly and said, I'll give you a chance. Forget what happened today and give you a new life. If you keep this secret, give me the yellow-eyed guy and her daughter. In that case, I'll make you a miracle. Just when I thought no one would betray our family, a woman has come at me with her teeth and her claws. My father, hiding in the back of the car, hears my pleas for help, but it's too late. Because at that moment, the woman had pulled me to my feet and walked toward the one-eyed monster, saying, I brought her daughter as you asked me to. Soon the yellow-eyed monster will be brought to you as well, so please keep your promise to let the town live as it did before. Rongjuan and Ingshi heard the voice and felt something was wrong. Just as Bear thinks the woman will give her daughter to the one-eyed monster. Instead, the one-eyed monster replied coldly, Woman, what are you? Why should I follow your words? After saying that, the sharp blade in his hand had pierced through her body, and then he said, each of you has your own value. Just as a screw has a fixed position, you all have your own place. And the community raised by those who know their place accomplishes the value of a group, but because of your greed ruins it. Through the principle, I have given you a life of purpose, provided you with a safe life, including food and shelter. Therefore, we have the right to decide how you live your lives. Becoming our food is part of your worth. It is a mistake to entrust the responsibility to the principle. From now on I am your true leader. And standing below the one-eyed monster, I was already trembling with fear. Rongjuan, who saw this scene, was also scared out of her wits. There is actually such a monster behind her. What should I do now? At this moment, the bear was so angry that he gritted his teeth and thought, come on, think about it, there must be a way to kill that monster. Zombie Queen, who was seriously injured, is slowly recovering. After a few minutes, her eyes suddenly glowed with a golden light, and she had to kill the monster in order to protect her family. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Sheila has broken free from Xiaoming's grip. If it weren't for the founder, he would have killed Sheila without pain, but Xiaoming valued her talent and ability. He also said to Sheila, if you become my woman, I promise to let you imagine a life with a future. Nothing can hurt your life here compared to the hell outside. We have monsters in our family too, like me. I'm sure you'll recognize that too, isn't that fascinating? Sheila listens but laughs. You call that a happy life? You are their slave, but you are happy. You must have lost your mind in that pathetic life. How's that for a happy life? You want me to live with you like that? Only a fool would choose that. The most important thing is that you look like shit. Xiaoming is furious when he hears this. Xiaoming then grabbed his weapon and quickly charged at Sheila. Attacks while shouting, I need some time to convince you. Facing Xiaoming's strong attack, Hela, without a weapon in her hand, can only use her scarf to block it. But the other man says to her as he fights, "You don't agree? But we all need the protection of our parents to survive. If you're with me, they gave us a quality life, so sacrificing our lives in exchange is a noble act." By now Hela was gasping for air as she was bleeding from her opponent's 7 holes. Eventually, she is unable to dodge, and is hit hard in the stomach. But Hela, still breathing, is still holding on. It doesn't matter if you're a slave or an animal, because the fact that we're family won't change. The zombie queen on the other side wrapped her daughter in her tentacles. The unresponsive monster looks puzzled at this scene. But my mother had already thrown me behind her. My father caught me steady. Seeing that I'm safe, my mother immediately assumes a fighting stance. But she was badly injured and needed time to recover. With that in mind, she rushed to distance herself from One Eye, followed by a quick spiked attack at it. But that doesn't hurt the thick-skinned one-eyed monster one bit. It scoffs at Zombie Queen's attack. "My body has no senses to feel pain, so your attack is a waste of time. I will spare your family if you surrender as a sacrifice to my father. Even if you manage to escape, that won't change." She is slowly recovering from her wounds and attacks the one-eyed monster. But the opponent is counterattacking while chanting, "If you do this, only eternal pain awaits you. This is the only fate you will face, the same for all the other livestock hiding here. Without us, you'd only live in fear of being eaten, as helpless as a newborn. That's why you're our children." At this point, the battle between the two monsters has reached a fever pitch, but the one-eyed monster keeps saying, "Zombie Queen, I've built a village for you." After that, Zombie Queen's abdomen is pierced by the opponent again. Zombie Queen is suddenly attacked in the back. In the next second, bullets are raining down on his back. It turns out that Rongjuan is the one raising his gun to shoot back, and some of them are angry at him. "Does this really mean anything to you?" The little bear who was shooting also shouted, "What kind of parents would take advantage of and eat their children? Think about it from our perspective, you idiot." The bullets don't hurt the one-eyed monster, but the verbal assault is starting to make it angry. Rongjuan's group shoots and speaks to the monster, "Can you really enjoy life while waiting to be eaten? What we need is a future without monsters, a village where my daughter can live in safety." At this time, under the joint attack of Zombie Queen and everyone, the one-eyed monster began to be unable to withstand it. Suddenly, it senses a danger coming from its right side. Zombie Queen kicks it in the arm, but she can't hurt it. Zombie Queen is smart enough to see the enemy's movement and quickly pulls away from it. Zombie Queen's eyes are glowing with anger at the one-eyed monster's constant stream of spoken word attacks. "That's enough, you idiot. Parents aren't kings." Under the constant and forceful attack of the crowd, the one-eyed monster's chest is also broken through a crack. At the sight of this, he suddenly remembers that Zombie Queen has been attacking like this. He was so angry at the thought that he opened his mouth and growled, "Why don't you understand? We offer you a life full of happiness." But the Zombie Queen was rapidly charging towards him as she shot out her spikes. The one-eyed monster thinks he's invincible and keeps yelling, "You're all making a mistake, and you're going to lose everything." But Zombie Queen replied, "What mistake? I'm not going to enjoy your so-called family life." At this point, her right hand began to change as she approached the one-eyed monster. In an instant, it has turned into a razor-sharp spine. She then rushes towards the one-eyed monster and yells, "Die." In the next second, she pierced through his opponent's chest where it had ruptured. Meanwhile, Xiaoming and Hela on the other side had stopped fighting. Only the latter grabbed his opponent's weapon and said, "I'm sick of your crap, you idiot, try to change your mind." With that, she grabbed the weapon and hit her opponent hard in the face. Unprepared Xiaoming's eye is instantly bloodied, but Hela doesn't give him a chance. By the time Xiaoming reacted, it was too late, and then the shovel strikes him in the face again. But Xiaoming is still talking in the face of Sheila's powerful attack. "This is your last chance. Why are you so stubborn? We're here to be ruled, that's why we exist." But at this point Sheila didn't want to listen to him at all, and with that she tightened her grip on the shovel in her hand. As she approaches Xiaoming, she waves the scarf in her hand. "Damn man, go to hell." And then she hit him hard on the head with a fatal blow. Unprepared Xiaoming was beaten and bloodied, followed by a heavy sideways fall to the ground. Sheila is finally relieved to see that her opponent has no strength to stand up. She then wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and laughed. The joy of being ruled is a joke. At this moment, the zombie queen on the other side of the room's sharp spikes have already penetrated into the one-eyed monster's chest. He looked so confused that he didn't know what the hell this was. Zombie queen sniffs and laughs under her breath. "It's time for this to end. My plan worked. The venom will spread and kill you." But before Zombie Queen could finish her sentence, the spikes on the one-eyed monster's body were already coming at her. Luckily, she reacted in time and dodged backward. The one-eyed monster laughed at this and said, "My death will not be the end of this. Now enjoy your brief moment of freedom. Your death will come eventually, and I will not die." Zombie Queen then saw an unbelievable sight. The one-eyed monster's body is expanding rapidly. "Families have to stick together, right?" Zombie Queen gasps at the sight. With no time to think, she swings her spikes at her opponent. But the one-eyed monster laughed and said, "It's too late to react now." After saying that, the spikes on his body immediately shot towards Zombie Queen. She immediately uses her tentacles as a shield and retreats. The one-eyed monster's head splits off from its body. The flying spikes have obliterated the surrounding monsters. The principal, half dead on the ground, is in a cold sweat. "There's no time, I'm going to go out there and kill them all. I gave myself to this village, I fed and sheltered them, and this is how they repay me?" Before he could finish his sentence, I punched him in the head from behind. With a puzzled look on his face, he immediately turns his head toward us. But he saw my father and I angrily saying to him, "Old man, where are you going?" The principal was instantly cowed by the scene. The next thing you know, several people are flanking him. The principal was forced to tell the truth. "It's all for the sake of the village. If it wasn't for me, the village would be over. I'm human, of course, I feel guilty for those who sacrificed, however their sacrifice was worthwhile. Because their sacrifice can bring temporary peace, I did my best. What did I do wrong?" Rongjuan gritted his teeth at this and chided, "Don't act like you're a victim. You use your family to prolong your life. You live like a king. You look around at the corpses all over the place, it's all because of you, now this village is no longer yours." With it she raised her gun and aimed it at the principal, who was sitting on the ground. He's shaking with fear at the sight. But Rongjuan has already shot him in the head. Having completed her mission, she instantly sits on the ground in exhaustion. But she still whispers in a loud breath that she and the village are safe. "I'm sorry it took so long, don't worry, I'll be with you soon." All this she said to her dead husband. After the war, the village changed a lot in just a few days. The bodies of the principal and the monster were disposed of. And finally a small memorial service is held for all those who have died. It was decided that all access to the basement would be blocked off to keep a lookout. Then drive out all those who were harmful to the village. When the secret was revealed, most of the villagers left with food in bags. The wounded are all being treated. And our family is finally together with peace of mind. Sheila's face shows obvious jealousy when she sees the happy family. At that moment, Ingshi's voice suddenly calls out "Mother" from the side. Ingshi's mother is still lying on the hospital bed with saline solution. She would definitely be happy if she could see the current village and her daughter. I hope she wakes up soon, too. Meanwhile, Xiuming has escaped outside. But the outside world is now a mess of mutated monsters. Even the birds flying in the sky have turned into giant four-legged, crawling monsters. And the unlucky Xiuming runs into his opponent soon after he comes out. But by now, he's all bruised up and gasping for air. He's been cornered by a broken weapon. Then he ran into a giant mutant pigeon, just when he was about to fight the other party for his life. But then he saw a tentacle go through his opponent's head. Xiuming is puzzled by the sudden appearance of his savior. But when he saw the real face of the other side, he was so shocked that his face turned black, because it was their powerful father. Then Xiuming was asked to give him an account of what had happened. He had no choice but to tell his father, the one-armed king, everything. The village disappeared after the death of the principal and founder, he says. Xiuming gets down on one knee and apologizes to his father for not completing his mission. "You gave us our precious home, but it was destroyed at our hands. I'm truly sorry." Finishing his sentence, he grimaced and shivered from the pain of his wounds, but still put on his composure and said, "I know my role is over, and I know I can no longer be your son. But it was you who gave us life in our time of despair, yet we lost the precious village you gave us." He growled at the sky in anger. "I don't want it to end like this. I'd appreciate it if you'd allow me to kill them for you, father. It's the last wish of your foolish son." After saying this, he got down on both knees and asked his father to give him the same power as any other member of the family. And then, with tears streaming down his face, he trembled as if he was afraid that his father would blame him. Hearing this, the one-armed king then turned to look at Xiuming and said, "The pain of realizing you didn't do your best is 10 times greater than the pain of failure." Here's a quote I learned from a book. "Anyone can make a mistake, your results can change." Saying that, he stroked Xiuming's forehead with his only remaining hand to indicate, "If you learn from your past mistakes, it's just part of growing up." Xiuming thanked his father with a sob at his words. But then the other guy says, "You've gone too far this time. I realize now how useless you are." Immediately after, Xiuming's head was already bleeding, and it was clear that the one-armed king refused to forgive him. "You are only to blame for being inferior to your enemies. It's all because you've been living in comfort for so long." By now Xiuming's 7 orifices are full of tentacles. Xiuming dies in place after the one-armed king pulls out the hand on his head. He then turns around and sighs, "I shouldn't have trusted those filthy creatures. That woman, she's grown beyond my expectations. I can't waste any more time. It's time to take action." At that moment a voice suddenly came from behind him. "So what do we do now?" The one-armed king turned around with a puzzled look on his face and looked at him. But all that was said was, "If you send more families, they'll all die. If we don't hurry, it's going to be harder for you, father." And then a hand came out from behind the wall. But the one-armed king said, "Like you said, they will die senselessly. But there is another way. and that is for me to do it myself. But the man behind the wall said, it's too risky, and you're still not fully healed from the severe injuries you received earlier. But the one-armed king looked confident and said, it's the only reasonable course of action. Prepared from the beginning, now is the time, now that I know this village like the back of my hand. And I have you to help me with my plans, so I need your help, Jack. A masked creature slowly peeked out from behind the wall as he spoke. He whispers, I may not be of much help. Yet the one-armed king trusts this helper. Immediately afterward, he held the sleeve of his broken arm and said, if my body was intact I wouldn't be in so much trouble. If it wasn't for her, my body wouldn't have been torn apart. I would sacrifice everything to get my body back. The key is the child. She's not affected by the light at all, so she must have taken the core. If we can get the kid's body, the plan is at least halfway there. So now the kid is our top priority. Time flies, soon it will be 2 months later. And our family stayed in Hope Village as we had hoped. And I finally got a new dress. When my mother saw me, she let me go up and kiss her. When my father saw me, he kissed me on the cheek. But he let me go because I was too busy studying. But when I got out of the doorway, I froze in place with a puzzled look on my face. Then I sighed and said, I don't care. Because every time it's study time, I naturally get a big head. Luckily, every time I got a question right, Auntie Rongjuan would encourage me. And Ingshi often studies with me. Sometimes when I'm tired, I go outdoors to play ball games. But this day when we were having fun, I accidentally hit a ball into a very domineering woman in the village. She came up and yelled at me, it's that monster's daughter. I froze in place and didn't dare to move when I heard that. Just as the two were about to remove the bandage from my finger, I turned around and quickly ran off into the distance. But the two men were shocked at what they saw, because Sheila was staring at them with a serious look on her face. Without thinking about it, the person who just scolded me rushed to apologize. But Sheila didn't want to let them go at all, so she put them on the ground. On the other side, I was feeling sad. My father suddenly appeared to comfort me. What's wrong? In an instant I replied with tears in my eyes, I hate it here, I want to go home, back to the home we had before. But my father patiently told me, I understand, but not now, because the evil monsters know our home so it's dangerous. At that I sighed, monsters are scary, but the people who hurt my mother are worse. I know everyone here is nice, but some people say bad things about my mother. And mother is a good person who loves her family. She's not only very warm, but she's a loving mother. I feel bad when people say bad things about her. I was already in tears and crying when I finished. My father didn't know what to do. He could only keep reassuring me that I would try to solve the problem as soon as possible. Those people are afraid because they don't know her like we do. Upon hearing this, I commiserated, because they don't know, should we show them her true colors? My father, however, stroked my head and laughed, how marvelous is she? Then let everyone in the village love her. With that in mind, I let my mother come into the limelight at night. And she goes out every day to find a lot of food. But when they saw her fierce look and sharp nails, people still talk about my mother's. I suddenly shouted from behind me that she was good to all of us. And the most important thing of all, my mother never bit anyone. The people around us burst out laughing when they heard that. The mother, who had never seen anything like this before, blushed. I waved my hand in greeting to avoid her embarrassment. My shy mother responds unnaturally, and amidst the laughter of the crowd, she heads out of town in search of supplies. On the other side, two strangers are asking a wounded monster for directions to Hope Village. With only one breath left, he gasped for air and replied, if I tell you, will you promise not to kill me? But once they knew the answer, they raised their guns and pointed them at the monster's head. He was sweating in terror at the sight. But one of them said coldly, that yellow-eyed monster from Hope Village almost died in my hands. On the other side, Sheila was still teaching the two people who laughed at my mother. To make her feel better, I brought her my favorite bear. When I said that my father had made it for me, Sister Sheila instantly shouted in exasperation, it's not that cute, I'll give you a better one. But I replied, I especially like it, can you give it a name? Upon hearing this she thought for a moment and then said then let's call it Sawyer. And it's a lovely name, it means beauty and prosperity. In fact, it's the very name that Sheila used to recite in her dreams when she was seriously injured. I laughed when I heard her name, I like it. It's a very precious name to me. Just when I was having fun, Ingshi suddenly yelled at us in a hurry. There are two new strangers in our village. But we have enough people here now. My mother is trying to stop them. Go help her. And now the people of the village are looking on in confusion at the sounds of the quarrel coming from ahead of them. It was Rongjuan who growled, you like our village, don't you? Yeah, that's what I meant. I've never seen a village like this before. While the three were arguing, Sheila and I suddenly poked our heads out. The two strangers turned their heads when they saw us. Rongjuan behind us, however, said, he's Ha Chunpei, and he doesn't hear very well, so you have to speak louder. The girl next to him is his daughter, Xiaozi. He then rushed to introduce us to the two of them. But Sheila was staring straight ahead with a serious look on her face. Because Xiaozi is staring at us. And he's got this weird look in his eye, like he's got some bad blood in his eyes. Sheila's mind was suddenly alerted to a danger signal. The three women looked toward Ha Chunpei in front of them, because his hand was holding a pen and paper and he was smiling and asking me my name. And I was young enough to tell him my name without hesitation. But I don't know if he did it on purpose, but he always mispronounced my name. And every time he did, he just kept laughing at me. I raised my hand and pointed at him and yelled, "My name is Jufu." But he grabbed my outstretched hand. Sheila's face suddenly turned dark as if she felt I was in danger. In an instant, she had grabbed the man by the collar. This scene instantly surprised and confused both women. But Ha Chunpei said calmly, "I'm so sorry. I heard that the girl's finger had changed color, so I was curious. One question I have for you guys, is there a yellow-eyed monster here?" Sheila sniffed coldly and replied, "If you want to know, go find out yourself." Rongjuan immediately told them to stop. "Can't you see that there are children next to you? What if you hurt them? So let's just calm down and talk this out." But Sheila grabbed him by the shirt and leaned in. "What are you going to do when you find that monster?" Just as Ha Chunpei is about to reveal his purpose. Suddenly, Bear yells from outside the door. He is then seen poking his head out and asking Rongjuan where is Jufu. The quiet is broken, and a few people give the bear a puzzled look. Only Ha Chunpei hastily inquires, "Are you the bear?" Upon hearing this he did not answer, but inquired as to why the two were here. Xiaozi, on the other hand, looked at the bear in front of him with surprise. Apparently all three of them knew each other from before, so they fought together during the zombie outbreak. And the bear is still the leader of the crowd. His mighty battles were greatly admired by those who followed. But he got separated from the crowd in the chaos. Ha Chunpei was surprised to see the bear again. He used to look like a simple and honest man who knew he would form a family with a monster. When I heard him call my mother that, I immediately scolded him. Just as Ha Chunpei opened his mouth to flirt with me, Yuzhen punched him hard in the stomach. She then asked the bear with a tight lower lip, "Don't you have any regrets? Now that you've been targeted by the cannibals, which means they'll eventually come for you, you must protect your family from danger." Upon hearing this, the bear was at a loss for words. When he saw Yuzhen's resolute gaze, the bear, however, grinned, "I'll never regret it." Then remembered the scene where he met our mother and daughter 6 years ago. I was just a baby in my swaddling clothes. My mother panicked when she saw the bear. But he actually waved his hand and said, "Calm down, I've only got a few things you need. Is it okay if you throw me your backpack?" Upon hearing this, the mother suddenly opens her bloody mouth in a rage. The bear sees this and puts some baby formula and a blanket on the floor. But the mother still stared at him motionless. But the bear puts his things on the ground and prepares to turn and leave, and he doesn't forget to tell the mother, "Take care of your children." But the clever bear hides behind the wall and peeks out. Sure enough, after he left, his mother quickly picked up the items on the floor. She was pleasantly surprised to see that it was all mine. The bear, hiding in the shadows, turned red at the sight. But he's surprised that a monster can take care of a baby. In his heart, he wonders if he'll be next. Immediately afterward, he often came to deliver supplies to the mother and daughter in the days to come. As the days passed, the bear became familiar with us. He would make a face every time to make me happy. Whether it's windy or rainy, he's always there for us. And tell me fairy tales when I have time. When he sees his mother's hair growing longer, he will trim it with his own hands. Gradually, Zombie Queen began to care for Bear when he was injured. And so, she slowly accepts the love of the little bear. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that her eyes were very beautiful. And so the three of them grew closer and closer. That day, the bear said goodbye to his mother and daughter and prepared to go out in search of supplies. But he didn't get very far. Behind him, there's an enemy around the corner, staring at Bear as he walks alone. Unaware of the danger, he's still trying to figure out what to name the mother and daughter. When Bear returns, he sees Zombie Queen sitting on the ground. Seeing this, he hurriedly ran forward to greet her. Is the baby asleep? But what he saw in front of him made him break out in a cold sweat. Because at this time I already had a high fever and was sweating. Zombie Queen, who doesn't know what to do, is in tears. This scene immediately froze Bear in his tracks. With no time to think, he quickly ran towards his home. As he ran, he cursed himself for being a fool for raising a child in such an environment. If only he had brought some medicine earlier. Then a sharp knife suddenly appeared on his forehead. The bear dodges backward, utilizing his dexterity, but he still got a cut on his forehead from his opponent. The wounded bear falls to his knees, covering his wounds. A group of men with weapons approached him. At this time one of them laughed. I thought you could dodge, but unfortunately this didn't kill you. The bear said angrily, one eye, you asshole. But the other guy laughed with a disdainful look on his face and said, it's no big deal, take out all the guns and supplies you have at home. The bear got up and said, take your men and get out of here, or I'll kill you. But what I said, you've got it all wrong, you're not a hostage. The bear was puzzled. Because a voice came from the walkie-talkie, boss, the mission is accomplished, we've caught the monster. On the other side of the room, several people had already pressed Zombie Queen to the ground. One Eye laughed and said, "It's so delicious." At this point, the bear was so angry that his veins flared up. And One Eye in the walkie-talkie said, "Go get the weapons, we'll be much more powerful with those." But the woman with the walkie-talkie is looking at me with a happy face. She grinned immediately afterward. "What a surprise, I'd love to know what kind of women bear likes," she said, looking down at Zombie Queen, who was kneeling on the floor. "I don't know why the bear liked this monster. The mother is a zombie, but the child is adorable." With that said, they were going to take the baby and sell it. Maybe they could raise her better than the monster's mom. The Zombie Queen down below is weeping hot tears and gnashing her teeth in anger. The gangster immediately turned his head towards her with a puzzled look on his face. But in the next second, he was killed by a few shots to the head. One Eye outside the house heard the sound and quickly turned around to look. Several of the thugs who were beating up Bear also turned their heads and looked around. Cubby, who was crouching on the ground, unaware of the situation, mumbles something about his children and his wife. One Eye comes up to the men and asks, "When did you call for backup?" But at that moment, the blood was pouring out of his forehead. One Eye swings his sword at him, unable to stand it any longer. But in the next moment, he asked the other side with a puzzled look on his face. Because a voice came over the intercom, "Did you get punched like an idiot? I know you can hear me, so stop pretending." The bear froze in place and gasped when he heard this too. The person on the other end of the intercom suddenly said, "I'm only going to tell you once, now give the intercom to Bear." "Are you his family? Let me talk to him, or should I bring his family?" The One Eye with the walkie-talkie listens and doesn't even think about it, casually tossing the walkie-talkie to the kneeling bear. He took the walkie-talkie and then asked what he wanted. But the person on the other end says, "You disappoint me. Is that why you've been going out so much lately? What kind of captain are you? To fall in love with a monster and a father who knows that's where it ends. Now it's best to give her the medicine and never see her again, and if you do, you don't come back." With that, the purple-haired woman on the other end of the intercom looked to the Zombie Queen on the ground and said, "Choose us or the monster?" The crowd outside immediately murmured after hearing this, "So he's really going to date the monster?" And then the intercom said, "That's disgusting, you don't have to do that, even if you need a woman. I never knew you were such a person, Cubby." "I'm sorry, Yuzhin, it's all my fault. I'm very sorry to all of you." Yuzhin's face turned red as she listened, and just as she was about to tell the bear on the other end of the intercom, "It's okay," the bear said again, "Please tell everyone that I'm sorry, but I'm not fit to be captain at all, so choose someone else." Yuzhin looked incredulous when he heard that. The hand holding the walkie-talkie is shaking like crazy. A momentary reminder of the good times she once had with Bear. Eating 3 meals a day together. They even sleep together every day. Yuzhin gritted his teeth in anger at the thought. But then his partner turned his head and said, "We knew it would turn out this way. Maybe the bear really likes that monster. Let's play by the rules. Whoever decides to leave can do so." But Yuzhin was already in tears and said, "I love him, but it's a monster, Bear the idiot." Meanwhile, outside, the bear has turned on his companion. In the blink of one eye, he's knocked over the crowd that surrounded him. Immediately afterward, he dragged his weary body towards the shivering One Eye, who by now was slurring his words in fear. "Cubby, are you a monster? How are you still so strong after being beaten so many times? If you hadn't come after us in the first place, none of this would have happened." Before he could finish his sentence, Bear's fist hit him hard in the face. Calmly, he immediately said, "Waiting no longer exists for me." Then he quickly ran in the direction of the mother and daughter. Whatever monsters there were on the way, he killed them all. It didn't take long to get to where the mother and daughter were, and when he saw that they were safe and sound, the bear rubbed his head and stammered, "I named her Zhufu on the way here, so she can live in a world full of blessings." The Zombie Queen looked at her daughter in her hands with great satisfaction, and her eyes were filled with love. Noticing Zombie Queen's blushing face, the bear said shyly, "Isn't that a cute name?" Then scratched his head and said to Zombie Queen, "Anyway, I've been thinking about it for a while now. At first it was just curiosity, but now I want to start a family with you and Zhufu together. Even though I have nothing now, I promise to be there for you and the baby no matter what happens." And then with a flourish, they put them hands on each other's shoulders. "So will you make me your husband?" But Zombie Queen's face calmed down when she heard that she should have been happy. Then she looked down and thought for a moment, then easily said, "Yes." In an instant, a long-lost smile appeared on the bear's face. Then he swore to Zombie Queen, "I will love you until the last moment." Hearing this, Yuzhin's face suddenly became incredibly somber as she thought to herself, "Must stay calm, I've been through hell and survived." In the next moment, her head was outstretched in front of her eyes, and even though Yuzhin was shaking with fear, she thought to herself, "You can't beat me that easily." But Zombie Queen didn't attack her, instead she sniffed Yuzhin's body. After a moment, Zombie Queen remembers where she seems to have seen her opponent before, as the scent seems to be something she smelled somewhere a long time ago. On the sidelines, I saw the two of them like this and immediately ran to them and shouted, "My mother only scoffs at suspicious people, you must be a paranoid person." The next second I followed my mother's example of sniffing back and forth on her, an action that left Yuzhin momentarily speechless. She wondered to herself, where the hell did Father and Bear go? Didn't they say they'd be back soon? Unbeknownst to her, Bear and Ha Chunpei were outside chatting happily, talking about the people and things they've met over the years and whatever they used to do when they were together. Bear is the alpha, so protects his family at all costs. After listening, Little Bear tightened the book in his hand and said, "Why do you want the yellow-eyed monster?" The bear then turns his head to look aside at Ha Chunpei, but he sees that the other side doesn't want to tell him what he wants. And he's smart enough to change the subject. He then asks Ha Chunpei, "How is the rest of the family? What about your son Xuanji and your much-loved Yuzhen? What happened to the others? Please say something, master." Ha Chunpei, who was sitting aside, clenched the cigarette in his hand and said, "Why are you asking me when you already know the answer, you idiot? They're all dead, don't you know that? They were all killed by the yellow-eyed monster." Saying this, he had become so angry that his forehead was bruised, and then he added, "I have seen one hell after another in this world, but nothing compares to it. Actually, the yellow-eyed monster he's talking about isn't Zombie Queen, it's the one-armed king. There were bodies everywhere they went. Whether they are humans or zombie monsters, they kill and eat them all. I can hear the flesh and bones of my family members crunching, even the sound of their blood splattering. But all I could do was save one of my daughters, and I never felt so helpless at that time, and Andy and I made a difficult decision that day." Ha Chunpei clenched his fists in anger as he thought about this. No matter what it takes, that monster must be killed. The bear on the other side of the room was so angry that he clenched the book in his hand. "That monster you said killed all of us. Not only did he kill my family, but he also killed my friends, so I'm going to find him and cut him in half." But when Ha Chunpei heard this, he laughed and said, "Don't worry, you don't need to go looking for him, maybe he's already in the village. Because he lost his family and the village, surely he won't sit back and do nothing anymore, so who do you think he will come to first?" The bear was at a loss for words. Ha Chunpei said that he would go for the weakest fat man, but Bear was adamant that it was impossible. "We hadn't seen anything suspicious in the last 2 months. But Ha Chunpei laughed, "You're still as dumb as ever, you don't know he's hiding as well as he could be planning something." He then lit his cigarette and continued, "A brief moment of peace is the deadliest poison, a brief moment of happiness will soon turn to ashes. By the time you realize it, it's too late. Never let your guard down in extraordinary times. When you doubt everything, you must be prepared. The village you think is safe may be the most dangerous." Before the words are out of their mouths, a sudden scream rings out behind the two men. The two of them get up and head towards the sound. As he walked, Bear whispered, "I have a bad feeling about this." But what they see before them is so overwhelming that they don't know what to do. Cubby was even sweating in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him. He saw a man in a cap holding an unconscious woman on her knees. Seemingly sensing danger, he suddenly became very frightened. Seeing this, the bear immediately inquired, "Jinju, what are you doing?" But the other looked at himself firmly. Bear sees this as if he understands something, and thinks the woman has simply fainted. Jinju pretends to laugh at the answer and says, "That's exactly right. It happened so fast, I had to carry her to the infirmary quickly. Don't worry, take her there and she should be fine." But the bear seemed to see that something was wrong, and then coldly inquired, "Is that so?" Ha Chunpei chimed in, "I'm worried too." But Jinju is still pretending to be calm and replies, "Don't worry, I will take her to the infirmary to see a doctor." He didn't know that Bear and Ha Chunpei had already realized that he was lying. Not wanting to expose each other's behavior, Bear reaches out to tap the injured girl on the shoulder and says, "Let me help you, we should help each other." Something felt wrong when the bear touched the other's body. Because the girl's body was as cold as death, but it had only been 5 minutes since she screamed, so it couldn't have been that cold. Just as the bear was confused, Jinju shouted, "Did you not hear me when I said I'd take her? Is your behavior disrespectful of my opinion? Forcing me to accept your help is kind of bullying, isn't it? Dude, you'd better mind your own business." The bear laughed and said, "I'm sorry, I guess I was being nosy. Don't be angry, I'm just worried about the woman, please understand." Jinju listens but replies, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten angry." The bear rushes after him and asks, "Can I see if she's okay?" Jinju immediately looks up at the bear with a deadly stare, then says to the bear with a grim face, "That's it. I really hate your type, and right now I'm under a lot of stress, so why do you keep bugging me?" Hearing this, the bear was suddenly angry and clenched his fists tightly, while Ha Chunpei's face was expressionless. But then Jinju's next words startled them both. "I'm done. I can't take it anymore." Just as the bear was about to make the first move, behind the house, 2 men suddenly came out and asked, "What happened? Did that woman faint?" Jinju panicked at the sight. He thought to himself, "What should I do now that more and more people are coming?" At that moment, the woman being assisted moved her fingers slightly. This movement was noticed by the attentive Ha Chunpei, and as he is puzzled by this, suddenly, the bear on the sideline said, "So you're still going to be so stubborn? It only makes you look more suspicious." Jinju was sweating profusely at this point, and the bear said, "You leave me no choice. Now I can only force a check," and with that he tried to reach out and grab at the injured woman. Just when Jinju was so scared he couldn't do anything about it, Ha Chunpei suddenly shouted, "Don't touch her." Startled by the sound, the bear hurriedly retracted his hand back. Instead, the injured woman spoke up, "Can you stop touching me? That's not polite behavior, okay?" As he watched, the bear broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "What just happened? I thought she was dead." At this point Jinju said to the two, "Can we go now? I think you've done enough. She needs to see a doctor now." The bear was about to go up to him, but Hachunpei pushed him back and smiled, "I'm sorry, we made a mistake, we won't bother you again." With that he rushed to get the bear to come home with him now. But the puzzled bear kept asking the other man along the way, "You think it's a bit strange too, don't you? What's going on? Shouldn't I investigate this secretly?" Hachunpei's answer surprised the bear. "Didn't you see the other side's unusual behavior? Never approach it alone. You're too big to see it, but I see it clearly. Just as you were talking to Jinju, I witnessed the injured woman's arm shaking, followed by her fingers twisting inexplicably, and her eyes were filled with horrible blood. It's clear she's not human." Meanwhile, Jinju, who had left, came to a dark corner and blamed himself. "I did it all wrong, I should have looked around more carefully." At this point his face has been scratched by his hand and blood is pouring out, but he's still blaming himself as if he doesn't know the pain. "I'm an idiot, they must be suspicious of me, it's all my fault, I've brought trouble to my father." A soothing voice came from the side of the room, "Calm down Jack, you can't undo your mistakes by blaming yourself." A closer look reveals that Jinju is Jack in disguise, and that it is the woman who was pretending to be seriously injured who is speaking. Then he says, "Don't be too hard on yourself. Thanks to you I have enough information, son, I'm proud of you." Jack was relieved to hear it. The woman suddenly said, "It's time to take action." And her eyes glowed with gold, and then she said to Jack, "You're working the night shift today, right?" Meanwhile, on the other side, I was sleeping soundly. A hand suddenly reached out and tried to touch me, and before it could touch me, my mother swatted it away. It turned out that the person who wanted to touch me was Sheila, who had always loved me, and in a flash she said angrily to my mother, "Can't I touch her?" But Zombie Queen gave her the finger and said, "Fuck off, don't touch my daughter when she's sleeping." The bear on the other side saw this scene and said helplessly, "This is a critical moment, why are you guys still arguing?" At this moment, Hachunpei, who was next to him, suddenly spoke up and said, "Everyone's here, right?" Bear heard this and rushed to say, "Sheila is like family, don't worry about her." Hachunpei then explains to the crowd what they saw outside, and Sheila asks Hachunpei if it's true with a puzzled look on her face. But he says, "I think Jinju and that woman are acting strange. I think that guy is behind all this. When did he come to the village?" The bear listened and replied, "It's been a month." Hachunpei, however, said, so that he would have enough time to put things in order. Zombie Queen, on the other hand, seems to be thinking about something. She then reaches out and grabs the quilt, wrapping her sleeping daughter in it. She thought to herself, "I don't want Jufu to run into that thing again. They must be hiding in this village to get me in her." Jufu was indeed an easy target for them to get. "I have to kill that monster to end this once and for all, and if I'm right, the monster must have guessed it too." At that moment, Sheila suddenly blurted out, "Think about it, it's been quiet here for the past 2 months, do you know why? I mean they're being cautious with us, he doesn't think violent methods like before work so he's being careful this time around. In that case, the enemy's boss may have taken matters into his own hands this time." Yujin, who was listening, then said, "If Sheila is right, we should keep one eye on Jinju, as he may be connected to the monster's father. And the woman who was with him." At which point the bear suddenly said, "We still need to be cautious. Although we have clues, we can't let our guard down. We'll investigate the woman and Jinju tomorrow." And Hachunpei, who was sitting on the sidelines, laughed out loud after listening to everyone's speeches, only to be angrily scolded by Sheila, "If Jufu wakes up I'll kill you." At this point, the bear suddenly held his index finger to his mouth and told everyone to be quiet. Because Hachunpei said, "Maybe we'll get lucky this time." It's as if he has a very good feeling that at least this time he'll be able to catch the tail of the monster hiding in the shadows. The crowd's faces became incredibly grim when they heard this. It doesn't matter if it's a bear or a zombie queen, and what they are most worried about is me. While everyone is preoccupied, the doctor suddenly breaks through the door. In a cold sweat and gasping for air, he says, "We're in big trouble. I don't know how the top floor of the house suddenly caught fire. The whole village is now under Rongjuan's command to put out the fire." Several people in the house hear this and rush to follow the doctor out to check on them. Sheila takes a closer look and realizes that it is the village's granary. Bear rushes to ask the doctor, who was on night duty tonight. It was then that he remembered it was Jinju who was on the night shift. But Zombie Queen seems to know who did all this, but doesn't understand why he'd set fire to the granary. Because he was supposed to be targeting himself and his daughter. And the villagers were in tears as they watched the blazing fire. Some even fell to their knees in grief. After thinking for a moment, Zombie Queen suddenly thought about the reason why the other party did this. At this point, the granary has basically burned to the ground. The people below can only stare up helplessly at the flames. Zombie Queen suddenly sees something wrong with the people in front of her, and she seems to have noticed Zombie Queen looking at her. Zombie Queen breaks out in a cold sweat at this sight. because she could tell something was wrong with that woman. Zombie Queen can't think fast enough to hand the baby to her husband. Bear was about to ask her what she was doing. Zombie Queen is already running towards the woman. The villagers who were fighting the fire suddenly called for Bear to help. They don't know that the toxin on my fingers is spreading at this time. The Zombie Queen is now below the tower. When she looks toward the woman, she looks puzzled, because the other woman had already reached the top of the building, and she's scoffing at Zombie Queen with a disdainful look on her face. Seeing this, she leapt towards the high platform with a single stride. In the next moment, she's right where the woman was. But no matter how much she looked around, she couldn't find the other woman. But her voice keeps coming from the empty building. I thought your senses would be dulled by a quiet life, but you recognized me quickly. Are you happy? Starting from the life you took away my home. A steady stream of sound reaches Zombie Queen's ears. But no matter how much she checks with her sharp eyes, she doesn't find the other side. But the other side is still chattering away. Don't try too hard to find me because I just want to talk to you. If you don't want to talk about it, we can change the subject. Your family, or your lovely daughter. Zombie Queen's face turns into a scowl as she hears this. But the other party smiled and said, your daughter is cuter than before. I believe she will be even more beautiful than her mother. To Zombie Queen's surprise, at the same time as the voice came, her opponent had opened his tentacle-filled mouth from above her head and was biting at her. But the battle-hardened Zombie Queen suddenly senses the danger. The next second, Zombie Queen reached out and grabbed it upwards while shouting, you damn monster, I finally got you. Followed by a hard slam of the one-armed king onto the ground. How could the mighty man be hurt by such a small attack? As soon as he hits the ground, he quickly launches himself at Zombie Queen. But she's no slouch, she dodges the attack with ease. But the one-armed king's tentacles have grown spikes. Just as he brings all the spikes together, Zombie Queen has disappeared. When the one-armed king found her, it was too late to dodge. At this time, the Zombie Queen has jumped into the air and attacked her. By the time the two monsters hit the ground, her blood had already stained the ground red. Seeing her opponent's weakness, Zombie Queen immediately scoffed. Is this the best you can do? Now you've lost all your advantages, and Zombie Queen wants to end this once and for all. But just as she finished her sentence, the one-armed king let out an oozing laugh. Does your daughter's stomach hurt? The Zombie Queen on the other side of the room listens but asks the other side with a puzzled look on her face. What do you mean it's a stomach ache? Don't try to. Before she finished speaking, she seemed to think of something. She then rushed to ask how she knew. Because she was right next to her daughter when she had a stomachache. The one-armed king laughed sinisterly at these words. You're not the only one who has precious memories with her. She likes to play ball, don't you know that? And I also know that she really likes soup. Did you know she receives secret training 3 times a week? She's a good student, so young and energetic. 3 days ago she got an 80 on a test and was so happy. I finally understood what your family bond was all about. The Zombie Queen was so shocked that her forehead was wet with cold sweat. But one-armed king is still chanting, if Jufu is still alive after I get my body back, then I want to try to raise her. Zombie Queen, who couldn't listen to any more of this, immediately charged at her opponent. But the one-armed king has already backed up to the railing behind him. Then he said, do you want to kill me? Then find me. After saying that, she fell down towards the tall building behind her. It's too late to get the other side, Zombie Queen. The next moment the woman falls to the ground, her blood staining the ground red. Zombie Queen was at a loss for words. She thought to herself that she had been too careless. This was a trap set by her opponent, so there was no need to wait or look for it at all, when Zombie Queen suddenly saw a horrifying sight. Because the eyes of the villagers below are glowing gold. Apparently, the entire village of Hope has been infected. Coincidentally, at the time of the woman's fall, the villagers below thought Zombie Queen pushed her. Some even told Bear and the others to take Zombie Queen and leave. But Bear could only keep explaining that the real situation was not what it seemed. Rongjuan is also explaining. But the other side said, she intentionally set a fire to distract everyone's attention and then tried to eat people, and they caught her on the spot. Even pointed at the bear and said angrily, I knew this would happen, a monster who helps humans, she won't even say a word to her husband, why are you on her side? But Rongjuan knew that Zombie Queen was a good monster, and then retorted, be polite, I'm telling you the truth. But he said with a stern face, she's like a hungry beast that keeps eating people. But as soon as he finished speaking, his face turned to fear. Because the bear was so angry that he gritted his teeth and picked up his collar and scolded, what did you just say? You have no proof, don't make accusations. My wife didn't kill anyone. By now the man was screaming in terror, and the people around him were voicing their displeasure. Sheila is sick of hearing the noise. But her face is unusually serious, and she seems to have a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, my mother and I were talking and laughing. I'm playing with her with a puppy toy in my hand. My mother was watching me having a great time. She's also forcing a smile, but she's a little uneasy. Every now and then she thinks of the girl who fell, and the worst problem is that now 2/3 of the entire village is infected. The other person must have done it over a long period of time through food or physical contact. At this point, everyone here is its eyes and ears, and I can't do anything about it. Maybe the daughter and the bear are infected too. I'm afraid Sheila, who's always been against me, may not be able to escape either. Thinking about this, she could only persuade herself not to tell anyone about it, and that she must clear up this misunderstanding with the villagers. But if I tell them the truth now, it will only cause panic. What do I do now? I might be infected too. What if I can't control myself and turn to attack Shufu? I wonder if she's infected now. And if so, when will she reveal herself? At this point, Zombie Queen is very confused and doesn't know what to do. Seeing her happy daughter, she could only gently stroke her head with her hand. And I could see that Mom had something on her mind. But she kept smiling lovingly at me. I thought for a moment, and then I told my mother to close her eyes. When I was ready, I rushed her to open her eyes. At this point, I put a bear doll on my face and smiled and said, "Hello, I'm a fairy who can relieve all your worries." Immediately after that she waved the rag doll and said, "Nice to meet you, you look anxious, let me help you." Listening to the voice full of emotion and loving gestures, Zombie Queen not only felt relieved, but also slowly turned red in the face. But I am still using the doll to amuse my mother by talking to myself. Are you sure you didn't lie to Chuck Booker about what Jufu's mom used to say? Sometimes it's necessary to lie, because it's a dangerous world out there, but it's wrong to lie to your family. Because that family will be there to help you and support you. The Zombie Queen, who had heard this, stammered and tried to think of something to say. I suddenly reached out to my mother and said, "If you can't say it, don't say it. If something bothers you, I'll always be there to help you." Then he put on a pitiful face and said, "Because we're family." Zombie Queen was in disbelief when she saw this. In the next moment, her eyes became wet with tears. And then she tried to reach out and touch her daughter. But in the back of her mind, she thought, maybe she's right. I should be positive about the problem. So let me be a liar for a while now. I'm sorry, Jufu, and I'm glad a fairy is looking out for me. I'll be sure to let you know next time I'm worried. I was delighted to hear that. It's a promise. And at this time, my mother seemed to have no more worries than before. She thought to herself, there must be a way to solve it. Everyone still has their own will. If I were that monster, I would control everyone as I pleased. But why doesn't he take the easy way out? In an instant, Zombie Queen is lost in thought. Is its power limited? It shouldn't have full control of the villagers yet. Then I may have a solution. At that moment, the bear suddenly broke through the door and shouted, "I'm sorry, but I need to know what's going on. It's the only way I can do everything I can to help you. I know you're angry, but it won't solve anything. Please, you have to tell me." Hearing this, Zombie Queen reaches out and gently caresses the bear's cheek. I was shocked by what I saw. Because the mother was holding the bear's head and kissing it hard. And also saying to him, "I can tell you, but it's not without risk, if it can only see or hear. This method works. I have to take advantage of its imperfections. So I have to find it and kill it as soon as possible." The little bear was gradually entranced by the kiss. On the other side, Ha Chunpei and Yuzhen are looking for something in the ruins. But all they found was burnt garbage. Yuzhen then said, "The fire destroyed everything." And then she suddenly saw something suspicious about the blood on the floor. She reaches out to her father for a flashlight. Then he rushes to shine it at the blood on the floor. And Ha Chunpei says, "There's nothing here. Maybe this isn't the place we're looking for." But Yuzhen seems to see something suspicious. Because the blood on the ground was emitting a cloud of black smoke. Yuzhen's expression instantly became happy when he saw the scene. This is definitely the blood of a monster. Even after the fire, it still reacts to the bright light. Upon hearing this, Ha Chunpei stroked his daughter's head and said, "This is my beloved child. You're wonderful." But Yuzhen was a bit upset when he heard this. "Come on, I'm not a kid anymore." But his father giggled, "You'll always be a child to me." Yuzhen blushes with shyness at these words. At this point, Ha Chunpei butted in. Now we identify the monster behind the curtain. Just as Yuzhen is about to state that he just needs to get the doctor's results now, a voice came, "The results are in, let's go to the hospital." The doctor was seen coming slowly from the shadows. It wasn't long before they arrived at Rongjuan's place. Seeing the trio's anxious look, she hurriedly asked, "What did you find there?" Ha Chunpei said, "We found clear evidence that they are behind this." Rongjuan, who realized the truth, held his head in his hands and said, "What the hell did we just go through?" Rongjuan asked the doctor, "How's the decomposition of the body going?" Ha Chunpei and his daughter turned their heads toward him. Then they saw the doctor holding a vial in his hand. "I found something unexpected. And it was found inside a corpse's brain. After my observation, this is the real reason for her death, so someone is framing Jufu's mother. Apparently, the bug killed her." Yuzhen thought for a moment and then said, "Jingzhu and the others came to the village a month ago. There was enough time to infect us. In other words, we all have this bug in us." Rongjuan's face turned ugly when he heard this. "In that case, we're all under the monster's control." Ha Chunpei saw this and hurriedly asked the doctor on the sidelines, "Has the antidote been made yet?" But he said helplessly, "I tried to make the antidote, but the experiment did not turn out well." However, I found a way to make it work, and I developed a stronger antidote alone. The father and daughter were happy to hear this. But the doctor's words have left everyone dumbfounded. That's too risky. It would require a high concentration of toxin from Jufu's finger, and the side effects could cause the toxin to spread and turn her into a monster. If it works, we'll be able to destroy the bugs, but I don't know what the side effects will entail. I see, they have an antidote. It's very unstable, but maybe I'll give it a try. I guess that's the only option. Ha Chunpei chimed in, saying, we have to do something before everyone dies. Yujin says he's right, we're on the edge of life and death. As Rongjuan tearfully says, now I should let everyone know. At this point, the doctor suddenly makes a surprised sound. The two women on the other side of the room looked at the doctor with puzzled faces. Ha Chunpei is holding the doctor's hand with a scalpel. He doesn't know why he can't move his body. Ha Chunpei could see his yellow eyes. But then the doctor cried out in pain. The two eyes and the mind instantly begin to argue. The monster inside doesn't want the doctor to make an antidote, so it tries to control him by biting his tongue. But then Ha Chunpei swung a hard punch at his face. The two women on the sidelines were in disbelief when they saw this scene. The doctor had already fallen to the ground with a heavy thud. Ha Chunpei picks him up by the collar and says, this could be worse than we thought, and he rushes his daughter to find a rope to tie him up. It wasn't long before the doctor was tightly bound with bandages and thrown under the bed. But Ha Chunpei scratches his ear and says, even though he's subdued, the monster can hear everything we say. Yujin, sitting on the bed, replied, using the eyes and ears of the infected, this is deception. Rongjuan on the other side of the room says, I'm sorry, I can't be of any help. Fortunately you two are not infected and are more free than we are, so I'll go out and clear up the misunderstanding. Ha Chunpei stops the conversation. Wait, the situation is critical. We have to save them now. He turns and heads for the door. As he opens the door, he thinks to himself, it's clear now that the monster is coming. Ha Chunpei, on the other hand, was grinning sinisterly. At that moment, there was a sudden noise from outside. Because the villagers on both sides are still out there arguing over the dead villagers. Just as they were arguing, Ha Chunpei appears and yells, we'd better hurry up and get that monster. Yujin saw the atmosphere and thought, I can't believe it's the same as that time. His father was arguing with his brother in the same way, and each of them had their own ideas. The older brother wanted to expand the team to ensure safety, but my father, who knew the dangers of the outside world, wouldn't allow it. And then he said to his son, I know the old you would never have made that decision. When he heard that, he gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to bow to his father and apologize, saying, I'm sick of all this, sick of trying to convince you. Now I'm going to leave, and those who want to be with me are on my side. I may not be right, but I have my own way of doing things, and after that he turned to leave. Before he left, he told the crowd, I'll negotiate with the cannibals to protect you all. Upon hearing this, his father punched his brother in the face and cursed. Are you a fool? You're going to get everyone killed. In an instant, the two gangs were at each other's throats. Yujin thought to himself, if we don't stop this, it's going to be just as chaotic as it was back then. I have to stop them, but my body, her arms and clenched fists kept shaking at once. But in the next moment, she froze. Rongjuan stepped in between the two groups and said, we're family, not enemies, and this is a difficult time. But he was pointed at by a man and scolded, how can we be together if you don't listen to me? The man in red behind her, however, stood on her side and retorted, don't you think he's ridiculous? Ingshi, who was on the sidelines, heard this and shouted, Mother, come and support us. But this comment completely angered the man. I'm telling you, we need to get rid of that monster. But the man in red shouted, you have no evidence, so give up. No matter how hard Rongjuan tries to persuade him, it will be of no avail. But the villagers think she's on the monster's side. Ingshi, who saw her mother being scolded like that, immediately retorted. Just as the two gangs were arguing to a standstill, a voice suddenly came from the shadows. Look how pathetic they are. This is the kind of family they have in mind. Insignificant creatures believe in what they see. Take a good look at their ugly desires. Only the man on the sidelines suddenly said, yes, father. Rongjuan heard the voice and immediately turned his head toward the other man. But the man on the other side is still pointing at her nose and cursing. Didn't you promise to keep us safe? You should prevent monsters eating people from happening. It is your incompetence that leads to such a result. The villager next to him gritted his teeth and agreed. He's right, I've heard that this village is safe, but it's not safe at all. How are you going to take responsibility now that people have died? In an instant, all the blame is placed on Rongjuan alone. She thought to herself, I can't be weak here, as their leader I must lead them. Suddenly her collar was lifted by that man cursing. This is all because you didn't do your job. Seeing this, my daughter immediately jumped in to stop it. But she's too weak to push the obese man, and it pisses him off. You little brat, what do you care if the adults are talking? He then slams his fist into Ingshi's face. The powerful attack instantly knocked the weak girl to the ground, but he was still cursing, don't make me angry, get out of my way. What kind of mother has what kind of daughter? If you had listened to me, none of this would have happened, you know? Seeing his daughter being beaten, Rongjuan froze in place and didn't know what to do. The people on their side immediately shouted, "Why are you hurting a child? Are you trying to solve this problem with violence?" The man who heard this became even more aggressive, kicked that monster out, and her daughter as well. The man froze in his tracks with a question mark on his face. Because Rongjuan, who couldn't bear it anymore, was about to slap him with his hand. But in the next moment, she was blocked by something. The man and Rongjuan stared blankly at the scene before them. The man who appeared out of nowhere was the ever-serious Hela. The crowd is silent at the sight of the visitor. Just when the villagers thought she'd be on their side, Hela said, "Everybody listen up. I know you're worried, but please return to your posts. We'll talk about this later, but for now, let's focus on reinforcing the village." But the man on the other side of the table said angrily, "I'm not done yet. Do you know how much we've suffered because of that monster family? Come to think of it, we don't need them anymore now that we have the vaccine, so we don't have to risk it." But no sooner had he finished speaking than he was hit in the face with a bloody head wound. And then he fell back heavily behind him. Hela clenches her fists and chides, "If you have any objections, please come see me." The villagers are shocked by this scene and say, "We will do as you say." Ingshi, who saw Hela suddenly help her mother out of the crisis, hugged her around the waist. Rongjuan on the side also smiled and said, "The situation would be worse without you. I feel ashamed because I promised before to ensure the safety of this place. But now I can't even stop this. I feel like a failure as a leader." But Hela listens and says, "You have to pull yourself together." But Rongjuan is still frustrated and says, "I'm limited and this could happen again." But Hela urged, "Then as a leader you must act wisely, not in my way but in your own. I have faith in you." Rongjuan was in tears when he heard it. His daughter Ingshi rushes up to hug her mother to comfort her, but Hela looks at the scene in front of her with a heavy heart. Because the old man who called out to his father is sneaking away. Hela's brow furrowed as she thought, "There's something suspicious about that man." Then she remembered that she had passed by him on her way here. At that moment she felt something was wrong. As she thought about it, she was about to go after him. A man's voice suddenly came from behind her. Immediately afterward, she saw Bear's hand on her shoulder and said, "I need you to fix something for me at the hospital. Can you come with me if you have time? We need as many hands as we can get." But Hela looks at the bear with a frown on her face. He winked and laughed, "Just this once, help out." Then the bear winked at her. And Hela, who saw the bear's expression, seemed to understand something. Then she sighed and agreed helplessly. She then turns around and chases after the old man. She thinks to herself, she'd better find the old man as soon as possible. Behind her, the bear obediently asks Rongjuan, who is on the sidelines, to help as well. Meanwhile, in the room, tired of playing, my mother and I soon fell into sleep. Just as my mouth was watering and I was sleeping soundly, my stomach suddenly turned over and I felt a terrible pain. I woke up in a daze and needed to go to the bathroom. I couldn't help myself, so I got up and went to the restroom. But I stopped just as I was about to push the door open. Then I turned to look at Mom. She told me to stay here and not go anywhere. What am I supposed to do? But then the stomach suddenly hurt even more. Without having time to think about it, I quickly opened the door and rushed out. After I got to the bathroom and took a shit for a while, I sighed and said, "That's better." Sitting on the toilet, I said to myself, I just solved a big problem all by myself. But what to do now? I'm not sleepy at all. Mother's sleeping. Why don't I go play with Ingshi? Then I pushed the door and prepared to play with her. But then an old man appeared in front of me and smiled and said, "Hello, my dear, are you Zhufu?" Unaware of the approaching danger, I said to him respectfully, "Hello, Grandpa, I'm Zhufu." But he said inexplicably, "You look healthy as ever. Are you free now? If you have time, can I ask you a favor?" Then a hand was already reaching out towards me. I was dumbfounded by what I saw. Before I had time to think about it, I immediately turned around and ran away quickly. And the old man behind me was chasing me, reaching for me. I'm running and I'm looking back at him. I can actually see the monster in the old man's eyes slowly revealing itself. When I turned around to see the other side again, I immediately clasped my hands around my body and yelled, "Freeze." Then I turned to the old man and laughed, "You can't catch me after I say freeze." The old man rubbed the back of his head and said, "I'm almost there." But then I shouted, "If you don't want to be it, you have to be the best you can be." And then I pulled my legs out and ran forward, saying, "If you want to be the king of the game, then study hard." But the other guy stood still and laughed. "Well, thanks for the advice." And the monster inside him said, "King of games, huh? That's annoying, but it's the best way to deal with children. I should try to tire her out. I've been waiting for this for a while." At this point, running ahead, I smiled and said, "Come and get me." The next second he threw me up in the air and played with me. Exhausted, I strangled his neck tightly. The monster in the old man's body was instantly choked to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. How could a child be so energetic? What did they feed her? But I have to be patient. I don't know how long it was before we stopped, tired of playing. Only then did I remember what my mother had told me. The old man said, you've been playing too long, you should go home now. At this point, I held my head in my hands and said with a frustrated face, I'm in trouble now, and now my mother must be very angry. At this point, the old man behind me suddenly said, Jufu, this is for you. I saw him holding a pink package in his hand and said, this is a gift from Grandpa. I took it over and opened it to see that it was candy. The old man said at this point, thank you for playing with me today, can you keep this a secret? There was still a hint of defensiveness. I then asked him why. But the other guy said, because it's a gift of friendship from me to you. So you want to commit? Then he reached out and wanted to pull the hook with me. I froze in place as I saw this and looked at the gift he had given me. But the next second I said to him while pushing the hook, this will be our secret, no one is allowed to tell it. It wasn't long before I was rushing home. But my parents were furious and asked me, why did you sneak out to play games with Grandpa? At this point, I kneeled on the ground with an aggrieved face and whispered, I will never go out without saying hello again, I am sorry. My parents, who didn't believe me at all, kept asking me, so you were just playing a game? I was at a loss for words. I remembered the promise I made to the old man before we parted ways. All I could do was stammer and say, yeah, just playing a game. Believing my parents didn't ask any further questions, they took me to bed. In a daze, I thought about the precious gift my grandfather had given me. Tomorrow, I will give him a gift too, but what should I give him? I hope tomorrow will come soon. What I didn't expect was a tentacle to come out of the gift. The monster was overjoyed to see me sleeping like a dead pig. It then quietly drills its way through my open mouth. In the next second, the toxin runs through every vein in my body. Immediately after controlling me, I stand up, and my eyes glow with a golden light. The unknowing father is still fast asleep. The loud snoring wakes the mother from her sleep. Confused, she whispers, it's like this first thing in the morning, what if it wakes our Jufu from her beauty sleep? Then her hand had slowly moved towards the place where her daughter was sleeping. She suddenly woke up when she found it was empty. This also wakes up Bear, who is sleeping like a dead pig. Worried about her daughter, Zombie Queen immediately gets up and takes a good look around. But she found nothing. She ran outside looking for me as she screamed. Bear saw this and immediately rushed up to join his wife in searching. Where on earth did she go? Could it be the restroom? After a few moments of searching, the couple finally finds their daughter nearby. At that moment, I was alone, staring at a tall building, not moving. The bear behind me, after seeing his daughter unharmed, said, you kid, don't you know how worried parents are about you? If you want to go out and play, you can discuss it with us. But at this point, it was as if I couldn't hear him at all. The bear exclaimed in anger, are you ignoring your father's words? This will not do, I'll spank you later when you get home. Unexpectedly, even though he said this, I still ignored him. Seeing this situation, he wanted to go up and teach his daughter a lesson. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to step forward, he was grabbed by his wife behind him, but Little Bear asked her with confusion on his face what she was doing. Zombie Queen is sweating profusely and stammers, look. And then I slowly turned towards my parents. At this point, my body is completely under the monster's control. But a familiar voice lingers in my head. I lay in a daze like a dream in my father's arms, while my mother looked on with a bright smile. In order to make me happy, she ran out against my father's advice. But the next moment I looked at the scene in front of me with surprise on my face. Because my mother, who had run outside, was now dancing around with glee. I asked my father as I ran, what is she doing? But my father behind me replied, mother is doing it for Jufu. But then I looked up at my mother and said, that's amazing. So can you play with Jufu until the end of time? After hearing this, my mother started playing with me without even thinking about it. While we were having fun as a family, a voice suddenly came out from the side. Jufu's mother, we need to talk to you. Not knowing whether I was friend or foe, I thought to myself, you bad people who bully mothers. If you bully your mother, I will never forgive you. But what I didn't expect was that they actually said they wanted to play with us. So from now on, shall we play hide and seek or cops and robbers? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from the side, and then we saw Sheila coldly say, how to play is up to Jufu. When facing her, I suddenly froze in place not knowing what to do. Looking at the crowd in front of me, I thought to myself, their behavior is all very abnormal. Everyone is kind so I can't help but like it. Just then, my mother on the sidelines suddenly wrote on my hand and asked me, Game King, what do you want to play? And both my mother and the crowd threw inquiring smiles at me. The people around me kept urging me to choose. I pretended to cough, Jufu, the king of games. Since you all believe in me so much, let's use rock paper scissors to decide. Before I say anything, everyone goes to get ready. The person who plays the role of catching is Sister Sheila, who plays very well with me. At this time, she wants to catch Rongjuan, the weakest person in front of her. And our family of 3 quickly ran towards the front. Some of us are having a good time, but some of us are exhausted. Those who are afraid run as fast as they can. Sheila is still chasing after Rongjuan. Now the villagers not only don't hate their mother, they love her. I feel like the happiest person in the world. I suddenly looked back at this moment. My parents waved and shouted at me. Jufu, what are you doing? We're going to play hide and seek. Upon hearing that, I ran towards them without even thinking about it. Little did I know that there was an eye in the sky watching me below. The unknowing crowd is still playing hide and seek, and the cod bear sighs, "Ing, she is good at hide and seek, ah." She said modestly, "It's just because Uncle is big that it's easier to find him." Zombie Queen, who is hiding in the dark, is happy that she has escaped from the danger. Just as she turns her head and prepares to call her daughter at her side. But then she saw that something was wrong with me, and I realized that my fingers, which had been poisoned by the corpse, had been restored to their original state. I couldn't believe it, but I pinched it with my other hand. My mother's eyes glowed with gold as she watched me, but in reality, this happy scene changed drastically with a downpour. At this point, the villagers each held a weapon in their hands and shouted, "Brother Shion, you know I can't do anything about it, so accept the reality now." And in front of them was the bear with a weapon in both hands. "Wait a little longer, folks, we're not sure yet. If there's a healing potion, things will work out." The three of them gritted their teeth and shouted, "The cure will only work if she's still human. Please look at her clearly, she's not your daughter anymore." The people on Zombie Queen's side are in complete disbelief. Ha Chunpei's father and daughter were in a cold sweat at this point. Sheila, on the other side of the room, was gritting her teeth in anger. But the old man in the shadow smiles with satisfaction. The monster inside him thought to himself, "Finally, I've waited for this day, and now it's time for my role to end." Zombie Queen was on her knees in a cold sweat as she watched the scene in front of her. Because the daughter in front of her is having horrible tentacles growing out of her back. She even threatens her own mother. "Your personality is better than you think. So now let's get started." Zombie Queen was shocked to see her daughter in front of her. For a moment, she felt as if she had lost everything. Thinking of the time when she and her daughter used to be happy and joyful. At that time, she thought of herself as the only one she could rely on. She shares 3 meals a day with her mother every day. Whenever she's wronged, she thinks of her mother. Then they hugged each other tightly and were very happy. The moments with my daughter came back to me like a movie. But now her body is occupied by monsters. The voice of the other side pulls Zombie Queen out of the abyss. "Were you accidentally distracted while chatting?" Then the one-armed king looked at the Zombie Queen coldly and said, "I don't like to say the same thing twice, please listen to me." Zombie Queen was sweating profusely and looked puzzled. But the other guy raised his index finger and smiled evilly. "I'll make you an offer. As long as you sacrifice alone, it will be fine. If you accept my proposal, I will return your daughter to you." Zombie Queen choked up when she heard this. Bear, who had been in the middle of the confrontation, looked toward her in confusion. But the one-armed king added, "I will take back the doppelganger planted in the villagers, and I will leave this village as well." Then he laughed sinisterly. "How about it? What's your answer?" But before the kneeling Zombie Queen could answer, the bear behind her suddenly yelled out, "I won't give up on my daughter or my wife. Don't you dare touch my wife or my daughter." The one-armed king was speechless when he heard his opponent's bluster. And Zombie Queen is still frozen in place on her knees. Seeing his opponent ignoring him, the bear gritted his teeth and said, "I'm going to cut you into pieces." At this time, the old man in the dark suddenly issued a voice, "Very well, I will kill you. So you're going to regret this." Hearing his subordinate speak like this from the side, the one-armed king was speechless to the extreme. Then he moved the mutated finger. In a moment, 1,000 thoughts converged. In the next second, all the viruses in the villagers' bodies were activated. Anyone with the toxin is out of control. Even Ingshi can't avoid it. Her pupils become dull and pale. Cubby's jaw dropped in shock at the sight. Before he can react, the controlled villagers pounce on him. Even the mighty bear can't break free. And the villagers who jumped on him kept apologizing that they couldn't control their bodies. And just when he's at his wit's end, his expression turns hideous. A voice suddenly came from behind him. "Let go of me, you maniacs." Ha Chunpei is being held down by some villagers. Sheila and the doctor are also being held down. Even worse is Rongjuan, who is being choked with both hands by her own daughter. Ingshi cries out in fear of strangling her mother to death. "Who will stop it to help us?" At this point, the one-armed king pointed his finger at her and said coldly, "This is what happens when you get involved, and I'm not interested in you guys. Little doctor, do you think I don't know that you guys have antibodies in you?" The bear, however, froze in his tracks at the scene before him. Because at this time, the Zombie Queen has stood up to confront the one-armed king in front of her. Then she took a step towards her opponent. Bear yells, "What are you doing? You can't go near that guy with your head on straight, it's a trap for that monster." But by now they were already facing each other. Zombie Queen said to him coldly, "It's all because of me. It's just because I've been too comfortable recently that I finally caused all this. It's all because of my negligence." The one-armed king in front of me was grinning from ear to ear. In the next moment, the sharp tentacles behind him are attacking the Zombie Queen. In an instant, her arms, legs, and limbs are pierced through. The bear, who had seen it all, fell to the ground and wailed. The one-armed king, who had succeeded in his plan, wore an expression of triumph. "It's a wise choice. I'll keep my promise. But every time I see you, I find this relationship really depressing. Do you guys realize that the nature of your intimacy is wrong? The way you care for each other at the expense of yourself because you are family, that kind of relationship is just a cursive shackle obsession. Then he opened his hands and laughed. That's why family members should put their parents first, and because I am the center, there will be no deviation when I rule over all of us. To give fair compensation in the name of love, this is the true name of the family. He says it's not good parenting to give everything for your child. So you're disqualified from being a parent. Before the words left his mouth, the light from the one-armed king's eyes suddenly and quickly dissipated. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that his arm has been lanced by Zombie Queen with a syringe of antidote. He doesn't know what he's being injected with, but in the next moment the toxin is rapidly building up in his arm. The power of the antidote was too much for him to imagine, and before he disappeared he asked the Zombie Queen in front of him, when was this prepared? The antidote is now fully injected into my body. Then she said to the one-armed king, this is the medicine from the hospital. It turns out that before the couple went to bed, Bear said to Zombie Queen, everyone there has been injected, but no side effects yet. If anything happens to Jufu, you take this with you, and I'll carry a few more on me just in case. Then he said to his wife, you know what I mean, don't you? Jufu is here, so let's get cleaned up and go to bed. We have to play with our daughter tomorrow. Then with a big gasp, he explained to the one-armed king, you said I'm disqualified from being a parent, and yes, I don't think I'm a good mother. For her, I feel sorry for being an ordinary mother. I can't do too much for her. I always feel that I am a useless mother, but you say parents are the center. Immediately after that she put her hand on my shoulder, your parenting is none of my business. I think it's hard enough for real parents to survive in this damn world and horrible monsters. Said tears had been wet and his face became red, then said while shedding tears, only wish my daughter happiness. This is the love of parents. But the one-armed king who heard this grunted in exasperation. He then quickly pulled out the tentacles that were attached to Zombie Queen's limbs. He then immediately moves back to distance himself from her. The force was so strong that it took half a day for the feet to stop rubbing against the ground. Before he had time to rest, his eyes immediately stared straight ahead. The Zombie Queen is slowly recovering from her injuries and is walking towards him. She thought to herself, it pays to widen the distance. Her hands couldn't help but clench into fists. Hang in there, Jufu, I'm going to save you. At that moment, a strong male voice suddenly came back from behind him. One punch isn't enough? I'm going to have to do this my way. I've been too short-sighted. I'll let you enjoy yourself this time. The bear walking towards them with a sharp knife and a hammer in his hand. The one-armed king snorted in disbelief at the sight of his aggressive visitors. And Bear rushes to his wife to ask if she's okay. Zombie Queen rushes to her husband with a look that says, it's okay. What's going to happen after that? Bear comprehended and laughed. What's to worry about? Is there anyone worse than a monster? Meanwhile, on the other side, Ingxi's neck is suddenly struck by something. Only then did Rongjuan narrowly escape the fate of being strangled to death by his daughter. It turns out that the doctor saved her in the nick of time, and then he inquired, are you okay? Almost had an accident. I should have used the healing drugs if I had known this was going to happen. Rongjuan rushes to ask him, is there any left? The doctor rushed to say that I have it in my pocket, but it's urgent that we go to the hospital together. At this time, Sheila on the side was asking the old man, Mr. G, I know what the others were manipulated for. But the other man just grinned at her when he heard it. And then he picks the skin off his forehead. And then also laughs at Sheila, what do you think it is? At this moment, the one-armed king on the other side was looking at his palm with a grave expression and thought, is this the effect of the healing drug? I can't concentrate because of the headache. My body's movements are also a bit clumsy, but that's nothing, I'll recover after a while, so it's okay. But the Zombie Queen and the little bear rushed towards him angrily. Seeing this, the one-armed king gritted his teeth and looked at the two of them, as my consciousness was slowly waking up, and my mind suddenly remembered a scene from the past. The monster entered my mouth while I was sleeping, and then my body got all weird. But as soon as I opened my eyes, I realized this was Jufu's favorite place. Hands are purple. Everyone's here. At this point I just want the monster out of my body. At that moment, my loved ones who were with me suddenly appeared in my mind. Whoever they are, they want to play hide and seek with me. Even my parents asked me if I wanted to go in and play throw the rock. But I yelled, I'm hungry, let's play after dinner. How about playing again before dinner? I want to go home now, but I don't know which way to go. However, the father in his head laughed. So you want to go home? If you want to go back, there is no way to do it. Then he laughed, you will be unfortunate if you leave this place. I tilted my head towards him in confusion after hearing that. But my father said, even if you go back, there are still a lot of people who hate you. I yelled at him, so what? But Sheila suddenly said, here are all the family members who worked hard to take care of you. I froze and didn't know what to say. But then my mother laughed and said, you're scared, aren't you? Because you have a lot of problems that will be a burden to your mother. After hearing what she said, I felt very guilty all of a sudden. And Mom was still going on and on, I'm going to tell you more. But I couldn't listen to them anymore, so I clenched my fists and shouted, I don't know what you're talking about. She shouted, my family loves me very much, so I have to go back towards all of them. And yet the mother grunted, I'll make you come home. And then suddenly, oozing tentacles sprouted from her neck. The next second she turned into a one-armed king, and then say to me, but you will regret your choice soon. And then I saw a hand on the side of my head. Then the sound of intermittent chanting reached my ears. I couldn't help myself. I yelled, shut up. I immediately opened my eyes, but what I saw in front of me instantly petrified me in place. Because my mother was kneeling in front of me, bruised and battered, soothing me. And the tentacles on my back are still talking. I've told you before, you're gonna regret this. This is reality. I stopped crying when I heard that. The thought crossed my mind, my mother is hurt. I really don't want to see this happen. I don't like the monster inside me. But the one-armed king in the back is still talking disdainfully. Now my mind is finally clearer. I should thank you all. The child is completely unconscious. I'm getting a little hungry, and then a million tentacles slowly extend from my sleeves. And in an instant, they took over my weak body. Followed by a lick of the tongue, as if the food was right in front of me. On the other hand, Jack had already torn the old man's skin off of him, and then Hela and him started fighting fiercely. Just as the former was confused by the scene before him. The next moment she realized that she had been cut on her shoulder. But Jack suddenly feels a chill toward his back. Luckily, he was able to dodge Ha Chunpei's attack with his agility. He then turned his head to his opponent and snorted in mockery. Ha Chunpei, realizing that Jack was mocking him, was instantly enraged. He immediately swung his weapon and attacked his opponent. Ha Chunpei, who saw the scene, thought to himself, how did the infection spread so quickly? Have everyone here turned into monsters? Is it because of the healing drugs? Why is my body sore? Suddenly he looks over and sees his daughter pointing a gun at Jack. Yuzhen pulls the trigger as soon as he sees his father duck. But the opponent managed to dodge the bullets with ease. He dodged behind the wall. Yuzhen, who was holding his gun in front of him, gritted his teeth when he saw that his opponent was unharmed. Jack, hiding behind a wall, says, this guy or that guy, they're all disgusting idiots. A voice comes from the shadows. Yuzhen immediately raises his gun and asks who's there. Jack in the dark says, that's Grandma Yushuan over there who talks too much. Because she likes to chat every day, I had no choice but to kill her. She was always whining, so she was an eyesore. Next up was Gaotuan, the nosy one. He also said he'd help me with anything I did. I've been cooperating with them for the past 2 months. I'm under a lot of pressure. At least don't let your neighbor get hurt. Why are you so inconsiderate? The doctor saw this and shouted, what are you talking about? You crazy bastard. Unexpectedly, Jack didn't pay any attention to him or said to himself, right, but there are also funny people. Hela looked at him with a puzzled look on her face. He said, that's when I gave her the candy. The kid's favorite candy. Luckily it worked, so I said it was a secret between me and her. That way she would tell me that Jufu would keep his word. You don't have to worry too much. We're friends now. After saying that, Jack suddenly let out an ominous laugh. Ha Chunpei on the side of the room yells in anger at the sight, damn you. So it's you. I've been wondering who it is. I thought there was another man besides your father. So there's someone else here besides you? But the other guy laughed and said, you can find out for yourselves. Hela said coldly, I'll do whatever you want. Jack looked at her incredulously. But Hela laughs, didn't you hear me? I'll take care of it myself. Then she let out a piercing laugh and was ready to kill him, this madman. Jack, who couldn't understand, was still looking at the other side in confusion while the next moment he realized that blood had spurted out of his neck. He tries to say something, but Hela chases him down. Ha Chunpei and his daughter are surprised to see Hela kill her opponent instantly. Unexpectedly, Jack, who had been stabbed in the neck, was still alive. That's a big one. Then he quickly attacked Hela, and before he could even touch his opponent, he was already hit in the face. In the blink of an eye, Jack's face was shattered like glass. Incredulous, he thinks to himself, how is she so strong? The part that was hit felt like it had been hit with a rock. But before he could catch his breath, Sheila's palm was already on his head, exasperated. Say what you have to say, and I'll listen. And then sandbag punches rain down on his face. And even then Jack refuses to say where his father is. At this point, the unconscious villager on the ground suddenly reacts. And then his eyes explode and his face turns blue. In the next moment, his body starts to twitch rapidly and he screams in pain. Within moments, a sharp tentacle sprouted from his mouth. Hela, who was beating up Jack, hears a noise and looks around in confusion. The villagers on the ground have tentacles coming out of their mouths. Yuzhen, who is watching this scene, asks his father, why are there tentacles coming out of everyone's mouths? The doctor said with horror on his face, if it had been a little later, we would have ended up like this. Rongjuan beside him said in surprise, those tentacles actually stretched out from everyone's mouths. At this point Sheila stops caring about the half-dead Jack and rushes to look in the direction of the tentacles' movement. Instead, she sees a sight that shocks her. Only to see the monster's tentacles wrapped around me like a house, and in front of me, Zombie Queen is kneeling on the ground with her hands tied. The bear are trying desperately to get up there and rescue the mother and daughter. But being restrained, he can only scream on the spot, Jufu, please wake up. But at this point, I was already under control, my eyes closed tightly, and I had no consciousness at all. The one-armed king behind me laughed, there's not much left. The bound Zombie Queen kneeled on the ground and could only listen to her opponent's words. The one-armed king sees this and once again launches a verbal attack. Includes nutrients needed by Dot and flesh to be returned. Everything was ready, now it was time to be compensated, just when the one-armed king thought he would get his wish. A razor-sharp blade strikes with lightning speed. As the two monsters look on in amazement, they see the tentacles binding Zombie Queen being severed. Then a hand suddenly appears and pulls her backwards. Sheila grabs Zombie Queen with one hand and holds a knife in the other, and in the next moment she's in front of the one-armed king. This scene instantly made Zombie Queen feel incredulous. She then rolls directly behind her with a cold grunt. Sheila joins the fight, already gritting her teeth as she greets the one-armed king. But he says with disdain, obstructionist, I didn't realize you had such great fighting skills. Sheila's eyes flashed with a cold light when she heard this. The tentacles are fast, but not so fast as to be unbearable. And then Sheila has chopped her opponent's tentacle into several pieces. But the next moment she looked at the one-armed king in front of her in horror, because the other party was still laughing with the same disdainful look. However, Sheila was feeling a little worse for wear, as the one-armed king's voice said, this is the end of the line. The sharp blade in Sheila's hand fell to the ground. By now, her abdomen has been pierced by the one-armed king's tentacles, and the other taunts her with the idea that if she stays alive, she'll survive. The bound bear sees this and yells at her helplessly. Even Zombie Queen, who's never been happy with her opponent, stands up and worries about Sheila. But the one-armed king said to her on all fours, your behavior is still ignorant. You're not their family, why did you step in? I know you're close to this kid, but your obsession seems to be a bit much, doesn't it? And by now Sheila is hunched over and shaking. The one-armed king laughed and used the child's safety as an excuse to continue to blackmail her. But now Sheila is coughing up blood and gasping for air. The one-armed king said, don't be sad, the more the world is like this, the more we need to support our lives to have hope. The one-armed king points his finger at Sheila and says, even if it's a family game. After hearing this, Sheila thought to herself, yes, I am a monster who has nothing and only knows how to smash things. Even if I die like that, there's nothing to be sorry about. Thinking about it, she recalled the first time she met Jufu. At that time, she was so innocent and cute that she used to laugh in front of herself. It was through her that she gained hope. Even if we're not related by blood, I will guard my only hope, and I will not allow you to mock such sentiments. After saying this, Sheila grips her opponent's tentacles with both hands and clenches them hard. She pulls out the sharp tentacle that runs through her abdomen. But the one-armed king said, it seems you don't react well. Then he took out the same spikes as Zombie Queen and asked her, would you like to try it out? But at this point, Sheila doesn't have time to pay attention to him, and is still desperately trying to pull out. Just as the tentacles are about to pierce her body again. Suddenly a trail of blood flies between the two in an instant. The one-armed king immediately looked at the scene in front of him with horror in his eyes, because blood was spewing from his mouth. How could this incredible change have happened? Could it be that the effects of the healing drugs are working? He remembers when he looks down and sees the syringe sticking out of his chest. Turns out Sheila stuck it in when she attacked him. I never expected that she would be willing to sacrifice herself for a little kid. Sheila grins as she sees the plan succeed. I'm ignorant, but I'm well prepared. You get a lot of credit, thanks to the fact that you've been talking to yourself all by yourself. I have to thank you for this rare opportunity. Upon hearing this, the one-armed king instantly growled loudly in anger. However, the blood in his mouth is still spewing out wildly. Seeing this, he thought to himself, no, his body is gradually experiencing a rejection reaction. He can't hold out any longer. He must have a hostage. My hair looks like it's going to explode. You need to get out of this body. Without much time to think, he immediately throws Jufu in front of Sheila's face. Then the one-armed king slowly recovered. Coincidentally, the sky suddenly started to rain. Fearing that I would get wet, Sheila wrapped me in her arms and whispered, next time, don't accept anything from anyone. Don't you dare open your eyes and see how worried I was about you. Luckily you're fine. At this time, the couple also screamed and ran over. When they arrive, Cubby holds up Sheila, who is badly injured, and asks, does your stomach hurt? Is it serious? Why do you have to do that? You almost died, you know? Helpless, she had to reply in a low voice, is there any other way? I had to do it because I had no other choice, so stop yelling. And aside, Zombie Queen looks at her daughter's fingers and thinks, the finger has been restored. Jufu will no longer be haunted by that monster. You are so incompetent that you can't even protect your daughter. She then hugged her daughter tightly and cried, I'm a terrible mother. The one-armed king was whispering to himself at this point. What a waste of time. Almost had it. You're going to pay for this. Then he stood up and roared, I want it all back. At that moment, Ha Chunpei's cold grunt suddenly sounded in the shadows. And then the shells rained down on the one-armed king. Unaware of the situation, he shouted with a question mark on his face, what is this? Ha Chunpei below, holding a heavy weapon, laughs, need you ask? This is that drug. I've been waiting for this day, brat, do you still remember us? Upon hearing this, the one-armed king growls loudly in anger, I'm not interested in knowing who you are. Ha Chunpei grinned at this, good answer. With that, he raised his gun and fired wildly at his opponent. The one-armed king, who couldn't stand it any longer, was furious. He quickly extends his powerful tentacles towards Ha Chunpei, but before he can touch his opponent, a grenade suddenly flies at his feet. Yujin looks at him and yells, I have a treasure for you. The one-armed king heard this and shouted, Bugs, I won't let you go. In the next second, with an earth-shattering explosion, its tentacles suddenly splattered in all directions. Seeing that the danger was over, Little Bear hugged Sheila and his daughter and said to his wife, I will take you to the doctor now. But then he looked at his wife with a puzzled look on his face. Because not only did she not answer, but she fell to her knees in a daze. The bear yelled again, what are you waiting for? At the sound of his voice, Zombie Queen turned her head towards Bear in confusion. After realizing that the other party was reacting, he said, I'll take the two of them over first, you protect this place. Upon hearing this, Zombie Queen immediately looked up and asked what was going on. But Sheila, who was seriously injured, whispered, come closer, I have something to tell you, come here quickly, I can't bear it anymore. Zombie Queen felt a little confused when she heard that. She didn't know what the other party wanted. She didn't think much of it, but as she crawled towards her opponent, she wondered, what the hell is she up to? Why doesn't she just go get treatment? And then she closes her eyes tightly. But Sheila suddenly punches her hard in the face. Cubby, who was nearby, saw this scene and his jaw dropped. Zombie Queen, who had been attacked, looked down and froze in place. Then she covered her face and snarled at Sheila, you're dead today. Before the words left her mouth, Sheila grabbed her by the hair. Sheila then pulls her in front of him and curses, get your head out of your ass, you idiot. Don't blame yourself for not saving your daughter, there's no time for that now. Do you hear me? You don't have to go through all this on your own. That kind of regret and remorse doesn't do anything for what's happened. And this isn't the time to be imagining things, you know, Sheila said as she coughed up blood from her mouth again. Seeing this, Zombie Queen instantly said with tears in her eyes, stop talking, you're hurt bad, you need to see a doctor now. But in her heart she thought, I know it's useless to blame myself. She risked her life to save Jufu. As a mother, I just want to protect Jufu. At this point, the dying Sheila whispers to Zombie Queen once more, now you must give up the idea of blaming yourself. I know you've been on your best behavior now, so think about what you should be doing now. She then stares in the direction of Sheila's finger with a puzzled look on her face, only to see a violin-like parcel sitting on the ground not far away. The one-armed king once again opened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him. Then he stood up and roared with his body covered in wounds and blood. The father and daughter Ha Chunpei below immediately turned to look. Zombie Queen came at him fast with her golden eyes. Then she landed steadily not far from the one-armed king. And then she whispered, that's what I'm supposed to do. I don't need you to tell me. Therefore, as a mother, I must shoulder my responsibilities. At this point, Bear has taken the badly injured Sheila to the doctor's. And the doctor takes one look at her and says she's hurt so bad, she can barely move. Bear on the other side of the room is worried and asks, will she be okay after the surgery? Rongyuan told them to take Sheila to the hospital first and leave her here. Hearing this, Bear thinks to himself, we have to keep her alive. So he rushed the doctor to lead the way. He carries Sheila to the hospital. Meanwhile, Zombie Queen and One-Armed King are fighting to the death. Down below, Yujin is covering her with machine gun fire. The bullets are splattering the One-Armed King's body with blood, but it's not doing him any good. Hearing the gunshot, he quickly swung his tentacles toward Yujin to attack. However, the next moment he is surprised by what he sees. Ha Chunpei is lying on the ground laughing and aiming his gun at him. He's unable to dodge, and he's hit hard in the head. Ha Chunpei is ready to laugh when his plan succeeds. Zombie Queen suddenly shouts. Yujin shouts at the same time for his father to get out of that dangerous place, but when he heard the voice, it was too late for him to escape. In the next instant, the weapon in his hand flew into the air. His entire body falls backward with the blood. A closer look reveals a deep gash in his chest. The insignia that was attached to his shirt was also cut off. Ha Chunpei's eyes were glued to the medallion as he remembered the past. At that time, he was looking at the badge in his hand, with his beloved daughter lying next to him. This tiny thing was a gift from his son. He said when his son was little that the army badge was a symbol of honor, so he made his father a clothing symbol. But he took one look at it and said, "It's ugly." But it was a gift from his son, so he accepted it with reluctance. All this time he didn't seem to care about the other side, but in reality, he treasured the gift his son gave him and wore it on his shirt every day. It didn't last long, and that day something really happened to his son. Looking at his brother, who had lost an arm and a leg, and was dead on the ground with his eyes open, Yujin was crying so hard, she couldn't believe that the mighty man had died like that. Ha Chunpei, on the other hand, didn't shed a single tear. He just picked up his son who was lying on the ground and whispered, "How dare you try to protect others with this kind of behavior? It's sad and stupid that you don't even know your own caliber." But Yujin, on the other hand, told his father to shut up. But she realizes that he's not listening to her and he's still cursing. She was so angry that she shouted, "You're a disrespectful father." But the next moment she looked at the scene in front of her with a question mark on her face. He was crying with bloodshot eyes and tears in his eyes. "Silly son, I'm sorry, I failed to protect you." At that time, Ha Chunpei vowed to avenge his son's death. When he saw the badge on the ground, he burst into tears. Then he gritted his teeth and thought, "I must have my revenge today." Then he used his hands to push his injured body up from the ground. Then he staggers up with his hands on his knees, chanting, "I will have my revenge." At the time he lost his son, he vowed to rid the world of those damn cannibals. The family's regrets will surely help them fulfill. With no time to think, he shouted with a fierce look on his face. But when he saw the one-armed king's tentacles, he froze in his tracks. Yujin yells at his father to get out of the way. But the tall, one-armed king lets out a laugh that reaches the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, Bear had come alongside him and kicked his injured calf off. Just when his tentacles were about to touch Ha Chunpei, who was frozen in place, the pain coming from his calf had to make the one-armed king bend at the waist. Suddenly, a voice came out that stunned the one-armed king. Bear waving his fist and saying, "You are weaker than I thought," then he rushed towards him. But the one-armed king said with disdain, "Such damage will not work on me." But in the next second, he hit his head directly and blew it out. Even his eyeballs and hard teeth were knocked out. In fact, Bear used all his strength to punch him. Yujin, who saw that the one-armed king was seriously injured, was very happy. "Brother and everyone, have you seen it? Bear helped everyone beat that guy up. Wait for me, I'll avenge you all." Thinking of this, she immediately raised the machine gun in her hand and aimed at the monster. She then quickly fires at him to cover Bear in the middle of the battle. Even the mighty Bear is having a hard time. This monster is really tough. But I'm pretty sure he's vulnerable now. Bear keeps motivating himself. He then rips off his opponent's tough tentacles and yells, "Keep struggling, monster, and I'll strip you of your skin." Suddenly, accompanied by 3 sharp tentacles flying from the shadows, Zombie Queen, holding an axe in both hands, comes up behind him and cuts him in the back of the neck before the one-armed king can react. This guy is getting worse and worse. Now's my chance, I have to kill him here today. Thinking of this, her face instantly became grave. A side Bear also shouted, "I will make you regret, you bastard." The constant strong attacks forced the one-armed king to split his body into 2 bodies to fight back. Zombie Queen is waiting for her body to appear behind her, and the couple attacks the one-armed king. But below them, Ha Chunpei and his daughter are watching the scene in front of them with grave concern. The monster's eyes are still terrifying because of the heavy blow. And he's still disdainfully stating, "You guys are really wasting your efforts, you know you're just lowly bugs." Ha Chunpei, a seasoned combatant, sees the situation and yells, "You guys, back off and don't fight him." The one-armed king's eyeballs have turned black and bloodshot. But the husband and wife fighting with him were puzzled when they heard Ha Chunpei's cry. Yujin, unaware of the situation, is still trying his best to shoot the one-armed king. But the next moment she stares in disbelief at the scene in front of her eyes. But in the nick of time, her father caught her in his arms, but unfortunately, both were bound by the monster's tentacles. On the other side of the room, Bear is also tied up by the one-armed king. Even when he can't breathe, he tells his wife he's fine. And Ha Chunpei and his daughter are also tied up in a very difficult position. The one-armed king suddenly yells, "Let me out of here now, or I'll kill everyone." Zombie Queen heard this but said coldly, "Are you so bold with a hostage?" Then he waved the axe in his hand and pointed it at the other party and yelled, "You absolutely can't leave here. I'm much faster than you, so no amount of struggling is going to make a difference." As the 2 monsters looked at each other, a voice suddenly came to mind. Ha Chunpei and his daughter, who were supposed to be dying, woke up at the sound of the cry and looked around in confusion. The wrapped bear also looks around and thinks, it's coming from the building. The one-armed king suddenly said to Zombie Queen, "Do you realize that now? All of you in this village are members of my family. The leftover scraps inside become part of me. If you really want to save your daughter, do as I say." Meanwhile, on the other side, the controlled villagers are heading towards the crowd hiding in the shadows. Rongjuan sees the terror of the villagers and swings a pipe in front of the children. Behind me, I was whispering my father's name in my sleep. But the villagers were already slobbering and pouncing. A terrified Rongjuan sweats coldly and thinks, wake up, I have to protect the children. At this point, I suddenly woke up and walked towards the crowd. A terrified Rongjuan desperately cries out, Jufu, don't go over there, it's dangerous. But not only did I not listen to her, I looked up and opened my eyes towards them, with my eyes glowing gold. The one-armed king outside seems to feel something bad, his eyes staring dead ahead. With that, he shouted, what the hell is going on? Is the hostage connection broken? At this point, not only are the villagers not attacking us, but I'm patting them on the back as they vomit. The one-armed king is angry and confused when he realizes the truth. Zombie Queen takes advantage of the situation and cleaves her opponent in half with an axe. The tentacles on Bear's body slowly release. The father and daughter next to him are also untied at the same time. Just as Zombie Queen is about to deliver the death blow to the one-armed king, the opponent runs and yells, that's not yours, you own is my flesh and part of me. If it wasn't yours this wouldn't have happened. He finished speaking but looked at the Zombie Queen in front of him in horror. Now you're starting to blame someone else? In the next second, a tall shadow instantly enveloped him. Then he heard Zombie Queen exasperatedly say, you really are a piece of trash that shouldn't exist. Zombie Queen then stares at the monster sitting on the ground. And not to be outdone, the one-armed king locked eyes with her and said, how dare you stare at me with unpleasant eyes? He then swings his sharp tentacles and quickly rushes towards Zombie Queen. But before he can even touch his opponent, his head is cleaved by an axe. Zombie Queen's eyes suddenly glowed golden and exerted her strength. In the next moment, the one-armed king's head was severed. After I woke up, I slowly walked outside. When the light hits my face, it's like a dream. Yujin looks at himself in the water and says to his father, it's a shame, I've always wanted to catch him but we can't do anything about it. Then he looked at the one-armed king's head and said, but I am still very happy in my heart. Maybe my dead brother and his family should also be very satisfied. And the father beside him, holding his badge, replied, yes, it's all over now. Meanwhile, our family of 3 was hugging each other tightly and crying. But I didn't shed a single tear. I just snuggled up in my parents' arms and didn't say a word. To everyone's surprise, the one-armed king has quietly crawled towards the darkness. A few days later, we were back to our old lives. The crowd recovered from their injuries and immediately played games with me, and my father was as happy as a child. Mother and Yujin turned into fans and looked at him with envy. Then his father pointed his finger ahead and laughed, Jufu, are you hiding yet? But I hid under the purple quilt and stammered, I'm done. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and the people were dumbfounded. I had been like this for a few days, and they were all very worried about me. Just when the 3 of them didn't know what to do, Ha Chunpei on the side suddenly exclaimed, the infectious diseases are all coming out. Beside him, Bear retorted, we'll take care of it, you don't, and Yujin said, that's right, father, you need to rest now. But the next moment Bear thinks of the past and smiles at him, but in his heart he thinks, I can't let him keep on nagging me. Yujin also thought of his father nagging at this place, because he thought that saying everything he wanted to say was convincing others. At this point the door to the room behind him is suddenly thrown open violently. Only Rongjuan smiles and says to the crowd, oh my god, is Jufu still like that? I have something to say to her, may I ask you all to leave for a moment? After a few people left, Rongjuan just smiled and looked at me without saying anything. And wrapped up in the covers, I thought to myself, why isn't she saying anything? It's making me uneasy. But the next second she suddenly patted me on the head and laughed. You don't have to feel bad, Jufu. Thank you for saving me then. I looked up at her with a blank look on my face. But she said to me with the same smile on her face, thanks to you, we've cut our losses. In that moment Jufu saved all the infected. And she was fine except for her legs being a bit uncomfortable. Then she proceeded to say to Jufu, go play with her later if you have the time. Hearing her words I said in embarrassment, I did such a bad thing. Everyone died because of me. Didn't everyone else go out because they were afraid of me? It's all because of the trouble Jufu caused. Speaking of which, she suddenly remembered what her mother had said to her in her head when she was possessed. You're scared, aren't you? Because you'll be a burden to your mother. I'm going to be very clear with you. You're really going to get me in trouble. I cried out in pain when I thought of this. I'm a monster who hurts everyone. But when Rongjuan heard this, he rubbed his hand on my head and said, I'm glad that you can think like this. You know what? Real monsters are selfish, people who don't think about others. But you're not that kind of monster. You're more considerate and kind than anyone else, and you're also very cute. Thank you for saving me and Ingshi, and even saving all the villagers yourself, so you're not a monster. You are a great hero who saved the village. Then Rongjuan's voice became choked with tears. I couldn't control the tears that fell down my face when I heard what she said. I got out of the blanket and hugged her. Seeing me like this she said, you can cry all you want, it's been hard, Jufu. Hearing this I sobbed and wiped my tears and nodded my head. It wasn't long before both of us were crying so hard that our eyes were swollen. But Rongjun said happily, I haven't cried like this in I don't know how long, it feels very painful. When I heard this, I said, I want to be a strong adult, so don't cry, I want to protect my family, okay? Rongjun replied happily, I'm sure you can do it. Encouraged by her, I beamed and made up my mind. And our actions and words were all visible to the family outside the door. Yujin even cried and said, Jufu's mind is exactly like his appearance. Just as they were talking, a voice suddenly came from behind them. The crowd was startled by the sudden sound and turned to look at it. The doctor with the lollipop in his hand said, so you're all here. Come to the hospital if you have time. I have something important to say. Rongjun and I had already finished our conversation and came out. As we walked I thanked her for comforting me and she laughed and said, we're family so it's okay. But I said, I am not your daughter. But then she said, we don't have to be blood related to be family. Anyone can be family if they want to be, don't you think so? At those words I was at a loss for words as I looked at her who was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Meanwhile, the other side of the room had followed the doctor to the hospital, and they asked him if he could say it again. But the doctor said seriously, I'll tell you again, please leave the village as soon as possible, please. Bear on the side suddenly asked dissatisfiedly after hearing this, please explain to me clearly, why did you suddenly ask us to go out? Have we done something wrong? But the other side said coldly, you're all right. Bear was furious when he heard this, is there something that makes you sad then? Or is there something wrong? Just as the doctor was about to plan to spill the beans, Bear suddenly laughs, maybe because of the snacks in the third drawer? Honestly, we can't fire him for this little thing, can we? The doctor who heard this was at a bit of a loss for words, his lips twitching. But Ha Chunpei, who couldn't stand to watch, said coldly, forget it, I'm not in the mood for jokes. You better explain why you want us out of here. The doctor scratched his head at that, not knowing what to say. He can only say helplessly, I know you must be wondering why, in 3 days everyone must leave this village. Think about it. This used to be the most evil village in cannibalism. We took their land and built a village. And now we're keeping the village orderly and safe. Ha Chunpei's face was filled with questions. The doctor then explains that this is where the problem lies. Although we were lucky enough to kill those powerful monsters, what followed was a particularly serious problem. This was the personing she caught, and she got information about they before he died. If something goes wrong with their father, then his minions will flock to him. And they're coming for you and not the village. The crowd that heard this didn't dare to say much, just looked back at the doctor. He can only say what he has to say, and it's probably safe to assume that the vengeance will include Jufu and her mother. And I've heard that Chunpei and Yujin have also been targeted by them since a long time ago, so there's absolutely no need for you to travel together. Bear, unable to listen, curses, but that's too dangerous, and it's even more dangerous to be separated from each other. But the doctor said coldly, you are the biggest risk to me. I thanked you for saving the village at first, but this time is different. I can't afford to sacrifice people who don't have anything to do with it anymore. Worried about his daughter, Bear rushes to ask his opponent, what about Jufu and Hela? I don't even know what kind of state they are in right now. The doctor on the sidelines, however, said, about them, I'll designate a place to meet and just try to examine them in a safe place. This is the part where I will do my best to help you. Now let's part ways here today. For the sake of all, please leave please. Bear and Yujin's faces turned dark as they heard this. But the next moment the latter's words make the doctor wonder, honestly, you're right, we're only going to cause trouble if we stay here. The doctor was about to say thank you, but she added, I know you are doing it for everyone, but you actually think that we who protect this village are in danger. Shouldn't you respect the consciousness of wanting to live? Then he clapped his hands and said with a smile, oh my god, your attitude has changed so much. You treat us as family when you need help. But to abandon us like this when danger comes, I never thought we'd be treated like this. Wasn't this the kind of thing you were supposed to do as the man in charge? Then she smiled sinisterly and said, I didn't expect you to be as cunning as a monster. The doctor was so angry that he bit the lollipop in his mouth. And Bear looks at Yujin grimly in front of him. The doctor spits out the candy bar in his mouth. Please don't blame Ingshi and the villagers. The crowd immediately turned their heads toward him in confusion at the words. Yujin frowns and asks the doctor why. He immediately explains, I know I'm being selfish, and it's okay for you to complain about me or ask for something else. Or beat me up, but even then I want to protect my family and Ingshi. For a moment the room was silent to the sound of a pin, when Bear suddenly made the bowing doctor look up. At that moment Zombie Queen wrote on Bear's palm, we are also responsible, as he said earlier, let's set a date and place to meet for the meeting. Just one request we would like to make, and that is to ask you to definitely help us diagnose Jufu and Hela. The doctor hesitates, not knowing whether to agree or not. Zombie Queen then said, if you ignore or run away I won't let you go. The doctor said, how can that be? Do you think I'm just that kind of person? Ha Chunpei, who heard this, said disdainfully, then I'll take the rest of the snacks as a requirement. Zombie Queen, who was worried about her daughter's hunger, was filled with joy. But the doctor on the other side of the room said, I have a gift for you before I leave, would you like to see it? And then he led them to a laboratory. Meanwhile, there are 2 mice in a cage. And on the table is the blood for the experiment. Then the doctor said to the crowd, Jufu is the only one with an immune system, and using her immune body can create something closer to a vaccine. But one possibility comes to mind. What if Jufu's immune body was combined with her mother's blood? At that time, we injected this mouse with Jufu's blood, and at first it mutated very badly, but as it was injected with the conjugated blood, the mutation was much reduced. Seeing the rat's mutation, Zombie Queen thought to herself, this is outrageous. How could this have happened? Then the doctor said, I have been experimenting for 2 weeks, and there are no problems with contact and mating. I have even developed resistance to the monster's toxins. Zombie Queen suddenly feels a little scary when she hears this. But the doctor said, this is a chance. Maybe you can return to being human again. Make a choice. Do you want to stay as you are, or do you want to receive the injection? Zombie Queen, who was on the sidelines, felt a bit hesitant when she heard this. The doctor thought for a moment and realized what she meant. Then Zombie Queen rolls up her sleeve and offers him her hand. The doctor is seen stabbing her with a syringe full of blood. Soon it's 3 days later in the morning. The villagers who are leaving are packing up their supplies. Zombie Queen is huddled in the trunk of a car. She thinks to herself, it's been days since the injection and it still hasn't worked. Has it failed? On the other side of the room, Bear smiles and tells his daughter to go greet the big guy. Rongjuan hears my thanks and says, I hope you are safe, but Ingshi on the other side bites her lip. She said, Jufu, you are very strong, but I still haven't. My mother, who was beside me, tried to say something to stop me, but she said out loud, Jufu, you're my only friend. This matter is decided by the adults, but this is all too sudden. Can you not leave? Anyway, your illness is cured. I looked at her and didn't know what to say. Ingshi didn't wait for me to answer and said, if we separate now, we don't know when we can see each other again. She then begged us not to leave with tears in her eyes and said, I'll treat you better, I'll play with you for the whole day, okay? There's really nothing we can do about it. As I watched her cry, I took her hand and smiled. Auntie Rongjuan said, even if we are separated, we are still family. The doctor on the other side of the room was speechless when he heard that, and Ingshi, who was too upset, took me in her arms. When I heard her cry, I couldn't control my tears. Perhaps to comfort me, Rongjuan behind me lowered himself and asked me what I wanted. Looking at her smile, I thought for a moment and told her what I wanted. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Zombie Queen was getting tired of waiting. Then she curls up in the car. But after hearing my request, the doctor refused without even thinking about it. Even when Rongjuan pleads with him, it's no use. If there's anything else you want, just say so. Before he can say anything else, Ha Chunpei suddenly puts a hand on his shoulder from behind. He said, you'll listen to what we said on the condition that we leave, won't you? The doctor, who had no choice, agreed. The father and daughter clapped their hands in joy at the success of their plan. I turned to Sheila happily as the doctor says yes. She smiled back at me and said, do whatever you want to do. I laughed especially hard after hearing that. With my request begins, Ha Chunpei runs desperately towards us. And as I ran ahead, I laughed, Father, if you can't catch us, don't push yourself too hard. I thought to myself, I will be strong. People are losing their homes because of Jufu and can't even eat. Taking away space from others also causes a lot of damage. It's all because I'm not good enough, so that means I have to become very strong, so that I can be strong enough to protect my family. Sister Sheila, all muscle. My father, who is so strong and loves me so much. And my mother, who brought me into this world and raised me. That's why I have to be strong like them and fight to protect everyone. It wasn't long before we left the village in our car. And tired from all the fun, I soon fell into a quiet sleep, snuggled up against my father. Ingshi, who was still in the same place, asked her mother, Jufu will be safe, won't she? She happily states, of course she will, her parents are so strong. Now I will build a nice village for us. But the doctor on the sidelines looks on coldly at the scene before him, then stood and stared down at the tall building that had been lived in for so long. Only when Rongjuan, who was ready to leave, told him to go did the doctor turn his head toward the mother and daughter with a puzzled look on his face. The next moment his cheeks suddenly blushed with shyness. Immediately after that, he said to them, okay, you guys go ahead, I'll be right behind you. But he was thinking secretly, that kind of expression is not suitable for appearing on your face. For the sake of our village, it will be hard, but it can't be helped. Then he looked at the blood in my hand and thought, I have to do this in order to protect Rongjuan's mother and daughter. The doctor, who had no time to think too much, followed the mother and daughter out of the village. And the one-armed king who was thankfully alive is limping through the ruins outside. But now he can't last long in this state. The once honorable man has ended up in this sorry state. As he walks away, he says, if I walk away like this, I'll die soon. Now, if I want to live, I must be nourished. Then he cursed, damn it, I have to get my flesh back. I'm going to rip that woman to shreds along with all the bugs around her, and when everything is sorted out and I kill that guy, the real me will be back. But before he could finish his sentence, his entire body was chopped into several pieces, eyes incredulously staring at the scene that appeared. He was still thinking in his head, there was obviously nothing there. There was no movement or odor, and it cut me off in an instant. Who the hell is it? At that moment a beautiful singing voice slowly came from the shadows. A man in a black mask appeared in front of him. The one-armed king's eyes were filled with fear as he seemed to know who he was, and the other guy was able to split his body into pieces with just a knife. But he looked scornfully at the head lying in a pool of blood. Then he spoke coldly, finally catching it. It didn't take long for him to carry the upper body of the one-armed king to a room. He was relieved to see the scene inside, because what he saw was the living room of an ordinary house. Is this place his base? The one-armed king below saw this and hurriedly asked his opponent, what exactly is your purpose in bringing me here? Before he could say anything, a voice suddenly came to mind next to him. It's been a long time, I've missed you so much. A man in a suit appeared in front of him. He grinned at the sight of him and questioned him. You've been out there so long, how well do you know the outside world? Hearing this, the one-armed king immediately trembled in fear and wanted to speak again. The man who didn't wait for an answer propped his hand on his cheek and asked again, if you don't want to talk about it then I'll change the question, did you find her? But the one-armed king thought for a moment and still didn't know how to reply. Then the man who brought him here suddenly said, answer. The man in the seat said, forget it, we should give him some time to think. The one-armed king's shaking mind kept thinking of ways to get out of here. Then he realized he had a weapon against this guy. The distance was enough now, but not yet. Give him some information to let his guard down. Suddenly, he felt a chill come over him, and the next moment he realized he couldn't move his body. Immediately after that, he saw the man put down the cup of coffee that he had been drinking and said, after spending so much time to think of just that, it's really disappointing. Do you still remember that day 2 years ago? I created this doppelganger of yours to let you go to her, but you've run off without seeing me until now, and you're even running around pretending you're me. The one-armed king took advantage of his opponent's speech to slowly crawl into his opponent's cup. At this time, the main body laughed and said, didn't you say that if you got stronger, you could be my equal? What a cute and whimsical idea. He then slowly lifted the cup that was sitting on the table. Seeing this, the one-armed king shouted, please wait, father, please give me another chance, will you? But the being licked his lips and said, enough already. At this time, he was so frightened that he cried and begged for mercy. I will tell you all the information I know, so please give me another chance, okay? And the main body was already coming at him with its bloody mouth open, with the one-armed king yelling, no, I can't die. And with that he ended his life. In the next moment, a scene of Zombie Queen's family appeared in his mind. He had gathered more information than he thought he would. A scene of what happened to the one-armed king appeared in his mind immediately afterward. After reading it, he said with a satisfied expression, that was fun. At that moment, the man on the other side of the room suddenly said, should I call our family to come over and take action? But the man said, no, there is no need to rush at the moment. For now, let's just enjoy some nice leisure time for a while, and let's wait for our families to come back before we prepare for the move. The man listened and replied seriously, yes, father. Immediately after that the being put on his suit and straightened his tie. Then he grinned and thought, that's funny. I'd like to meet that special kid. Meanwhile, back at home, I was sweating profusely as I watched the scene in front of me. Because the place where I slept was soaked with urine, I took off my wet pants and threw them on the side of the bed. Then I climbed onto my father's body and slowly fell asleep, thinking that what I had just seen was a dream. The next morning, my training continued as usual. And the first trainer of the day was Hela, who loves me. But no matter how hard I hit her, she was able to dodge it with ease. I couldn't even touch the other person's fingers. I was so angry that veins popped out. Then I shouted in anger, give it to me now. As a result, the next second I was hit hard on the head by her. Then, holding a candy in her hand, she comforted me and said, I told you so. Don't get excited, observe is the main thing. In order to get something you have to trick the other person or see through the other person's intentions. Don't forget the training. Before I could say, do it again, she said she was going out for a walk. She even asked Ha Chunpei to practice with me first. When Yuzhen saw her getting ready to go out, he asked, where are you going to go now that it's time to eat? Hela just said coldly that she was going out for a cigarette. And Ha Chunpei, who was training with me, was showing off candy in front of me. But I stood in front of him unconvinced, clenching my fists and thinking to myself, calm down and you will succeed. But Ha Chunpei in front of me still looks like he doesn't care. I'm very angry with him. Without thinking, I threw my fists in the air and charged at him. He was still smiling at me when my palm touched his chest. I caught him off guard and hit him hard in the face. I take the candy out of his hand and dance around happily. Outside, Hela is sitting in the stairwell with an unlit cigarette in her hand. She's got a frown on her face and she's thinking about something. Turns out the doctor told her she was badly injured by the one-armed king, fracturing her ribs in the process of penetrating her abdomen, causing injuries to the surrounding internal organs. Although surgery was performed, the bigger problem was the liver, as the damage was too great to be fully treated, and the aftermath would be severe. In fact, it's a miracle she's alive now. Hearing this, she asked in a cold sweat, "What are the after effects?" To reassure Hela, the doctor had no choice but to say, "There will be severe fatigue, nausea, bloody stools and jaundice, and you can't be as aggressive as you were before." Hela was already crying her heart out at the news. But in order not to worry those who cared about her, she pleaded with the doctor not to tell anyone. She clenched her fists in anger at this thought. Then she cried out, "Damn it, it's just because of that tentacle. Every time it moves, it makes me very sick. I can't even protect myself in this state. Be strong and raise Jufu before it gets any worse. It's the only thing I can do for her right now." Suddenly she glanced to the side with a question mark on her face. Zombie Queen quickly approached her with a notebook in her hand. Then she sat down next to Hela and handed her the notebook. Zombie Queen, who can't speak, turns red in the face. Seeing the other party's appearance, Hela had no choice but to take the notebook. Her brain was so messed up that she chanted, "What did you bring me to see?" But what it says leaves her a little confused. Because it says "thank you" in big letters. And then the Zombie Queen said, "I don't like you because you just showed up out of nowhere and said you were going to protect my daughter. Also said that my husband and I looked cheeky and stubborn for entering the tournament, so I hate you for that. But at least I also know that you'll do anything to protect my daughter, and as much as I don't want to admit it, once I saw you like that, my heart felt grateful. I'm not going to ask you what your intentions are, or maybe it's because I know how Jufu feels." Followed by, "Thank you for protecting my daughter. And you were the one who brought me to my senses in the worst of times, so we should cooperate with each other to protect the ones we should protect." After listening to the other person's heartfelt words, Hela said to him, "It's speechless. You'd better care more about your children if you have time to write this. I'm very busy, don't you know?" The Zombie Queen on the side was about to curse, but Hela stopped her. It's only natural to work together for the same purpose, but Zombie Queen buries her head in her legs and thinks to herself, "I was crazy to write that to her." Just as she's thinking furiously about whether or not to cooperate, Hela beside her suddenly says to her, "You know, Jufu should learn how to protect herself by now. Because we don't know how long we'll be able to protect her, and she knows that, so she's really trying to work out. She doesn't want to be the one who is guarded, she wants to be the one who guards. So it's not just me who has to teach Jufu before the crisis comes again, it's we." With that, she extended her left hand towards Zombie Queen. Zombie Queen was in disbelief as she listened to the other woman's story. Then she held out her hand with a puzzled look on her face. In the next second, both sides shake hands and agree to a deal. Hela then speaks up, "This is not the time for us to be arguing." Zombie Queen chimed in and said, "The more you are in a situation like this, the more you have to help each other, because we all believe in each other." But then Hela sighed. "My daughter, I don't want Jufu to become like her." After a few moments, Zombie Queen gets up and slowly walks towards the stairs. But as she reaches the door, she feels a sudden wave of pain. In the next moment, blood was seen coming out of the corner of her mouth. Soon Zombie Queen is alone on the roof. Then she slowly reached up to where the sun was shining. In the next moment, 2 fingers began to petrify. Looking at the mutated hand, she thought uneasily, "It really didn't work. I thought there was a slight change." Unexpectedly, it was just a pain in the gums, nothing different. Then she fell to her knees and cried out, "Doctor, your guess was wrong. Could it be that my constitution is not good enough to cause no reaction after all this time?" At this point, Bear pushes the door and yells, "Mother Jufu, are you on the roof?" But after a couple of steps, he turned his head and saw something that surprised him. Because at that moment, Zombie Queen was huddled in the corner, not talking. Bear sees his wife like this and rushes forward to ask, "What happened? Why are you crying so hard?" Bear, who wanted to reassure her husband, had to explain the truth. After hearing this, Bear then stroked his wife's head and comforted her, saying, "It hasn't worked yet, so no wonder you're so sad." Zombie Queen shed tears and said, "I was looking forward to it. Although I also know that this may not work, I still want to change back to a human so that I can spend time with you and my daughter." But Bear laughed and said, "Then you can cry all you want." Zombie Queen heard this and shouted at the sky, "I want to be human again." Bear thought for a moment and then smiled and said, "Do you remember the old days when Jufu was a kid and we used to joke around a lot? This is how it would be if the gender of each other changed. Even if I'm a woman, because of my size I'd still rely on you." There's also the Jufu as an older child thread, right, and that's a real headache too. But Zombie Queen says, 40 minutes of agonizing over formula and diapers. But the sincere expression made Bear say, "You're really cute. What would you like to do if you could turn back into a human?" Zombie Queen suddenly stops talking, and after a moment's thought, shyly says, "I remember it very well now too, though it's not a big deal to others to go back to being human. I'd like to walk with my family during the day, so that I can have fun at the playground, and what I'd like to do most is brighten up the house. Hearing this, Bear covers his wife's hand and says, "Is that true? Trust the doctor even if it doesn't seem to be working right now, and if it does materialize, do all the things you're talking about." Upon hearing her husband's warm words, Zombie Queen was suddenly too shy for her own good. Just as Bear was stroking his wife's head in a good-natured, comforting manner, a voice that resonates through the heavens. Immediately afterward, I pushed out the door and yelled, "Where are you, mother? You said you were going to read a fairy tale book to Jufu." Bear is relieved to see it's his daughter, and says to his parents, "I've got a quilt ready." Bear got up and hugged his daughter and said, "Calm down, I'm going to take you in now and tell you a story." Behind her, Zombie Queen looked at the father and daughter grinning as she thought, "Well, just wait." Like Bear said, "It's a lot better than not being able to do anything at all, isn't it?" After overcoming a lot of suffering, she finally found peace. Looking at the father and daughter who were having fun, she became more convinced that even if I can't turn back into a human, I still have a family, so there's no need for me to rush. At this point, Bear grinned at her and said, "Mother Jufu, now get in there." Zombie Queen, however, whispered, "Okay, but for some reason my body is suddenly so heavy." But I was stunned by the scene in front of me. Bear was also looking at his wife in disbelief, because she's bleeding out of her 7 orifices. And before they knew it, she fell to the ground. After a few moments, I heard voices coming into my head, but after a few moments, it suddenly became very quiet and I couldn't see a thing. But she was thinking, "Isn't this too much? I don't want anything more than to be ordinary. Is that a shame?" Then she threw her head up to the sky and shouted, "I'm ordinary, too," followed by hugging her head and crying, "I just wanted to be a human being." I don't know how long it took, but I woke up from my dream in a state of shock, because the place where my mother had been sleeping was not only covered in blood. I found her sharp fangs that had fallen out. The crowd rushes out to look for her. Yujin and Hachunpei, on the other hand, have gone from the upper floors to the first floor. Even Sheila, who is not happy with Zombie Queen, is going around looking for her. And my father and I climbed the stairs to the roof to check it out. When we got to the top, we were amazed at what we saw, because the mother, who was covered in blood, was standing in front of us. She seems to recognize us and she turns her head slowly. And then she stammers, "Jufu, Bear, good morning." My father and I didn't expect her to actually turn back to normal, so we immediately ran towards her. Then our family hugged each other tightly. This is the end of Season 1. Thank you for watching.